Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the North American Strikers League. You actually can't see them on the screen because we have 6 guests today, and we're going to definitely go over our time for the first match. So if you're in the first match or you have a friend in the first match, just go ahead and ping them that they're going to be late, okay? Just tell them right now. Just ping Leo Leon. Just ping whoever else. It's late, okay? Just accept it, all right? So on this pre-show, I'm going to get right into it. We are playing Striking It, which is based off of the Jackbox game Faking It. Okay, if you have not played that game, it is a social deduction game where, based off of actions that each player does, you have to deduce who is the imposter in the group. I'm going to have 3 rounds, and each of these players is going to be given 3 questions per round. Their goal is to figure out who is the faker, and the first round is going to be the "you got a point" question. So every time I ask these players questions, they need to point to the player that they think that it most applies to. The faker will not get the question. They will get nothing, and they have to try to blend in as best as they can. Contestants, are you ready? Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm talking about, fellas. Okay, I am sending the first question to you as we speak. Let me double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If everyone has a question, you have 10 seconds to think about it, and then I will count down a needed point. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. And if you're in the Twitch chat, you should shout out the people that you think are lying. Okay, so make sure that you point correctly. Is everyone ready? I'm going to count down. 3, 2, 1. Point.
Wait.
Okay, everyone, be very clear on who you're pointing to. Is everyone 100% clear on who they're pointing to?
I'm pointing 2 spots over, to be clear.
Wait, can I point to myself?
You're pointing to. Yeah, unfortunately, it's on a hexagon. Okay, let's just clarify. Weston, you're pointing at Snake.
Yeah.
Soren, you're pointing at yourself. Snake, you're pointing at yourself. ZZ, you're pointing at Snake. Drop's pointing at Snake.
No, Soren. I'm pointing
at Drop. Oh, appreciate it.
Okay, whatever. I don't care. Okay, the question is, who would you trust the most in set 5.5? All right, let's discuss.
I told Snake, like, I think it was like last week. I said he's like the most clutch player of all time.
Yeah, we did talk about this actually.
Yeah. That's my
we did, yeah.
I'm not
upset with anyone's answers, honestly.
Yeah. He's like, guys, maybe we're all like,
maybe we're all good, you know. I'm not against some of these answers.
How about everyone just go around and just give like their reasoning thoughts?
Oh, I'm gonna ask only 1 or 2 people do that because it's already 1:54 because we started late.
I think if you didn't know the topic, pointing at yourself would be a bold move. So I don't think Soren, but like maybe because ZZZ is the only other person that pointed at someone that's not Snake.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think Soren is kind of like sometimes he's like throwing, but like at the end, like when it matters, I think Soren locks it in. You know, I played Strike Shotters against his team. We went straight to 0.5. I think we won the first 2 sets, but then he just like reverse swept with I think Kevin and Nelson.
Strike Shotters, man.
Okay, so, yeah. I have an addendum to how we're gonna play. How about you hold up the number of the camera of the person? Weston will be 1, and it'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I think that's better. So Weston's 1, Soren's 2, Snake's 3, Gravity's 4, Dropleto's 5, ZZ 6. Does everyone understand? We're gonna adjust it slightly.
Yeah.
Okay, it'll be a little clear because I know sometimes if you want to point 2 cameras over, you can. Okay, you've all been giving the next question. Take 5 seconds. And then after I'm done counting down, hold up the number of the camera you are going to choose. Is everyone ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Number. Okay, hold that number up, please. Hold that up. Hold that up. Do not change. The question is, who is the most annoying to play against?
Are all the brawlers pointing at me?
Now you can put your hands down.
It could be anything, huh?
I mean, if you're a midfielder and you've played against Kyle, bro, this guy is the biggest rat. I mean,
these are confused.
Like, I mean, Where am I? Wait, where am I midfielder?
Oh, I think actually we're supposed to keep our hands. How about you keep your answers up so people can remember what you said? So
Oh.
just make sure
Oh,
you're
yeah.
comfortable, but keep your fingers up.
Oh, wait, ZZ is a better answer.
I like how the goalies both
Right?
put 6.
Yeah. It's not me or Soren.
Drops answer number 2, bro. What's up with
Yeah,
that?
I hate this guy. He's
Hey,
walking up
yeah,
and striking
Two
past
of the
me,
brawlers said too.
right?
I'm
If you're,
saying
if you're a brawler,
three.
you're not
I'm
putting
saying
two.
myself, honestly.
Yeah,
Nick
I
said
mean,
himself both
I
times.
respect that. I respect that.
Look
a lot.
at Jack
If I had to
Kyle.
play against
Oh,
myself,
geez.
I would be screaming on a day-to-day basis. I know how it feels. Like low.
Okay, keep in
low-
mind, after this next round, we are
Yes.
going to try to agree who is the faker. I've sent you the final question. Okay. Keep in mind how people answered so far. We have 5 seconds, then you will hold up the number of the camera. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, everyone take a good look at the answers before I in here. Everyone take a good look.
I meant to say number.
Take a
Is
good
it too
look.
late to say? I meant to say number 5, and I can't count. I
It's
know.
too late. It's too late to say that.
Wow.
The question is, who would be most likely to get timed out in Costco?
I've never been timed out in Costco in my life. That's a true fact.
DCZ definitely has it. That was your answer.
I meant to say
He
number
did
5.
answer 6.
I'm not kidding. I meant to say 5. That would make it any better. But Loki is the dyslexia. But when's the last time you guys saw me get timed out in Costco? Think about that.
That's true.
Like,
Like better person than you were
2
before.
years
Can't say-
ago.
Can't say
but-
that's about everyone else here.
Never gotten banned a week in nasl. You know who has banned though? Kyle.
Oh,
Wait,
wait. That's
Timeless creator,
that's
baby.
crazy.
When was the last time you sent a message in Costco, Gravity?
It was in response. It was a response to someone who
Hands
was
down.
typing a little much.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think we have enough time to talk more, unfortunately, because we're gonna already delay this first game by forever. Okay, Weston, who do you think the faker is? The imposter.
I'm going Gravity.
Soren?
I'm going Snake.
Okay, Snake.
I'm going ZZZ, I think.
Okay, Gravity.
I'm going CCC.
Okay, Drop.
Yeah, I'm also dropping his easy.
Wow. ZZZ.
I'll give it to Soren. I think.
You guys suck ass. There's no way. There's no way Gravity just answered ZZZ for this question and you didn't immediately peg him. Okay, the
Yeah.
faker was Gravity by
Yeah,
a mile.
the second he said that, I was
Winning,
like,
that's
"Oh,
winning.
God.
That's fair. I was,
Wow.
I got
Okay.
it.
I was
got
more
it.
concerned about the
Yeah,
first
good
two
job.
answers.
Okay, Weston, good boy. Okay, so Weston, you'll get a
Crazy
point,
trolling
and
here.
then Quinn gets some points for being a beast. Okay, next one is Hands of Truth. You'll just raise your hand if oh, oops, the faker randomly generated is not on the desk. Let me just go ahead and change that. Penis. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to send this question to all of you. The only thing you need to do is raise your hand or not. Okay, look at the question. Look at the question. Look at the question. Look at the question. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, the question was, raise your hand if you've played Rune in the game Omega Strikers in the last month.
I mean,
No one just play Rude.
I mean, that's correct. No, this is all correct.
I would
fellas.
never play that dirty character.
I hate that character,
Never?
man."
Never ever.
I'm never on the midfield position. I don't think I've played the game in the last month. So
How about in the last month you were active playing the game?
still
Or like the
haven't.
collective like days that lead up to I mean I still think it's no, but
I think I
yeah.
have like one game on Rune, and it's probably just to make fun of Gumi. So
Me too, bro. That character just not that fun to play.
Okay, next question. Moving right along. Look at the question. Here we go. Get ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, time is up. The question was, raise your hand if you've played an Omega Strikers game on the EU servers.
I was gonna make like a Forged Fury joke, but I've also just kind of been there. So
Hey, it's facts. Knowers know the diplomacy mission.
USL qualifiers, baby.
tier list soon, guys. Tier list soon.
And I believe everybody
Oh,
who
man,
raised their
yeah.
hand. That looks
Yeah.
correct to me.
This is
Yeah,
Coach.
I don't.
No, hands
Okay.
of truth is always the easiest one. Someone's just gonna put their hand up for this.
Yeah, I
topic
mean this
and
one will be
call it
the one.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
here we go. That's true. The last questions are always doozies. Okay, here comes the final one. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. The question was, raise your hand if you've met a NAS teammate IRL.
I know who Snakes met. I know who I've met. What about Soren's been at every single LAN. I know that much.
Yeah.
I mean, all these guys have been to a LAN, so it's
I'll say I think I saw Soren kind of like raise his
Yeah, I think
hand
Soren was
late.
kinda
I'll
late. I
say
think Soren
that.
was kinda late.
I saw that too.
Hey, not bad.
Who have you met, Travis?
Okay,
I
we're
met,
going West.
Doomy.
Oh, sorry. Okay,
Me and Doomy
Weston.
hung out.
Weston, who do you vote for?
I'm saying Soren.
Soren, who do you vote for?
I'm saying ZZZ because I don't think he's ever played Rune before. At least I haven't seen it.
Okay.
What you know about Wanderoon?
I was
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
I do.
exactly.
Dude, you know.
Snake.
That
Snake,
was-
who do you vote for?
Spoiled by
I guess I'll vote for Soren.
Okay, Quinn or
I'm going
Gravity.
Soren.
Okay, drop.
Yeah, another point to Sword.
Okay, and then ZZZ.
Yeah, I'll have to give it to Soren.
Okay, the figure was Soren. Yay! Good job, everyone.
Good catch.
Okay, last one. Our last category is it's a numbers game. Okay, you will hold up numbers on a scale of 1 to 10. Though I will accept 0 if it applies. Okay, here we go. Question is getting sent. Okay, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. The question was, keep your hands up, please, for your answer so people can contemplate it. On a scale of 1 to 10, how replaceable are you on your team? Discuss.
You'd think
feel
you're
like
so
five
like
is pretty high
confident
for
in it
Soren.
every time.
I'm confident, bro. Also, the roster lock's kind of over, so
No, that is well. I guess
you
that's
don't
fair.
got many
Never mind.
replacement options, so
There's not any better
I'd say I'm on a
brawlers.
solid 0.
Unless you
Just
want to drop a
he's not the
YouTube
replaceable
video.
one on his team. Someone else is getting 100 still to be replaced.
I don't know. I think these goalies think that they're a little bit more important than they actually are. I just expect to see some 10s coming up
Yeah.
there. But
How about a new goalie player tomorrow? Most replaceable position.
Right, right.
My midfielder has only played midfield with me as the goalie, and we played a lot of hours. So that was my reason.
That's
Good reason.
me too.
someone's got to spread
but-
their wings. Whatever.
Okay, if we don't have anything else to talk about, I'm going to go to the next question. Some of these are pretty funny. Remember, use your best judgment for like if this was applicable to you at a time. Okay, or not. Okay, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, the question was, how many unique characters did you individually practice in a scrim for this week?
I want to clarify because I obviously
No,
don't scrim.
No.
I mean, I don't scrim, but he said to like use the best judgment. So I was imagining when I did scrim with demons, and everyone would ban Juno every
No, we're
scrim because they hate me. So then all I have is Estelle and Era, and then I'd swap between the two.
Okay,
Yeah, I
you
was
didn't
also
scrim
like
it all this
thinking back
week?
when I was like back with like Will Chills, but like Will Chills just doesn't script. We just go in and have fun. If it was like unique characters in a game, I would put like 21 hands up, but just in a script. So zero for me.
Soren, you have 5?
No, I had 4 down. Sorry, that's like my hand bent that way.
Yeah, it's true. He did have 4. I saw.
Okay.
How many did
I
Weston
scrimmed Soren
have?
yesterday. I had 3.
Yeah,
we scrimmed each
Weston.
other
Okay,
yesterday.
okay.
That seems
There's
pretty
3
high.
melee
Oh, that's
goalies
fair.
in the game.
Jakar, Atlas, plus 1.
It should be 4.
Plus one,
It
yeah.
should be 4. Think about it.
I think yesterday I only played Car out.
No, he's gaslighting himself that he has a Finny. It's checking out.
No, Dubu. Dubu was the third. Dubu was the third.
Oh, okay, a good boy.
Humble doo.
Okay,
It's
are we ready to
fine.
move on? I think we are. All right, the last question is coming through now. Remember, the same thing apply. Always try to make it applicable as best as you can. Okay, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. The question was, how many times have you VOD reviewed this season? Keep your hands up, please,
Oh,
with
sorry.
the number you just gave.
Oh wait, Snake VOD reviews, bro.
Let me be clear. This is
Did.
solo.
I
Right?
lit-
This could be solo, right? Does it have to be with my teammates or just me?
The question is just as the question is written.
Does it ego
This is
watching the
you.
VOD count? I have a
That
couple
is
more.
up to your decision.
Nah, everyone knows that doesn't count. You're not learning anything. You're
Okay.
just getting
Yeah,
delayed by the
exactly.
past.
Yeah,
No,
you're just jerking
I-
in.
I am learning how good I am at this game. And if we count ego watching VODs, like, wait, were we on 6? There we go.
Brother, you can't even hold up more than 3 by the end of this season if we're counting that. Come on now.
I have that beautiful skill, be able to ego watch my losses, okay?
Oh, okay. No, I know.
I'm
I actually
so
know
good
what you
at
mean. It is
I
a
know what you
talent to
mean,
ego
too.
watch the loss because you're like, damn, I played so good that point, and then you just skip past one point and then you go to
Real
Are we
talk,
supposed to
though,
believe that
ZZZ.
that you didn't scrim but you VOD review?
That's a great point.
Yeah.
That is a good
Okay,
No.
well, like, I guess like my like idea of VOD review is kind of like I'm not ego, but like if I remember I did like a cool clip, I'll like go back and I'll VOD review, go through
Right,
it.
you
But
gotta
like
see what-
you know
gotta
like
see what chat's saying.
I'll wait like before like what's that called? Like before the clip happens, I'll like watch it through and like also like kind of like just take notes of like what I'm doing at the time, if that makes sense.
I placed that wand pillar on someone very well.
Yeah.
Dude, I should have hit scanned him a little better with my unstable
Yeah.
anomaly.
It's
Okay,
hard, you guys
I'm
really
gonna
did
cut
it.
us off there. It's finally time. Anyone else want to say anything before I move on? Or are we good? Okay. All right, it's time. Weston, who do you vote?
I'm going drop Leto.
Soren,
I'm gonna go ZZZ actually.
Kyle, Snake,
I'm gonna go ZZZ.
Gravity.
That's a toss up. I don't know. I'm gonna go ZZZ. I'll press my gut.
Drop Leto.
Yeah, I'm going Weston because he voted for me. What the hell, man?
That's what's up.
All right, and ZZZ.
I'll go Weston because he voted for Drop Leto.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the number one vote was ZZZ and then Weston. Could the imposter wave at the camera, please? Please. Bro,
This guy
you
said 10 and
smurfed
no
it
one.
when on the VOD review question was fucking a crazy
He
gamer
said 10
move
and
by
no one looked
you.
at him weird, so I was like,
That's-
okay, guys, maybe I don't
No,
know
that's
something.
Soren, bro.
That's the
Yeah,
most
yeah,
Soren
yeah.
thing of
Yeah.
all
Something
time.
Soren would do.
Maybe,
That is
yeah.
something Soren would do. Okay. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
Like,
Nah,
I thought
he
okay,
actually
10
smurfed it.
10
That's
is kind
fair.
of a lot for a Nasl season. It's like, oh, but he's got like other teams. Like,
I thought it'd be boring
Yeah.
if I didn't do. If I just kind of like tried to play the game really hard, so I just put 10 up and it was just gonna roll with whatever came up. And
He's-
I just
he's
timed
Yeah,
Soren,
no, it was
something
that could
it was
lie
low
about it.
key crazy aura
Yeah, it
play
wasn't-
by
it
Soren.
wasn't
I
bad
won't
at all.
lie.
He's got
What's the
some
real
eminent
answer
mouse
if it's
VOD
not
reviews
10,
in there.
bro? The real
Okay.
answer's gotta be like 9.
I am the only one that VOD reviews my team though.
W. So shout out to Gravity and Soren for escaping getting caught the third time, and then Soren got caught number 2. So good job, everyone. Yeehaw! Now we're gonna move on to our match of the week, which involves 2 of the people on this desk, so they will not. Actually, I'll let them give a little 15-second spiel. The match of the week is EKC versus Bozo, which is actually we have Soren and Drop as the players playing in that game. And I want each of you, starting with Soren, to give a 20-second spiel on why players on this desk should vote for you in terms of their prediction.
Drop put me as the most like annoying person on the Susk to play against. I know he does not like playing against me the most. Katsuna actually got kind of laid off from his job, so he's available now every week,
Oh shit.
which is a big thing for our late season comeback. We might be able to actually bring it back. We've been trying some new stuff in scrims and actually having fun. The last scrim was like the first time I've had fun in this game in about a month, so I'm feeling pretty good today actually.
Beast. Drop.
Yeah, Casino may not have a job anymore, but I've always been unemployed, and I've never once had that debuff, and I've been going strong, and it's gonna continue this week with my 2 beautifully employed teammates. I'll drag them to victory despite it all.
Okay, W. Now, just a question. Before everyone makes their predictions, do we have our starting rosters playing this week? Questions? Smile?
Game
No.
1 or one of our games we will have a sub player who is promised this match to play, but the other 2, depending on how the results of game 1, will change to our main roster.
Okay, cool. I'll be honest, I see them talking about it in Gen Chat, so I'll just say if Flowers in for
Told
one
him
of
to
the
keep
games.
the love out the
Yeah.
flowers to keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, she said something like, "I must keep my mental strong for my nasl game today."
I
was
even kicked
oh.
like Josh out of EKC server real quick to like hide stuff.
Okay,
be
so with
fun.
that being said, fun fact though. Oh, sorry, Drop. You were over your 15 seconds of time.
Merchant was 2 employed this week, so we have breads. Yeah.
Oh, Beast. For
Oh.
context, everyone,
We lost.
before Sad Boys lost their first games ever, the only team to take a set from us over 4 weeks was EKC with Flowers. So, W Flowers. All right, Weston, who do you got?
If Soren wasn't the faker in the last one and he had actually VOD reviewed 10 times, maybe I would have gone with
I
EKC.
actually do.
But
I think I like that.
I'm gonna go with Bozo. We scrimmed them once when Breads was in, and it looked very strong. And I think Breads is just so hard to play against. So is Merch, of course. But I'm gonna go Bozo bunch.
I'm gonna read between the lines. We scrimmed them with breads and we got fucked up.
I mean, yeah.
That's goalie
Okay.
hands. What the hell?
Snake.
I'll give it to EKC because I played with NXCD last night and some very fun little in-houses.
True.
And he played like a beast.
True. Now that NXCD guy, dude, I don't care that Era's Kitten Club is literally 10th on the leaderboard right now. That guy is playing like fucking beast. That guy is so good. Gravity.
You know, it's tough. You know, Flowers is my goat, but I also love Breads. And you know, those are the only players I really remember. But you know, I've watched one like national game this season, and it was the EKC Dogs game. And after watching that game, I refuse to believe the Rat Pack can lose. So it's
Holy shit, he's a genius.
Dude,
Okay, ZZZ.
you know, right.
Big fan of both teams, but I think I'll have to give it to Bozo for this one.
I'll be honest.
So we got EKC, we got Bozo, and Weston voted for Bozo. Good predictions from the desk, everyone. That's all from us. But if you like this pre-show, go ahead and ping me and tell me I'm really awesome and funny. Thank you. We're going to be right back with the first match of the day between HMG with their starting roster and RTF with, I'm assuming, Maloom subbing in once again for the boy. So we'll see you soon. Bye.
No.
What?
Wait, that was
No.
We are slot 4 now.
Yeah, what's
That's
the
what I
first
was-
game?
I
I got confused.
Also, we were playing
I
in
thought that-
Steam in time.
Oh, I looked at the I looked at Wikipedia for the schedule. Wait, what's the first game?
Rats RTF. Rats RTF.
Rats RTF,
Rats-
guys. Wait, didn't I say that? Oh no, I didn't. Okay, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Rats versus RTF right after this. Boom.
Hello, everybody. We are here for a new week of the North American Strikers League. We're going to shortly start out RTF versus the Rat Pack here, as said earlier, on International Rat Day. So we'll see if Rat Power can come through or if RTS is going to be the ones to deny this potential first seed run coming out of the Rat Pack.
Yes, should be quite an intense match today. Rats are actually at a nice 4-1 record right now, kind of sitting at the top of the champions right now. I'm going to be playing against a 2-3 team here, RTF. It's going to be a tough one here. Rats could actually maintain first seed of the playoffs if things go pretty well for them, as Time and Boys are also 4-1 right now. So the stakes, not crazy stakes for them, but they can get a wild advantage. So I'm trying to see that.
Yeah, I think, again, it's a pretty big win off of that win against Boys last week. That's going to be really good for the head-to-head to kind of break the difference between all of these 4-1 teams. So getting a win here and continuing that streak is going to be absolutely essential. Head-to-head does not matter if your winning record is lower. So it's going to be up to the Rat Pack to continue this streak and be able to take out RTF. As you mentioned, 2-3 not winless, but certainly the underdogs here. We'll see, though, because all three of these players have been around the block and they know what they want to do. And we'll see what they're going to be able to do against the Rat Pack.
Certainly not winless. In fact, nobody is winless anymore, as Polar Cortex did find their way in. In fact, they're doing quite well. But this is not about them. This is about the Rats and RTF. We're starting off here with power play for the side of Rat Pack. Looking pretty good to start off here, though. Leon does have a flip. Might have to use that defensively here, though, or maybe it helps kill Temple Melon. A flip, though, from Carmine into another flip from Temple Melon. It's certainly going to secure the goal. I mean, that is definitely a point, but two pretty big resources used there by the pack of Rats. Let's see what we got here. We got Leon actually having the Vam Brace. We saw from another nasl game the other week that Vam Brace did pretty incredible things. I am a Vam Brace true believer now at this point, after seeing that. Instantly gets a kill, though. Leon spinning that flip to grab a power play. Nicely done. But yeah, the Vicious Vam Brace doing such a good job of keeping players alive. Everyone on the side of RTF is definitely taking prize fighter here. Even Moffin Curry taking the powerhouse balls, which is good for Rasmus, giving some extra power too. So going to be pretty powerful kills from the side of RTF to see if the Rat Pack can keep themselves alive and maybe put enough pressure to get some of these barriers before they go.
Yeah, really big KO, I think, from Leon to get it onto Fresh. Finny, a character that not only has been shown to be really effective here in the North American Strikers League, but infamously always has that damage amplification. Not to mention she could do some damage herself should push come to shove. So having a prize fighter stacked on her is a big difference with that being gone, especially since Carmine elected to use aerials. It's going to be very hard for these prize fighter snowballs to happen. That being said, doesn't matter if you just score traditionally, and that is exactly what you're seeing coming out from Tempo Melon and Crew. 3 prize fighter stacks on the X as well, looking fantastic. Going to potentially the final point here of the first set.
Yeah, kind of a catastrophic situation here for RTF, having X being the one getting those kills, getting those prize fighter stacks. Another huge kill due to the Maelstrom Orb, just having so much rain here, though, dealing all the damage they want to Malum as well. Gonna send them out of the play just for a little bit. Gonna take the goalie spot there. We have an approach here from Carmine and Temple Melon. Dealing the damage to Malum, actually gets just the headbutt, which is somehow with just enough range to find the kill, which is great. Moffin gonna spend the Death's Touch to at least outplay Temple Melon for the moment. Probably not gonna spend any extra resources there. Frightfully Fresh helping with that misdirection to get that in there.
Oh my
Blast
God.
from Carmine is gonna allow Temple Melon to hold the ball, get it on in there, almost killing Leon as well. And certainly going to take the first set here for Rats. Is it X going to be our first pick? That is certainly the best pick here for Rat Pack.
Yeah, fully stacked prize fighter. Tempo swing coming into this draft as well. Stinger, a potential pickup as well. But I think, Tempo Melon is going to be able to take over this game against Set 1X, getting a really good pickup in draft. This is going to be a force to reckon with for the rest of the game. So I think that right now, Rats are looking phenomenal. They are absolutely showing up and making a statement here in this first set. And I think this is a team that looks like they could take that first seed. And that was an absolutely stellar performance.
That was the Rat Pack is really outperforming what people might have seen. Of course, these players are so good, like you said. Beating boys last week is, man, that is, I'd say something like, oh, no slouch, but that's better. That's more than simply no slouch. The boys, of course, been top echelon this entire time. As another kill as actually being exchanged there. Tempo Melon cashing in another stack of Prize Fighter, getting so damn involved here, putting on so much pressure. Malone trying to help get it out. Lilian almost gets that barrier, but Freshly Fresh flies to the strike in that spot. Tempo Melon almost gets another kill onto Leo, but gets the rush right on out of there at the right time. Pushing damage onto Maloon to the top side as well. Carmine going to Rose Warp their way on in here. Muffin almost holding both barriers, losing one. Now gonna have to strike more Tempo Melon, but does find their way out of there with the assistance of Maloon, who is now the kill target and could be executed shortly.
Yeah, it's looking real bad from Loom, just taking so much pressure. But on the flip side, the second time that's happened today, Leo Leon finds a very good pick on a Frightfully Fresh. Now going to be forced to playing defensive here for the Rat Pack. We'll see, though. The defense has been looking really good from both forwards when they've been called so far this game.
Wild strike there from Moffin. I was saying Carmine might have had a good chance, a really good chance to score there. Nice strike there from Templon as well to hold the ball on this side of the board. RTF in a tough time getting this one out of here, though. Can't seem to find their way through. I mean, the Atlas variation does kind of do this with the orb in the center, making the clear lanes just so tiny. Side lanes are just impossible to get the ball past, and a flip there from Templon is actually just going to blast Moffin the heck out of there, and another point here for Rats.
Yeah, this is peak Tempo Melon gameplay. This is kind of what she's known for in a lot of these games, right? Very disrespectful, very in your face, looking for all of these opportunistic KOs and just getting a momentum snowball going. So should this continue, it's going to be a very hard time for RTF to find any sort of leverage in this game to work with, because this X is already so incredibly strong.
Incredibly strong and incredibly low. Stands in the goo for just a little longer than they probably wanted to there. They have a chance to get a kill here, but going to use the evade to grab the orb nicely, but comboed into the Crater Maker, now shattered completely once again. Maloom having this flip, not going to spend it there though, dealing damage to Carmine, who gets the Rose Warp to stuff it, flips right through, and that was literally the best case scenario for Rats. They are both shattered, about to be dead, killed and gone, but scoring the point and ending it, that was a peak performance.
Yeah. Fantastic, right? Not only denying the stacks from Muffin Koi, which can use them very well on the Rasmus, but putting them on a set point as well. The snowball continues to happen. A perfect game, potentially, for the Rat Pack. I don't think RTF has scored a single goal yet, but now they're looking to break that streak.
They do definitely have the resources to do it. Lilian working on a flip here as well, but Temple Melon just... Man, so you get an alarming amount of energy just by getting involved with that X, spinning that bell ringer, punching the orb. I mean, it's kind of, this is a really good variation for X2, as a kill there is being exchanged. Looks like Maloon might have gotten the credit for that one. Big kill. Okay, nice. RTF finally sinks one, ending the lost streak smile and getting a point here.
Yeah, will not go out 9-0 RTF, but still, they've only made the first step in a very steep uphill battle. This is still going to be an incredibly powerful X. They're still 1 point away from losing the entire set proper, and even though they have some prize fighter stacks to their name now, those could disappear in an instant should Tempo Melon find a good position. So, going to be up to Leo Leon and now Muffin Koi in the midfield, actually, to make something happen in Maloon's stead, because this Luna has been getting punched nonstop.
Yeah, and most likely not going to stop getting punched, although does have Berserker, with one of the more interesting awakenings that exist now in the game. Hard to quantify the value from it, but definitely going to be seeing some numbers change when your health is low. Lilian dealing with Fresh here, though, not able to get the point. Temple Melon blast into infinity from that Crater Maker. The extra stack of Prize Fighter helping out as well. A little bit low, get some numbers from that Berserker as well. Gonna heal up a bit, trying to get a little 2v2 situation going on. Moffin gonna try to get advantage here to get a 3v2, but Temple Melon does return a flip stuffed by Leo Leon. Frightfully Fresh actually wins out in that spot, but then the passive from Zentaro cleans up the point. And RTF is on their way to taking a set of their own.
Yeah, this is looking really good now, actually. 2 stacks across the board for RTF. Temple Melon only with 1. Frightfully Fresh with absolutely nothing. So Bounce House can lead to a lot of chaotic situations, but that means that it's going to be perfectly advantaged for RTF should the chaos kind of ensue for this Luna and Zentaro, the very mobile characters in this game. So we'll see what they can do of it as a very, very scary last point for both teams.
Yeah, I do like the fact that Luna does have a lot of agency over this map. Of course, Estelle does have some long range, which is quite good, but Luna getting there with her body feels really good, especially when you have a flip like this, who's going to spend it, dealing some damage to Temple Melon, stuffed by the Crystal Thorns. Temple Melon, who's looking quite low now, healing up just a little bit there in the hands of Frightfully Fresh, gets another Bell Ringer to deal a bunch of damage. Muffin Kobe holding that last barrier through this bouncy house. Leo healing up with the Vambrace, even just by striking the ball, which is honestly incredible how much healing you get from that. Big Finish comes out, doesn't make its way in, actually does give the ball to Temple Melon. Hard situation for Muffin Kobe, but they do end up getting it. A flip in a combo with the Bill Rush. Well done, making sure that RTF does not take any sets here, regardless of their prize fighter stacks. And it looks like Carmine is going to be grabbing the first Awakening here.
Yeah, it is International Rat Day after all, and the Rat Pack, after losing their perfect game, do manage to still take the set. Looking here, I see those Deadeye Deny probably coming in for the Estelle. Yeah, there it is. But the Luna's going to be more than happy, I think, with the Spec Training, Super Surge. Yeah, actually, Leo Leon electing not to take it here, instead going for some of those cooldowns with the heavy impact. But I think both teams are just looking to lean into the damage. So the last two members of the pick, no damage left, just picking the thing that reduces that damage. So I think we have a very bloody game coming forward. Clarion Test Chamber is a map that allows for that sort of playstyle, and I think both teams are going to be going at each other's necks in this next set.
Absolutely. Malone making the conscious decision to not take the specialized training and going for something a little bit more consistent. Your cooldowns for your version of the dash punch are up a little bit more often, so Super Surge is certainly going to make the boost a lot stronger there, so we'll see if that can grab any kills here. Leo Leon fighting through the midfield, trying to get it through Carmine. Maloon does get a chance to get the ball. Temple Melon not done yet. Got the blood in their eyes just to deal some more damage to this Luna. Actually just strikes it on through, right at the bottom side. Muffin cannot make it there, but just enough open goal. Temple Melon finds it in, and it truly is International Rat Day, perhaps.
Yeah, speaking of a little bit of a rat play style, Tempo Melon, actually, I really like the decision to strike downwards there. I think the kind of the layers of which Muffin Curry is thinking is that X is going to move up there. Tempo Melon kind of positioning herself to kind of look like she was doing that, but it ended up being a feint. So really good. It's kind of like those small things that allow brawlers to really take over a game, and that's that kind of nasl caliber striking coming out from the X. Even if we're not seeing all of those massive KOs, we are seeing really good, solid play fundamentals from the Rat Pack.
Yep, Carmine now completely shattered, though. Big Finish comes out to help relieve a little bit of pressure there. Knock Malum around just a little bit. Crater Maker once again into orbit. Carmine shall stay just for at least 13 seconds, as these barriers are still holding. Frightfully Fresh looking good right now. One down, a little bit of damage dealt to Tempo Melon. Just gonna get that Bell Ringer to deal some damage also to Leo. He's not gonna have any trouble healing that one up. Of course, the vicious Vambrace there. Tempo Melon not taking all that much more damage. Having the Reptile Remedy is doing actually quite a lot of work. They can't seem to find a way to get Tempo Melon out of here, as the Big Finish is gonna go off. Nothing more happens there. Overtime ensues. A flip there from Frightfully Fresh. They can't get one of these barriers. Now the damage is being sent to Temple Melon, who's going to try to Reptile Remedy themselves up, or at least kill Maloom. It's not going to work out just yet. Kill onto Carmine out of kind of nowhere. Now it's just a 2v3 here with Temple and Fresh.
Yeah, this Vinny's so good at controlling open space. They have to make this triangle. Look at Muffin Curry actually looking to commit on the offense just to ensure that the goalie barrier goes down. Good reaction from Frightfully Fresh, though. But no, Muffin Curry gonna lag a little bit, gonna lose one barrier, not catastrophic. RTS still in a good position to win the point, but Leo Leon now gonna be very chunky. It's gonna be a little bit of a hard goal here. No, just wins strike force straight up. Well played from Leo Lee.
Nice. Okay, at least the lag did not cause the end of that point from Mop and Koei. They do end up cleaning that one up there with a nice strike roar. They're going to start on to this next point. 1-1 in sets here on the Atlas variant. It's going to make these side lanes really difficult to clear past. The Big Finish sending the ball red basically regardless of your strength. It's going to be enough to grab at least that first barrier. A nice strike up through Leo Leon, which is a little bit scary, is going to work out for them. Templeman getting a little bit more energy here. In fact, you can actually farm energy by smashing yourself into the Atlas Orb, but a win with an X Maximus, the Strike War, is going to be good, as Maloom's going to go in to try to help with this. It's like 1-2 punch now. It's actually just still the Super Surge and the Prize Fighter is making that one red there as Muffin Cooey's going to try to defend this big open goal. Maloon going to try to get it past Carmine with this side lane. It's going to be quite difficult. Going to have the ball bouncing vertically there because that is just kind of how the orb sends it, as they're going to just work on getting this final barrier.
Yeah, both midfielders playing around at the Atlas orb very well. Just basically the ball being held in place. It felt like a battle of equal wills right there, which meant that when this, it makes me think that when this Atlas expanses up, it's actually going to be very hard for either team to find ground. So we'll see who carries that advantage. As right now, we have an open net for both teams.
Yeah, I would imagine that Estelle would have a little bit easier time there, though. But Maloon's got some really great positioning there and making sure that even with little Luna, with a lot of committal moves there, is still holding the line without having to use that boost. Almost gets a kill onto Leo Leon, really close, but the assistance of that Deadeye is still not going to be enough. Now, once again, trying to get it past these side lanes here, though. Had some cooldown to get it on through, but Muffin Cooey's going to send it right down to Leo Leon. No big cooldowns left. Temple Melon finds the kill onto Maloon, and now the 2v3 is going to ensue here, though we might see a flip from Muffin to at least waste some time. This is going to be a conscious decision to see if they want to spend the time. A flip there from Temple Melon on in, and best case scenario again for the Rats, spends the flip from Muffin, who might have said maybe my win rate is too low in this exact spot. Could have held the flip, but they're going to take it there. Rats 1 point away from match point here. Or I guess we're in match point.
Well, yeah, then that's going to be a very hard position to come back from, especially now that your goalie has no evade to their name. Powerhouse Pauldrons is denying a little bit of that damage, but it's obviously not going to be enough against, I think, the Estelle X. Really, a little bit of a blunder. I think kind of the culmination of all the pressure that Temple Melon has been putting on Muffin Cooey basically all game. So really big payout there, I think, on the mental stack. It's going to be up to Maloom and Leo Leon, though, to equalize things before the barriers finally break.
Yep, one barrier there. Carmine completely shattered. Again, Temple Melon was putting a lot of pressure there onto Muffin, who is now fully healed up, though, so no harm done just yet, as Carmine's going to get blasted almost into orbit, but still hanging out in our current atmosphere. Completely shattered, though. Temple Melon now taking a little bit of damage, too. Maloom gets the Maelstrom Orb, has a little bit of flip here, might make something happen. Leo Leon finds the combo. Actually enough to grab a kill onto Carmine, and Temple Melon look sniffing out one of their own, but Leo Leon wise to the situation. Overtime flip, still not enough to get past Muffin Cooey right now, though. X Maximus to just win a strike war, but still now into possession of RTF. Big finish comes in, gonna send the ball on up, gives Maloom a minor advantage, is enough to get the barrier, shoots it on in right as the gates are opening, and RTF is gonna try to keep this game alive. Still match point for the Rats, though.
Yeah. Very hard position to be in, I think, for Fresh. They, both Carmine and Fresh, I think, made very small blunders in their positioning, which meant they were just out of strike range to catch those cores. The one for the top goalie barrier and another one for the actual goal itself. So really small mistakes immediately being capitalized onto RTF. They're still looking to take this, and, well, hey, points reset after the set. So right now, I think RTF only need to look forward ahead 1 point and see what they could do.
Muffin doing a great job of holding these barriers with so much pressure Temple Melon and Carmine are putting on. Even Leo Leon's going to have to back up a little bit to help keep these barriers alive. Bouncy House takes no prisoners. You will lose one barrier, you'll lose two in just about a second. Temple Melon, a lot of advantage here, though, but Muffin Cooey and Leo Leon are going to hold the line. Oh my god, crazy Rose Warp from Carmine is actually going to end the game, winning Rats, the first one in this series. Damn, that was a good Rose Warp.
Yeah, RTF looking so fantastic. I think this team is incredibly hungry for that first seed spot coming out against some of the dynasties here in the league. And speaking of, they pull out this game number 1 against the veterans on RTF and do so in a very, very convincing fashion. 3-0 on the sets. Obviously, 4 goals from Leo Leon means that 2 of those sets went 3-2, but at the end of the day, it is a very clear statement game, I think, especially from Tempo Melon. So much pressure on the Muffin Cooey, so much just damage overall, and Bloom felt like in a lot of those situations couldn't participate as much as a midfielder would want to, simply because the X was just pressuring the entire time, either with damage or taking space or forcing those rotations to help against the 1v1 defenses that Muffin Cooey was against. So really, really strong play coming up from Temple Melon, looking real damn good going into game number 2.
Yeah, I agree with everything that you're saying here. Even just having Templemelon standing on top of Loom, I feel like one of Luna's best aspects is the fact that she can kind of help the goalie a little bit and then boom, boost right into the face of the opposing goalie. And then you're at your midfield, you got your double forward situation. Luna can kind of do both in like a really short time span. But if Templemelon, the big giant X, is standing on top of Luna, she really can't boost around. So it kind of leaves Leon in a single 2v1 situation since Carmine, playing Ariel's Estelle has a lot more mobility over the board, and it's going to just help Trifly Fresh out so much more. It's such a funny thing to see, like the brawler, hey, 115 redirects, not that much, but a lot of damage and a lot of kills, doing exactly what they're supposed to do, especially winning the first set, getting the first awakening there, really just lets X go kind of crazy, and that's the worst case scenario if you're the opposing team, letting X scale a little bit too fast. But we shall see as we're going to move on to this next game, which is going to be played on the map Brickback.
It's going to be playing what map?
There it is. I'm seeing the map in my eyes.
Oh,
it's Gates.
It's Gates. Okay. Oh, actually, I'm pretty sure. I've been talking to Fresh about this. Right now, Rats are incredibly confident on Gates of Obscura. It's kind of if they feel like they could take on a lot of other teams playing this map, and they have really good compositions and strategies for this. So they're gonna, after a pretty good game one, I think they're gonna confidently go into game number 2 here, and we'll see what they could do with it. Because I believe, this is Rat's pick, and this is the thing that they want to opt into whenever given the opportunity. So I think that this is going to be a very strong showing from the Rat Pack, but obviously RTF going to be a group of veterans, have obviously played this map a ton as well, and Leon Magic is never off the table. So each of these players are super mechanically strong, and I think that's something that's rewarded very heavily in Gates of Obscures with the portal plays and those very claustrophobic scenarios in the corner. So I still think there are opportunities here for RTF to shine.
Yeah, totally agree with that. I feel like both of these goalies also specifically do very well in those kind of claustrophobic situations. So very aware at like when the last literal millisecond is when to strikes. Love to see that from these really active and reactive players here, though. Going into Gates is going to be interesting situation. We always have the mix up there. We want to cover all the portals, which leaves, of course, the middle completely open. So it's kind of in the hands of the goalie to make that conscious decision. Am I going to make the line with my team right through the center, or are we going to try to get the ball on in to the portal, which, of course, is usually when you hit the ball right into the portal, it's not always on the best side. So it's like making the line on the non-portal side is usually quite good, and we'll see how effective they can do these things. We might see some other characters in this game like Asher. Asher is a pretty cool pick for Gates of Obscura. Yeah. Finny probably going to be showing up again as well. So I'd like to, if you're saying that if Rat Pack is going to be nice on this map, RTF is going to have a good time here, maybe.
Yeah, and I want to draw attention to that Finny pick. Obviously, I think it had pretty good showing. Fresh is one of the Finny goalies, has really, really pushed the pick, even when she wasn't considered super duper strong, which that feels like ages ago. But with this Timeless Creator start, obviously that is one of Finny goalie's best awakenings. Even though you might be giving up the team player as goalie, I think that is well worth the trade, and that's going to be incredibly hard in all of these corner scenarios, right? But on the flip side, that X had a really good showing from Templemelon. Templemelon, it really felt like RTF were really struggling to find any sort of answers to this X. And maybe they might have a different team composition going into this with a different game plan. But I think that's also a pick that they have to respect. So I think this is going to be a really important ban. But I say that, but it's actually just immediately going to be Dubu picked away from them, which I think leaves RTS with their first pick. And I'm very curious to see what that is.
Yeah, I like you're saying. It is definitely an interesting choice if you're playing Finny here as the goalie, which of these to take. Like you're saying, Timeless so good when placing that big finish on those barriers, and it's like kind of feels like an impossible scenario to get out. But you do, give up that team player. It's tough. Also, if there is just a lot of pressure from the opposing team, Vinny doesn't really get to move up as often as they might want to. All that pressure might just make it so you have to kind of sit in your goal, and the big finish is used defensively and kind of awkwardly sometimes. But if you use something like maybe boots, maybe some momentum boots will help you get across the midfield there. Some of the picks are coming in there. RTF starting off with Big Kai, such a good pick these days. Kai, never bad, covering that midfield, really good at getting in those portals and has some good range. So I love Kai on my team, and there you go. Finny picked already, and Estelle. Love those two. Everything's good right now. I got no questions.
Yeah, it makes sense. Just continuing forward, that game plan from game number 1, which worked oh so well. No aerial start, notably for Carmine this time, which is going to limit that mobility option a little bit. But I don't think it was the aerials that was like the difference between win and loss from last game. So I absolutely understand why this pick makes sense. Again, Finny, super duper strong, timeless creator start for this goalie pick means that all of these claustrophobic options are just amplified just to the moon and back. So we'll see. On the flip side, though, leaning into the timeless creator picks here, I think the Imi and the Asher are going to be incredibly interesting. I believe this is going to be. Ooh, I actually don't know. This could be an Imi goalie or an Asher goalie, but I'm very curious to see what is actually picked here from RTF. On the flip side, it looks like Temple Melon is going to be picking that Rasmus. Nothing particularly strong about the start for him, just something that I think Tempo feels incredibly comfortable on. So just selecting that when the other options aren't looking super great.
Yep, Asher, definitely an interesting pick here, though. Really good at squishing the ball into those claustrophobic spaces and just kind of, oh man, Path Splitter is this magical force of nature, which says no one can have any agency over the ball except for whatever direction you send it out. So really good at stealing some of those barriers and possibly double barrying there. Amy, another great mobility pick, lots of range across the map, and also quite good damage, kind of having the dash punch for Amy's version, but it's still quite good, especially if you're picking up things like heavy impact, and even missile prop helps it out a lot. Super surge, she loves those dash perks, so none to start out with. Like you said, no aerials for either of them right now, but we will be seeing some scaling a bit later. And I mean, I kind of like both of these picks here, though. This Asher Amy Kai looking like such a strong team, but it's kind of, I don't know, man. It's against Finny, Estelle, Rasmus. What do you think?
Yeah. There's just so much. Obviously, just like there's a lot going on, right? Finny with Timeless. You've got the Rasmus Estelle hit stun iconic duo. Obviously, it's not like a start that amplifies that by any means. I think both of these are going to go. Both of these players are going to go T players, Temple Melon and Carmine. And it's not like they're going to be enabled from set 1 to just blow up people, unless that there's some mispositioning coming out from RTF. But on the flip side, I think RTF playing into the Awakenings a little more. But I'm super curious to see where all of these characters go, because all of these characters can go into any position that RTF wants. So I'm a little curious, because it is a little off character from them, these picks, but outside the IME, but we'll see what they do.
We'll definitely be seeing what they will do. I mean, I love we just have like really good picks here, though. If I could talk about like the top tier midfielders, though, like obviously Estelle, like obviously Kai, like these are the two champions right now, in my opinion. And Rasmus, of course, synergizing with Estelle so well, like forcing the goalie to evade at basically every single situation that they have advantage. So I feel like this team here for Rat Pack is really good at kind of like checkmating the goalie in like a have to evade, spend your energy situation, and RTF is so good at using this claustrophobic space, having like Asher and having the timeless Amy right there. So they're going to do probably a slightly better job with the core control, but we shall see. I mean, man, Rasmus Estelle is the dream team, has been the dream team, I feel like.
Yeah, though not a very great start right now. Bloom and Leo Leon, very good pressure already. This is before IME gets the level 2 special. Of course, did not actually opt into Timeless Creator. The only person to do that being Leo Leon, as he is expecting to not find too much use out of the team player. It doesn't backpass. Doesn't feel like the need to backpass is going to be there all too much, and just looking to stomp some toes here in the enemy's goalie's box.
Yep, spending a little bit of resources there. Going to get a kill here. RTF with the first power play of the board. Malum a little low, but really not many resources there to get a kill. Trying to knock Temple Melon out of the way. Doing some solid damage, though. Stand too close to the edge. Oh, Frightfully Fresh does not find a strike on that ball. Mafinkui is going to get credit for that point there, though. Sending the first point on over here to RTF.
Yeah, that was a really good eject from Moffin Koi, actually. Or sorry, really good. I'm forgetting the IME name, secondary, but yeah, Cyber Swipe. Thank you, from the IME going forward, because that actually called out Frightfully Fresh's strike shot, which was proactive in that scenario. So that was really good, because Frightfully Fresh, even though he was able to react to it, literally did not have to strike cooldown, and that's why we saw that low slow roller goal coming through. So really, really great prediction from Moff and Koi, and that's going to be a cheeky first point for RTF.
Nice stacking those strikes there perfectly to get the ball out against Temple Melon. Tough spot, but they find it either way. The determination of this Estelle and Frightfully Fresh giving the ball on over there. Has a flip, got this big finish going out. Maloom prepares for it quite well. Muffin Koi definitely going to give that ball right over to Maloom. Going to spend that flip, try to squish it into the corner there though. Counter a flip from Frightfully Fresh is going to at least get it out for that moment. Now Strike Primary also is going to get it out. Temple Melon has his flip, decides not to spend it there. Thought they might have had the goal with holding that resource. It's not going to work out just yet as they have to fight for it one more time. A flip, really quick one from Temple Melon is going to sink that one against Moffin Koi. 1-1 right now. I do like what we're seeing here, though. It feels a little bit more balanced than last time with these team player starts.
Yeah, I can absolutely agree with that. I think good heads up from Temple Melon to recognize that she has the force 50-50 when she gets that flip off. But wow, yeah, as I'm talking here, Frightfully Fresh going to be knocked off the stage immediately by Leon and Bloom. And very scary situation, but really great defensive flip and defensive play from Carmine.
Yeah, I feel like Asher in general isn't super known for like, yo, I'm one-shotting the opponent, but sometimes you like walk into the path splitter and that thing will solo your entire family. So sometimes you gotta watch out for the path splitter. Things get a little bit rough, but regardless, 2 barriers down there for the side of Rats and still holding here for RTF. Maloom goes for a nice interception there. Again, the glitch pop is gonna intercept another pass. Temple Melon can't seem to get their hands on the ball in a spot that'll actually sink them this goal. Moffin has flipped, but we might see another wild eject there. Here comes the Timeless Creator. Wow. They actually do end up getting the ball out, but a nice self-pass there is going to be great for the side of RTF. A flip from Liliana combo with the Giga. Oh my god, that is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, really, really good play from Loom. Both Frightfully Fresh and Carmine walking towards the goalie line to kind of give them as much time as possible to react to the flip. And Loom just going, I think I'll take that, and just sending out that Giga, sends it right into Frightfully Fresh. Leon immediately able to recognize the change in situation and just capitalize off of that. So RTF coming in strong. This is the first time they're going to have a lead so far this series, and we'll see if they're going to be able to take that into a set win.
Yeah, man, that play was so freaking awesome. It's like, obviously when someone flips near the goal, your first reaction is to back up as far as you can kind of situation, but Illumina did exactly perfectly. Both of these barriers are now down. Big Finish comes in, gives the ball back to Fresh. Nothing too bad there happening with that Big Finish. Temple Melon a little bit low, trying to get really involved to help this ball on out of there. It does end up working out, steals it away, but Glitch Pop is going to give advantage here to RTF. The possession is endless until Carmine gets a flip there. The Temple Melon almost wins it out, but just too many strikes for RTF. Now goes in there with another Whiplash, but doesn't find it again. Tough spot there as we're going to triple take. Boom, the heck out of there. Wow, instantly gets a kill, but now we're at overtime team player and things are going to get red.
Yeah, it's going to be very scary with these team player procs. Really good offensive play coming out from the Rat Pack, but they're not able to find too much value off of it. The defensive flip going to be used by Moth and Koi, but that's just not enough for the Rat Pack finally able to get the goalie barrier.
Yeah, Temple Melon stays in a dangerous situation. Okay, the ball is just like, actually, I'm out of here. Goes right on through both of these players. And it's going to be a point there for the Rats. It could still be International Rattington Day. We're at 2-2 right now. If they win the set, it really is Rat Day. If not, well, it's not.
We'll see in just a few moments. Both goalie barriers, though, immediately going to go down to RTF. This is looking really good right now for Rat Pack.
Yep, Frightfully Fresh got this flip to move forward. Gonna probably make it happen. Has strike shot, though, so not a lot of mobility for at least running around just yet. Love these passes right here, building up a lot of energy. So much energy that they're actually just solo doloing this one to try to get some energy, get some experience, try to mix up RTF as much as they can. And my gosh, they get on the front there. Carmine sinks it. Another Rose Warpington is going to steal Rats the first set.
Yeah, and both Carmine and Temple Melon, both very humorous individuals. They do like to go for plays like that. And I think that actually worked out really well there, just kind of building up the will they, won't they pressure and allowing Moff and Koi and Loom to kind of stack up their own mental right there and eventually just allowing Carmine to win the strike war and send it in. So really, really funny play coming out from the Rat Pack, but it's almost in character. Looking at the draft itself, though, the Monumentalist Deny from the Kai, I think speaks to the power that Finny has on this map, even without the Timeless Creator. We're passing up things. I missed it, but we're passing up on basically every other awakening that does something for you for that Monumentalist deny. So very good play, or very sacrificial play from Bloom, but caused because this Finny pick is incredibly strong on this map.
It's true. Almost gets it in there, though, but the strike's not going to keep that one up. Templemon intercepting Maloom a little bit there. Going right through the portal. Not much to do other than wait. A great wait there from Moffin is going to at least avoid the Death's Touch. Triple take to keep possession of the red team here. On up to Carmine. Squishes it right on through into the hands of Templemon, but can't do too much yet. Without this Whiplash, not a lot going to happen there. Carmine actually mixes up, doesn't go into the portal. Hands the ball over to Frightfully Fresh. Once again, it does have the team player going on, so get that extra 12% speed as well. Almost okay. Frightfully Fresh almost kind of throwing question mark, but gonna keep it up here though. It's still 2 barriers on the side of RTF. Not too much pressure being exchanged except for onto Fresh.
Yeah, and look how annoying Fresh is able to be as well on the defense. Able to use Finny's abilities just to deny space and scoring opportunities that otherwise would look really easy. Now we are going to be in overtime. This is where Finny can sometimes suffer because she just simply won't have the time to use those delayed abilities. But we'll see is what was that? Where did that come from? All of a sudden, the redirect in the portal catches everyone off guard.
Yeah, you know what's funny? There are some situations where you can actually affect the ball like right as it's teleporting. You only have like a half amount of time to do it though from like the actual animation, and Maloom actually gets exactly that. Great redirect. Is going to mix up basically everyone there and get that nicely point done. Both barriers up here for at this point into the portal. A kill from Templemelon.
Wow.
Spends that resource flip to get that power play. Another flip here from Carmine to get the final barrier. They just want this point really badly. They have a power play, but spending a lot of resources to finish it up, and it would be a shame if they didn't get it, and at least there you go. But 2 flips indeed down. Fresh is building up 1. Maloom has one of their own, and so does Moffin. So we'll see if the energy difference here is actually the big play.
Yeah, good discipline from Moffin, recognizing, all right, this point's cooked, but we're still going to be tied up, and we're going to have the resource advantage, so we should be able to score the next point or 2 to close out the set. So really good decision. Unfortunately, with that KO, that advantage has just evaporated a little bit, and yeah, now going to be an open net for the side of RTF, not where you want to be.
And Amy is it feels very polarizing as a goalie a lot of the time. Like, she is so very good at dealing a lot of offensive pressure here, as you can see with this Firewall Sentry helping just do 20 strikes without having to do much. But she doesn't really have much beyond that after she ejects. And there, I mean, you see it right there. Moffin could be got a little stunned by the Dead's Touch too. Not to be able to flip that one out of there. Rats taking advantage of how small and sad this Amy is until this flip comes into play.
Yeah, really awesome from Templemon to recognize that she has the perfect amount of hit stun to make sure that Moffin doesn't get the flip flare and just score the goal off of that. That was, I think, just showing a little bit of mastery on the Rasmussen, showing why this is one of her favorite picks. So that's going to be 2 sneaky goals, and even though a little bit of a blunder from Fresh here might be a bad situation, Rats is still looking pretty damn good.
Are still looking pretty good. 2 barriers up here from RTF. Templemon's gonna have to make a play here. Decides to go for the action. Go for the orb, backs up and baits it out. Maloom, definitely a fish on the line right there. Blasted off the board. Now we have a nice power play here, though. Oh man, this Leo Leon is holding the line here. Moff and Kui helping get it out as well, and they still hold both of those barriers in that power play. Leo has a flip of their own. Might be able to make it happen here, though. Absolutely really close, though, with that strike shot, but that is 1,000,000% non-reactable. You just are going to send it out, and it was close. But another point there. 2-2 in this set. Rats could be taking a big advantage right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a very important point for this game, depending on if you are Rats or RTF. RTF obviously looking to take that, or looking to even it up and give themselves a little bit more time to scale, but Rats now just looking to end the entire series. If they get this, it's going to be a very good position for them, because I think every character here can scale. So if you are RTF, you are looking to buy as many Awakening drafts as possible for yourself.
Yep, Rat's looking so good right now. So much advantage, not too much energy to mention here just yet, but a lot of great mobility is giving them so much possession. Temple Melon using the portal to escape. Nice evade there from Moffin. It's the only thing that's going to get the ball on out of there and save the point. Nothing left, though, and there you go. A nice strike there from Carmine, possibly assisted on the 12% speed of that team player is going to be too much for Moffin Curry to handle. Now the Rats, so good right now, such advantage. Temple Melon first pick.
Yeah. There's a lot here. The extra special, obviously, so many shenanigans, but can go the explosive entrance for the mobility as well as denying Imi. I think that was the correct play to do. Just the highest value pick that both does something good for the Rasmus, but also denies the Imi. And even though this extra special is picked up by Moff and Koei, without that timeless that was a starter awakening and not in the draft, this can only go so far as a build. So it does feel like RTF is grasping for straws a little bit. With this primetime heavy impact as well, picked up by the side of RTF, I feel like I can handily say they came out advantage on this draft. Everyone got something that they wanted, whereas RTF, unfortunately, only picking up the pieces. I think the only real winner of that draft on the side of RTF being Leo Leon there. The size, I think, going to be pretty significant here against the Fang.
Definitely a lot of useful awakenings there as well. I want everyone to keep their eyes on Malum. There's one thing I'm noticing every time I see Kai, it's the Giga Blast kills off the side. Non-stop am I seeing this happen. And I feel like, well, Kai's usually controlling the midfield and getting the ball through, but man, the Giga Blast kills just from nothing. Find a big Lice, winning the strike where they're with an evade. Temple Melon makes it happen. Moffin had, just a moment to react there with that eject, but can't get in time. Temple Melon on the move right now, on the move with that explosive entrance and making it happen. And this could be the end of this series if this keeps up, bro.
Yeah, Temple Melon is looking so good right now. Had a proactive evade to deny Moffin Koei the easy clear and immediately scored from it. So even though Rats, unfortunately, is going to be clobbered a little bit here on the defense, they are looking phenomenal. They have been all series, but I need to stop talking about Rats. RTF just scored a goal.
Yeah, runs right into them with that breakthrough, certainly breaking through the goalie and getting the point. I'm sure Asher says that when she scores the point anyway, so regardless, gonna get that next point and even this one up as a blast there from Carmine. Piercing shot executes immediately. Rats taking advantage here with this power play. So much hit stun with the Death's Touch. Having a specialized training is going to get Moffin Koei the heck out of there. Finally, Malum returning to the top here. Rightfully Fresh keeping possession for their team, keeping the ball on the side of RTF. Controlling the portal, Carmine is. The ball is going to be just kind of squished on in there. Rightfully Fresh getting the strike shot on up to Carmine. Malum intercepting just a little bit there. Leo Leon helping the defense a little bit, though, but they managed to get the barrier strike on down, and Moffin is out. No one to defend the goal on the bottom side. And now it's true. It's series point here for Rats.
That point just looked unplayable for Moffin. That just looked disgusting. We saw, like, it's bad when the Finny is using her creation to damage you. Right? She's using the great finale to just get damage onto you to force your evade so that the other members can just sweep up. And on top of that, their offense is still going. So all of this offensive play coming out from Fresh is just there to shut down Moffin, and it worked really well. This double berry from Tempo Melon, now potentially the death bell for RTF.
Rare double barrier onto Gates requires perfect precision usually to get at least the double nose there, though. Temple Melon not getting too involved there with that flip. Ball's going to roll on over to Frightfully Fresh, who is going to save that barrier with one of their own. They're going to have to get it out through Leo Leon. Got the whiplash up. Bloom taking a whole lot of extra damage there, trying to intercept this ball, maybe deal damage to the opposing side. Frightfully Fresh easily defends it out, almost gets the ball on over to Temple Melon, who's looking at the final point here. Executes Leo Leon with just a pendulum swing. Malum has no health to work with, knocked out of the way, but a great glitch pop is going to intercept the pass completely. They can't get it to Temple Melon just yet, but the team player overtime is most likely going to make it happen.
Yeah, this is such a scary situation to be in. Temple Melon not going to be KO'd there, and that's big. Still, this flip is going to be so scary to deal with. The pull is there as well. Tempo Melon adding insult to injury for that one. It's International Rat Day, and the Rat Pack have once again claimed victory here on the court. It's going to be sitting very pretty 5-1 going into the later half of this season.
Actually, incredible gameplay there. The Rats really stepping up here, taking out a really good team here. RTF, and moving up to 5-1, like you said, is so good. Is so very good to now be ahead in this current week. You know that they're just they're just ecstatic on what is going on right now. You can see some of these numbers here, though. Frightfully Fresh hitting the ball more than anyone could ever hit the ball at 183 in that game. 5 kills there from Templemelon. Man, Templemelon so in there. It's like when Templemelon was in there, the point ended, and Carmine did such a good job of just giving the ball to that force of nature, and it was just Fresh holding it down as well. I mean, both of these teams did actually an incredible job with like intercepting what they needed to, but man, a team player overtime made things just so crazy. And it's like whoever just wasted resources a little earlier than they needed to, it folded instantly. Maybe so many points where Moffin just did not have anything to stop that slow roll ball right on in there, and that was it. That was curtains. Rats, actually godlike performance and made it happen. Congratulations to the Rats. We will be moving on to our next game, though. If we come back in just a few seconds here, though, a few minutes actually, it's going to be EKC versus the Bozo Bunch. Don't go anywhere, everyone. We'll continue this in a few minutes.
Point of grand finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass is wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
Hi, everyone. We are back with another series here in the North American Strikers League. EKC is going to be taking on the Bozo Bunch. And even though we just finished International Rat Day, we still got the Fight of Animals coming into series number 2. So we're going to be looking to see if Bozo Bunch, with their substitute, is going to be able to take on... with their substitute? Yeah, with Obscure Breads coming in from Merchant is going to be taking on, because as of right now, Obscure Breads, I think, is fitting right back in with his former team, being that now NASA call-up in the North American Strikers League.
Yeah, I think we'll definitely be able to make it work here, though. They are against veteran team EKC playing Omega High Primo Supreme. I don't even know what else word. Like, these are the characters that you would say, yeah, just go ahead and pick the highest damage comp. I'll close my eyes, bro. And it's like, maybe it's missing damage, but like, insane damage comp here for EKC. They're actually just trying not to play any ball. They're just trying to get the kills, and you can already see, boom, and no shot left there. EKC finding their first power play there. Soren getting super involved here with that big finish to make it nearly impossible to save that barrier down over to NXDD. Flowers loading up the self-barrier kill, but honestly, that's not going to matter. The first barrier is always cosmetic regardless. Black Hole is going to get involved. So involved that they're actually going to find 2 more kills. EKC, Obscure Bread saying, yo, I got to get in there. I got to get in there. Stop them from winning the ball, dude. I got to get in there. And now we're probably out of cooldowns, although this 2v3 is going so badly that Obscure Breads is actually just a goat.
Yeah, Obscure Breads, absolute clutch factor. We'll see, though, if the forward duo from the Bozo Bunch is able to lock this one out. Again, another win for Obscure Breads against NX, but it's going to be a little hard now. Very few cooldowns for the side of Bozo Bunch.
Ooh, open that one up there. Obscure Breads not losing control, though, but getting really distracted from NXDD. Can't get the Bewitching Beam in time. And through all of that, through the true jungle of nuttiness, EKC does end up taking the first point, having like 4 kills already.
Yeah, I think, funny fact, this is the composition that EKC can win with. Obviously, Katsuna not in on the Luna, but with Flowers on the Vice, it might as well just be, right? This is EKC, prime EKC, where they just look to kill you and not really play it too hard around to those goals and passing and all that complicated Omega Striker stuff. Soren's going to look to dunk on the Bozo Bunch right now, and so far it's working with the assistance of his forwards.
Yes, sir. Keeping a barrier up as well, trying to hold the line with that red ball. Flowers trying to deal some extra damage, and Evade comes out there from Breads, who really doesn't have anything left, so if any pressure builds up on this era, it's going to be quite rough. Dropletto cannot find the X Maximus Strike Floor to get that barrier. Flowers down to nothing, but no X pressure to be able to get that kill just yet. Coming out here with that Firewall Sentry is not going to win out just yet either. Dropletto ends up healing up a bunch, having Vicious Vambrace, which I now see definitely a good awakening to have if you're against Team Omega kill you in the face. Flowers waiting as long as not that long as Obscure Breads ends up winning out here as well. Gramella gonna have to use his flip or lose it in there. Okay, he ends up spending it for the heck of nothing, but finds a kill regardless, and EKC is now at the mercy of Bozo Bunch until
Yeah, NXDD gonna secure the kill on the no evade Aimi, but Dropletto, good strike and a good heads up bull rush. He's gonna take a lot of damage for this, but he does prevent the core from going in. It actually just finds the goal from midfield, slow roller in overtime. All right, sure, Dropletto, go off.
Dropletto, 35 head play there with the run into the explosion into actually just going to strike it in there. Knowing Soren had no cooldowns left and was definitely looking at a calculator. Okay, gets a kill there. EKC once again with another big power play. Grabs the first barrier with the big finish. Soren has a flip here. Could move up. Might not even need it. NXDD going to get a stun with a rush and get it in there quite easily. And I'd say no harm done except to direct with a Bozo Bunch.
Specifically to Gramella as well. Feels like he's been spending more time off the field and than on it here against EKC. So Dropletto is picking up a little bit of that slack, right? It means that when your midfielder's KO'd and all those cooldowns are being used, you do have a little bit of time of free reign before that 2v3 really kicks in. But right now, EKC is still able to capitalize off of these. Flowers actually taking a lot of damage, but it's going to be Dropletto the one to fall off the map.
Yeah, Vaporizing X as we know it. Gramella has a chance here with some possession to at least hold the line, get some extra energy and experience too. Now Dropletto is going to return to the board. Flowers, nice back pass here to Soren, get it down to NXDD. Pretty classic triangulation play there in the name of Strikers. Gets the flip, finds the barrier. Obscure Breads can't get it in time. Soren also kind of whiffs there in time, but only using one barrier on the board. Losing the second one finally here. Dropletto staying in. Flowers looking quite low. NXDD is going to hold on to that orb. Finally trying to get this Flowers off the board with the X Maximus. NXDD had all the control there, even with the rush probably scores, but not going to hold that flip for any reason. Executes and executes. Executes kills and then executes a play. Double execute ×2.
Yeah, and speaking of executions here, I'm looking at Stinger on the Centauro Super Surge as well. There is so much damage on the board for the side of EKC should they choose to opt into it. Yeah, Centauro going to opt into the Super Surge. Which means that even though Era picks up this peak performance, I'm very expecting the Stinger to go the way of whoever picks it. Actually, doesn't get picked up by Soren, which I'm a little bit surprised at. I'm wondering what the Finny wants to choose. Could end up opting in a quick strikes as a deny from the X, but that doesn't really feel like a deny because he's just going to be able to pick up the Rampage anyways. I think there are some drafting forces at play from EKC that I don't understand, but it does feel like that was a little bit of a draft blunder from my perspective.
Unknown, but it's a we'll see situation as the kills are already being exchanged. Grimella just about at nothing. Might be the next power play on the board. That stack strikes are going to succeed, keeping that barrier against Dropletto, who's going to try to go for a combo bull rush, but stunned right out of the way with the misdirection, but nothing left to hold the line. Both barriers are going to go down. Dropletto's going to look quite low here, though, especially with this siphoning wand, not letting you regenerate an extra 2.5 seconds. Flower going in here with the supernova, gonna make things a little awkward. Everyone's kind of scrunching up and getting away from it, though. They do end up holding the barrier. Soren gonna give it right back to NXDD. Flowers gonna try to go in here with this power cord, but Dropletto does get in the way, something X is really quite good at, but health is going to be very valuable. A flip here from Soren is going to be enough to hold it, at least getting the resource out of the way. Not even NXDD can hold the line, and man, EKC is really holding it here.
Yeah, good defense coming through, but it's only a matter of time, it feels like, before Bozo Bunch find their in. And yeah, there it is. Unfortunately, no pressure being mounted by EKC to actually find benefit from a good defense. So all you have is a wall. Eventually, a nasl team will be able to find the crack and go through. So that's exactly what happened. Bozo Bunch now going to be up a point here in the second set. And it's not a situation you want to be against the heavy scaler that is X.
Yeah, but NXDD's entire health bar was yellow there. That was a rough spot, but nice X Maximus to clean up the final barrier and clean up the kill there. Dropletto looking like the MVP, at least for this point, as the pressure builds up here for Soren. They do lose control for a moment. Flowers gets a self-pass there with a Thunder Strike, which is quite nice to at least grab the pull in the power play. Actually solos the second barrier, blows himself into orbit, but still at least holding on here with the collection of two of those barriers. Grimella going in as hard as possible here to clean up at the point. Flowers still hanging on. Soren gets it. Oh my god, closest bell ringer of all time, but not enough. Has the strike shot as well to keep it alive. And this point is really quite close here, though. We might be able to find a kill onto NXDD, who's completely shattered immediately. What? But actually, it's Bozo Bunch that gets it.
Yeah, I think that was the bounce. Yeah, bounce off the Atlab that ended up taking it of all things. And, I mean, you mentioned it earlier, right? It's a super, super scary start, a super, super scary composition from both teams as well, and you have to be able to respect that. You can't afford to just exclusively look at the core because these are both compositions that could blow you up in a matter of milliseconds. So I think it makes sense. Sometimes we'll see some points like that with all the shenanigans going on. It's going to be up to players to really just find solace in the damage wasteland.
Yeah, it is like kind of nasty. Nice strike war stack there with Dropletto. Is going to grab the final barrier. I feel like normally when you have kill comps and such, you don't super need someone like even Finny as your like as another damage goalie. Like two players, two good damage characters usually can clean up the board. And that's kind of what we're seeing from Bozo Bunch, right? Like Amy, oh yeah, big finish. This is going to be a big disaster. Soren not making it work here. Somehow finds a 3-0 in this set through whatever I was watching. 3-0 for Bozo Bunch. Nice work. Yeah, I was just going to say that the side of Bozo Bunch kind of feels like they have, like, Amy's great at dealing damage, and so is X, and then Ira not so much unless she lands the Maelstrom on people, but they can still find kills with two good kill characters.
Yeah, not to mention something that we forget about the Beam, but the Beam grants power, right, which she can give to either of her teammates. So this is going to be actually kind of important. I think this heavy impacts pickup is actually really, really significant, right? It denies the Zentaro, it denies the Vice, but it also means that those shrinks and those buffs are going to be on a much lower cooldown, and I think that will make some difference here in the damage matchup. But looking at some other power picks as well. Monumentalist on the Finny, I think, is going to be the other one to look at. Both teams, I think, just getting some pretty good pickups overall, though. I think the forward duo of EKC, the one to be kind of making their best with the scraps, but that don't look like it because they just scored an 8-second point.
Oh man, yeah. There's nothing I hate more than playing goalie and having Vice, just the opposing Vice, just charge up the stupid supernova. And even if she doesn't blow my head off, it's like you can't. What am I gonna do? What's the right play? Die instantly or lose instantly? You know, it's crazy sometimes, but. That's kind of the distraction that you could expect here from the Supernova, especially having Castellas too, which is an interesting one. Well, right off the board, NXZD, no health pool here for this Centauro, only a lot more damage. Wow, crazy win from Soren. The Maelstrom ends up timing out. Big finish, Monumentalist. It's not going to work out too well. Holds the ball for just a moment. But yeah, Castellas with Vice, quite nice. It'll probably end up true comboing some of these Supernovas as well with the Thunder Strike. Camilla trying to grab an orb here, though, dealing some extra damage to Flowers, which is quite nice, but returns it just about instantly. In fact, turns it so hard that Grimella is vaporized on the spot.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate position. Again, Grimella getting a little bit of the taste that we saw earlier in the game. Now going to be up to Dropletto and Brez to defend. Wow, what a great beam from the era to preserve that, and Dropletto is going to find purchase as well. NXCD going to be very low. Has to blow this flip defensively. But now this is a very defenseless Centauro looking to maybe be sent off the map by Dropletto and crew. Does buy enough time, though, for Flower to come back up and potentially mount the defense.
Well, an entertaining game as a caster for sure, watching everyone just beat the hell out of each other, trying their best to survive. Big finish goes off, not going to work out, goes right around the black hole, using it to get the ball right over to Grimella, but another Supernova is going to instantly destroy Dropletto. Not much more left there with these Rampage stacks. Only one stack of Prize Fighter as well. Even Flowers kind of dying a little bit. Not even stacking this Orb Dancer either. So, I mean, as you can see, everyone is kind of dying, as which is expected from this group. But the Centauro passive is going to be so good to get it through. Now it's against Flowers with this flip. Huge strike is going to get it through. You know, you can't really blame Bozo Bunch for losing that one there. You know, you get the flip really close to the goal, and there you go. So, well played there from Flowers getting on in there.
Yeah, very strong performance from EKC. It's a team that has been struggling so far in the midseason and absolutely going to be happy to turn that around given the opportunity. It looks like they are firing all cylinders on this damage composition. This is exactly the playstyle that they have thrived in for so long. Now Dropletto, even though he's looking really good, has the Vambrace, has a lot of things stacking for him, that could all disappear in an instant against EKC. So the brawler from Bozo Bunch is playing on an absolute razor's edge, and his teammates, I think, have been performing as well as they can. This is just an incredibly hard game to deal with.
Yeah, no doubt there. NXCD completely shattered as well. Going to spend that flip, has absolutely nothing left. If the next Mastermass were showed up, would certainly be the end of NXZD. Dropletto gets smashed there with a misdirect. Use the Maelstrom to help it out. Actually, the Maelstrom's going to deal a whole lot of damage to Flowers. Dropletto X Maximus not going to get all that much value, but Flowers is looking quite low there. Going to go grab an orb. The big finish might hold until they get back. The Orb Dancer now in a full effect. Going to be able to run back to center stage really quick. Dropletto can't find this barrier through Soren and NXZD just yet. Camilla doesn't get a favorable angle from that glitch pop either. Wins a great strike war there against NXZD, though. Going to possibly be able to get it out, but oh man, the Oni Blade is what keeps the ball in, steals that barrier, and now it's just a big power play here for EKC, bro.
Yeah, very scary. Again, Dropletto going to be the one actually being focus fired in these situations. Camilla, though, is able to pick up some of the slack on the defense, find a lot of damage onto the forward duo of EKC as well, but again, we saw the reverse angle of this, of the defense being good, but no offense being mounted, and that means it's just only a matter of time before the goal is going to be scored unless something miraculous happens for Bozo.
Miraculous might be Grimella using this flip. Hopefully they can get the barrier here and flip for the goal, which they might be able to. There it goes. The big finish actually ends up stuffing the flip just enough, possibly with the assistance of that Monumentalist we were talking about a little bit earlier. Goes in with the Oni Blade, can't find the passive. Flowers loads up the Supernova, almost stuffed by the Sentry, but finds a kill there. NXCD cleans it up for one more power play here. On the side of EKC, the rush goes in, gets completely stuffed instantly, or possible back pass happens so fast I couldn't really tell. The Witching Beam not going to make much happen at all either. A big finish once again, keeps the speed, sends it down right into the hands of Obscure Breads. NXCD really just waiting for this rush to come up again to make a big play on this era.
Now this flip on NXCD is also going to be very scary. The KO potential is there. NXCD has not hesitated to just eye rush in front of people's faces, but wow, unfortunately that situation is just not going to pass. Dropletto finds himself at the right place at the right time with the X Maximus. 1v1 close range with Finny. That's going to go X's direction almost every single time. Bozobunch going to be on the board this set.
Absolutely not much Finny's going to do about that for sure. He's really good at keeping the ball away from X, though, at least. But definitely step 2 as the Supernova's loaded up again. Dropletto does a nice evade to get right on through it. A lot of value coming out here from this Orb Dancer, actually. Flowers not dying in quite some time there. Full 5 stacks are looking quite fast. Also keeping them alive, too. The speed is really just doing wonders right now. Flowers in general just playing quite well. Love to see that the subs are just going in here as they're going to work on getting this final barrier. Almost finds the X Maximus, but Soren wins out so hard until Flowers is vaporized by the black hole, and now trying to get a little combo scenario here. The bell ringer doesn't seem to work out. A strike so good that it was actually the boys' angle. It actually was the worst strike of all time. Unlucky.
Yeah. Flowers, too, like you mentioned, just unfortunately losing all those stacks as soon as we take notice of it.
Yeah.
It's going to be a while before those build up, but that's just how it is when you're playing damage into damage. These stacks can flip on a moment's notice, and now it's going to be an open net for the side of EKC.
Yep, still a barrier held here from Bozobunch. It's completely overtime now. Dropletto trying to find a kill. Okay, riding the wall, honestly, a good idea there from Flowers. I've seen some players actually end up running as far away, even into the wall as possible, where you normally would be KO'd, but just out of range of certain threats. So just a good play there. Flip from NXCD is actually be good enough to get the final barrier. Might have been holding it there for the goal, but you know what? Get the barrier on open there. It's totally fine. Soren might be the next one with a flip. See if they can manage to get this point. Dropletto almost has control here, though. A nice angle there from Gramello off the black hole gives it right to Dropletto, and a well-timed strike win. It's actually going to completely even this game up through thick and thin. I mean, Dropletto, not a lot of stacks here for this Rampage. In fact, a whole 0.
Gonna be a completely evened upset and no Rampage stacks, which is gonna be pretty unfortunate, but does have the flip. I say that though, but oh man, EKC is gonna make Dropletto work for that energy. Is gonna find some value off of it, and things are looking very good for the side of Bozobunch now in open net.
All of a sudden, the X Maximus Vambrace gets the health up and actually gets the Maelstrom kill. Soren. Oh my god, crazy patience there from Soren. Is going to hold that flip. NXCD holding enough possession there. Okay, stunning Dropletto out of the way too. Going to go for a combo. Wow, flip just in range for Soren. Third player returning here. Flowers back to play. NXCD finds a kill for EKC. Obscure Breads down to Dropletto, but not much cooldown, not much mobility here from this X. Possibly the worst player. Not the player, but the worst character maybe to have on your team in this 2v1 with no mobility. A flip there from Obscure Breads right over, and nothing left to get even out of the big finish, and looking at just about no health, but the Vambrace will heal them up.
Yeah, wow. The X Maximus and the Imi turret going to be defended against. This is going to be big now. A 2v3 power play for the side of EKC. They really want this set here.
They really do want this set. It's going to be pretty important. I mean, first one to get this second set, first one to get these awakenings. I mean, we can see how deadly these awakenings are going to be as the barrier does finally go down once again. Power play for EKC. The multiple strikes are going to keep it up. Flowers looking kind of low. Black hole spawns. Open goal, center stage. NXCD gets the strike in, and that will be EKC getting the next round of awakenings here with the Super Supremo Mega Damage Orino Compobrino. I mean, it's too much. It's too much damage, guys.
It is too much damage, and it's only going to get worse. Tempo swing, bulk up, explosive entrance, all on the field. Zentaro does have super surge, probably not going to pick it up, so the bulk up is going to go the way of Zentaro. And with, I think, that tempo swing, explosive entrance obviously going to the Vice, but the important thing to mention is that big damage pickups are coming through for EKC. It's only going to get worse for the side of Bozobunch, unfortunately. And even though the X was actually able to get a pity tempo swing, which is a pretty damn good pity awakening, it's still going to be an uphill battle for the side of Bozobunch. They're going to be, I think, on the downswing against a lot of this damage that is now just getting more and more consistent, more and more frequent, right? With the stacks now on the Finny with inner focus. So unless they find some early wins here, I think it's going to be a gravely hard set for the Bozobunch to come back.
True, but why don't we say that? Both of those barriers are going to go down. The Power Chord Lightning does not do any favors here for Flowers on EKC. Dropletto staying in as far as possible, as long as possible. Getting a little extra healing from this Tempo Swing. Honestly, I will say, at last pick here, getting Tempo Swing, that's pretty damn good if you are at the X in this situation. Like, that is a pretty great awakening to just be left with at the end. But first point over there to Bozo Bunch, which is quite good. Big finish going in. NXCD is going to help Strike War that one through. Grab the first barrier, no problem. Dropletto going to try to get a ball to themselves, getting a double nicely with that bell ringer, and try to be the assistance here from Gramella. They almost find a way through. No bull rush to be found just yet. So much damage. Nice from Obscure Breads to move up so far and help the ball on through. And damn, it was tough, but boy, these two forwards did exactly what they need to. Hey, look, there's stacks. Stacks on Dropletto's got 3 stacks rapid, guys.
Beautiful. Thing beauty to see. And I mentioned Bozo Bunch want to look for 2 really quick points here before the Finny damage really starts pumping out. And that is exactly what has happened here. Soren isn't able to find anything just quite yet. I don't think he's even approaching the full stacks. So NXCD and Flowers have a little bit of time to make things happen. They've been finding KOs on a Gramella. If they find one in Dropletto, it'll be absolutely disastrous for Bozo Bunch. But they are in a prime position. It all just hangs on a razor's edge.
Yep, trying to get the bull rush through Soren there, but can't seem to find the ball in the same attack. Tries to use the triple take to get it on through. Oh, unfavorable there from the big finish. He's going to get the ball directly to Obscure Breads. Double flip there from Flowers and NXCD, though. A lot of damage pressure. It's going to force Flowers to get rid of one of those huge resources there. Now it's maybe their idea to get it off NXCD. It's going to be super threat right now. The Maelstrom almost actually makes it work, giving the ball on over to Gramella and Dropletto. 1 point found just yet. Flowers going in with not many cooldowns there. A nice... Okay, the strike shot would have been fine. NXCD, helping with the defense. They do end up keeping it alive, so nothing more to say there other than 1-2 punch overtime from this humongous Amy. I mean, that was alarming. We had not really seen the 1-2 punch do its job yet.
Ouch. I think a rough point right there. Hate to see an unfortunate own goal, but that does leave a Bozo Bunch in a pretty good spot here. Extra special Timeless Creator on the floor for Imi, or the Deadeye even. No, actually ends up picking the extra special, which does mean that this Deadeye could potentially fall to the Finny, but we are still looking at set 5x nonetheless. Let's take a look at the build that Dropletto has gotten for himself. Rampage, Prize Fighter, Specialized Training, Reptile Remedy, and Tempo Swing. Those are all very, very good tools to have. And while not necessarily like a synergy Exodia, we're not looking at sparks here or anything, I think Dropletto is still X. He's still a stat stick, and he still has that snowball potential. So in my opinion, this X has all the tools that he needs to be a very strong force in the last set. But we are looking at Monumentalist Timeless Finny. We are looking at Flowers, who has gotten a lot of time to scale the damage as well. Even though NXCD really the bulk up the 1-2, the Super Search to his name, right? Synergistic damage. All going to come together here. So every team about as strong as they can be coming into this finals draft. It's just a question of who can execute on it better.
Yeah, really on Flowers here to stay alive and stack the stacks until the game is completely over. Gramella going in there with that extra special Amy turret, which is going to be a lot of pressure there, although the surviving EKC team is going to keep those barriers up, and NXCD is looking quite low. The big finish hanging out for the rest of your life. Timeless Creator, of course. Dropletto unable to win a strike war here against Flowers, but will be able to win one against Soren with the help of this Cyber Swipe. Now gets both barriers there, finds a kill of their own, punching as hard as physically possible. X doing his job, has maybe this is it. This is the Exodia, like you said, of Awakenings, man. These 5 Awakenings together make the best X you've ever seen.
Yeah, and by the way, Dropletto got that score off of timing the ult reset from his ultimate coming down. And it looks like Dropletto has died. He's unfortunately not going to be here. Unfortunately, the play has started, so EKC well within their reason to end the point out. Dropletto, though, has come back, but unfortunately, he's actually going to have to spend a little bit more time away from the keyboard.
Very unfortunate death there from Dropletto. He came back. They got the barrier. Feels good, man. Both of the forwards were dead, and now they're healing up, unfortunately, but comes back with just about full cooldowns. Is going to make things a little awkward for them as well. Tries to get behind the back there, using the big finish to help. Actually gets it through the Amy turret. Really great from NXCD to help Strike War it on through that last barrier. Wow. With well, I'm sure probably dead, but the size from the beam probably didn't help, and a stun from the Thunderstrike is going to be enough to knock Obscure Breads out of the way, and now EKC is looking at the game point with this this damage comp that, honestly, Bozo Bunch is doing a really good job of simply surviving.
Yeah. They still have a little bit of an uphill battle, but it's absolutely within the realm of possibility. Soren has cracked a little bit under the pressure when Dropletto with his massive X build has shown up in his face, but Flowers and XCD are looking absolutely destructive, and with another KO coming down, EKC have the opportunity to take the game here on open net.
Yep, big finish goes in, almost makes it happen there. Oh my god, NXT tries to get the flip passive, instant strike on through. It doesn't work out just yet. Obscurebreds holds the line. Amy Turret on the top side will at least relieve some of that pressure, get the ball into the opposing side. Grimella unable to get a strike onto the ball. The Atlas Orb is going to not be favorable for them, but Obscurebreds does continue to hold the line. It's giving speed over to Grimella with this. Oh boy, I actually forget the name of Era's secondary. Do you remember?
Flutterfly. Flutterfly.
Oh, Flutterfly. You got it. Brick that. You're the winner.
That's that Era main knowledge coming through, but we'll see if Obscurebreds is going to be able to pilot it, because right now it is a dark forest of damage. Overtime now going to hit. This core is going to be very hard for the Era to deal with. We'll see, though, if Bozo Bunch are able to defend this one.
Oh, the only really making things so awkward, but NXT actually can't maintain possession of the ball there. The strike war. Actually, the big finish is going to be a big disaster once again, but the redirect once again from NXZD, from all of that pressure, is going to allow EKC to get that first game in their favor. That was incredible, actually. I really thought that EKC would sort of run that over with that much damage, but Bozo Bunch made, like, really quick work of the barriers specifically. Like, Dropletto, exactly where they need to be, and Grimella handing the ball on over to Big X Maximus. I mean, quick work of the barriers, I think, is what really kept them in this game.
Yeah.
For the long part.
Yeah, and a really good showing from the Bozo Bunch overall. It was a monstrous performance from the forward duo of EKC. 20 kills between the two of them, not to mention the 90,000 damage pumped out by this forward duo of the NXZD and of NXZD Zentaro and Flowers Vice. They looked really, really phenomenal that game, and I think they put on a show against all three members of Bozo Bunch and looked really good doing it. So I think the key to the victory was, like you mentioned, that damage that EKC is oh so comfortable playing around. And even though they don't have their traditional midfielder in Katsuna, Flowers absolutely earns her spot here among EKC's lineups. So well played to her, well played to the entirety of EKC. And if that continues on a game number 2 and we get another damage star, Bozo Bunch could be in absolute dire straits.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, this was probably, you know, this is one of the top 2 biggest damage comps you could literally find right now. Like, there's a chance that you replace NXCD here with X or something like that, and then you're just disgusting or something. But either way, we're probably thinking that Bozo Bunch is going to do some sort of limitations here on maybe some of the bans, considering the next map being Wink. I don't remember, but as we get over it into a few seconds here, yeah, that was like I said, 20 kills in between them. I mean, they did their damn job, and Dropletto simply couldn't play the game with 137 strikes. So moving on to this next game, we will get Dropletto in here. Disconnected just for a minute, probably resetting the router or something like that. But yeah, Obscurebreds, honestly, like, impressive play, really just moving up as much as they really could, and like getting so much value out of the Flutterfly to give it to at least the players in the midfield. But Flowers, man, actually made such good use of like the Thunderstrike placement, and like those ults were just well timed, dealing outrageous amount of damage and living. There was probably like, I don't know, 7 minutes straight where Flowers did not die, had those orb dancers, and was sort of flying. And I was like, oh, yo, this orb dancer is putting in overtime right now. So really great work there from Flowers.
And I think Orb Dancer, right, obviously the big weakness to it is that you could be KO'd and lose all of that. But mobility is a form of survivability in Omega Strikers, and I think Flower is able to use that very, very well to keep kind of that streak going. We did see a few resets happen, but sort of inevitable when you're playing against either of these compositions. So overall, I think piloted incredibly well. Flowers, with that CTL pickup, had me worried that she wasn't going to get the damage scaling, but she absolutely made do with what she was given. And obviously, with things like the explosive entrance coming in, she had her fair share of damage to deal. So we're going to be going in a game at number 2 very, very soon. It's going to be Clarion Test Chamber, which means that potentially this damage train keeps on going.
Yeah, and some other characters that are not really less seen, but perhaps more useful on this map, or useful, I'll use the term lightly. Like Juliet. Juliet's a really good pick here for this map. We have lots of side lanes. I think 3 of the 5 variations really involve side lanes, allowing Juliet to threaten a lot of close space with any kind of dash punch situation. Of course, any other character with a dash punch does get the same benefit. So we'll probably be seeing something like that. I wouldn't be too surprised to see NXZD picking Juliet here, though, if allowed. But like you said, too, it's still a damage comp map for the most part. I would say that you just benefit from dealing the damage, especially with having like the Atlas Orb knock people around who are shattered. You have the Goo, which self-kills anyone that they want. You got the Maelstrom Orb, which will give you 6 million power and probably heal you and give you 9,000 size. I mean, this is not too friendly of a map, and then Bouncy House might not just kill you directly, but it'll certainly kill your goalie, or at least the spirit of your goalie, as the barriers go down just about instantly. So it's like this is not a friendly map.
Yeah, I mean, hey, even with the bounce house, get hit at the right angle, and it does kill you instantly. We've seen, yeah, in a lot of those situations. So a lot of kill you instantly things going on here, and I mean that does play to EKC's favor. So we'll see if that does come up. I think the draft's going to be starting pretty soon, if not already. But yeah, I think it'll be quite interesting. I think that specifically, I actually want to take a look onto the goalies as well. I think Soren and Obscure Breads both played very supportive roles and didn't really get their chance to shine in either game outside of the Breads 1v3 that we saw at the beginning of game number 1, which was phenomenal. But I think both of these goalies are going to be critical components in this upcoming game. I think that both forward duos looked incredibly competent and incredibly dangerous, and I think that we need to see some highlight plays coming out from either goalie if they want to be the deciding factor in this game number 2.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think with having the side lanes being what they are, it is a little bit more difficult for the forwards to simply get the ball through. You need a lot of synergy. You need a lot of sometimes the cooldowns, but having the goalie give you strike advantage in a lot of those spots is really helpful, especially when we're talking about like the Atlas variation, like we saw a little bit earlier. It's very hard to simply get the ball through when both of the forwards are just striking it to each other, and the goalie can just get involved and do a little bit of work there as the brawler usually cover like the bottom lane. So it is kind of on the goalie to move up and help out those forwards. And I will, no doubts, we'll be seeing that just about the entire time.
And it makes me wonder if this Imi pick is going to be a little bit more contested. Grimella picking up this game, obviously as support with the damage, has kind of the character that really does do it all. But Soren obviously really likes the pick. Does elect into the Finny. I think it is the stronger pick overall for that sort of like play style. But Soren could still absolutely is known for the Imi goalie, right? Has piloted her all throughout the multiple seasons. So it could potentially come out here. It is going to be a little tough, but I do think it is something to think about in this upcoming draft.
True. I'm hoping that Amy is actually the kitten in Era's Kitten Club. Let's be completely honest. They definitely have made a name for themselves playing Amy. So mastery. You want to talk about mastery? I mean, that's kind of what we're chatting about right now, as the draft will be showing up on the screen for the viewers in just a moment here. Brickbat. Who's taking it, bro? I want to hear what do you think, bro? Do you think EKC is just going to clean this one up, or what? Does Bozamunch have a chance, man?
Does Bozamunch have a chance? I mean, it depends on the awakenings that we see, obviously. I think Bozamunch as well, a team that has been around the block, does have the mental resilience. I think all 3 members, even with the substitute coming in, Obscure Breads is like right at home. It's not like Obscure Breads is not used to playing with Grimella and Dropletto, who he has played with as an actual teammate on 2 different teams throughout the nasl seasons. For those of you who remember the Soon to Be Strikers, and as well on Bozamunch before. So it's not like Obscure Breads is like awkwardly slotting in. This could have just been a nasl roster, and I don't think anyone would have batted an eye. So I don't think that Bozamunch is a team to just like fall over and die after a game 1 loss like that. I think they're going to bounce back, and they could potentially take it, especially if the draft goes their way.
True. Definitely no stranger to the nasl gameplay, or even the NASA gameplay. I mean, you're definitely going to have to go through these qualifiers to get yourself on in there. And MVP of this game. I'm thinking about the MVP of this game. Really going to rely on, I think, these character picks here, though. I wonder if we will find a damage comp nearly as devastating as the last one. I mean, we might. It's so easy to just kill people in Clarion, so it could just be another monstrous comp here coming out from EKC. Unless, I'd like to see I'd like to see Bozo Bunch be the ones that are actually going for the Omega kill, bro. Turn the tables.
Just a little bit of update as well from this series. It does look like we're taking a little bit of time. EKC has been deciding whether or not they want to keep Flowers in for Katsuna. And it seems like they're going to keep Flowers in for this upcoming game. So I want to put the spotlight on her a little bit because I think Flowers is one of those players that EKC has invested in and is really starting to see that investment pay off. She looked really good in that previous game, and it's very hard to look good in a nasl game, especially if you've never been a nasl starter yourself. And I think that kind of all the resources that EKC have put in, and I think that overall Flowers, like when she first entered the scene, like there was like a mixed bag of how people thought about her as a player being kind of this vice one trick, but this strategy is working for EKC. It plays to their strengths, and I think it was a very solid investment to pick her up as that backup midfielder. And in this situation, right, picking her in, keeping her in over Katsuna in this situation, if she's playing well, is I think a good decision. You have to respect the Flowers vice, or else she could potentially take over the game, just like she did with alongside NXAD in that previous game. So I think just wanted to shout out EKC. They've done it with Cardbox before. They've done it with Flowers again. They seem to have something going on there with being able to raise their midfielders.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, being able to just step into your nasl game and the thing is, it's interesting with the damage comps, right? It seems so easy. It seems so easy to just be like, oh, power chord, oh, supernova, we won the game, that was sick. But honestly, you know, Vice doesn't have like the greatest core control. Like you really have to decide when it's time to just deal that damage and when it's really time to play ball. And Zentaro, I'd say Zentaro is really good at like just doing both. He can actually just get around, especially if you get a dash perk, really can get around and play multiple roles at once. But Flowers also having the awareness of being like, yo, it's actually just time to play ball right now is really part of what keeps these like kill comps alive. Like it does seem like just kill, but it's really just both. And I think Flowers is indeed doing a good job right here. And hey, keep the momentum, right? Keep Flowers in. Let's see what's going on in this next game. And this is just like a nice debut here.
Yeah, and we're finally able to take a look at the starting awakenings. It's going to be Rampage Aerials, which is not the damage start that EKC wants. This is going to be added mobility from the aerials, which means like Gramella's picks like the Estelle could be pretty deadly. Rampage as well obviously benefits Dropletto, who loves to play the traditional brawlers of the Juliet and the X, which benefit immensely from the size granted by Rampage. It is a 2-barrier map, so the Rampage does start ramp up pretty well. So I think overall going to be a very good pick for Dropletto. I think Dropletto's strengths can be exemplified in the upcoming draft.
Yeah, we go in here with a Juno ban to start it on out here, though. BKC not trying to deal with Gramella playing any of that Juno action, or even have a goalie for that matter. Sending out Dubu as another ban as well. We're not looking for any of the lockdown goalies here, except for maybe possibly say Atlas, but regardless, that's going to be the Bozo Bunch ban. I can probably see I'd probably see Obscure Breads pick like something like a lockdown goalie before Soren, but maybe I don't know anything about the game. The first pick here from EKC is indeed going to be the Estelle that you have mentioned. Great mobility and synergizes so well with aerials. Definitely one of her best perks.
And this is an Estelle that we've seen played. Like the Joker obviously kind of piloted her in the brawler position. I don't know if NXED really does the same, but that is always still a possibility to be brought out. We could also see Flowers on it. Obviously not her signature vice, and not to mention she can play goalie as well, though we haven't really seen her in that position, in a position of dominance in that position, so to speak, in quite some while. It does look like, yeah, Dropletto going to pick that X, just going to reprise his role, especially with this Rampage start. It's going to be incredibly strong, I think, throughout the game. And this time as well, the era is going to be backing him up from either position. We'll see what Bozo Bunch does lock in last, but we'll turn the attention over to EKC's drafts.
Yeah, wouldn't be too surprised if Bozo Bunch finds their way into X era Mako, which was like a classic a little while ago, but kind of returning as X is being just a demon, and Era has gotten some interesting buffs in the last couple of patches. You know, helping out that Bewitching Beam a little bit, felt a little too slow. Now finding Amy on the side of EKC here, though, possibly a Soren angle, legit Soren angle. Yeah, I didn't mean that, but last pick here. What is NXZD looking for? Could pick that Juliet, could pick that Asher. Going to actually end up sticking with the Zentaro. Just slightly less, less good at keeping the ball in. Honestly, with the slice and dice and the ult, probably just as good as keeping the ball in these like side lanes and staying safe too, and having some good range. So, you know, I don't hate Zentaro basically anywhere. And finally, with Bozo Bunch finding Now as their last pick. So interesting. X era Now. It's really good support on this X. I think that's the name of the game here, though. Is give X the ball, give X the energy, help X, help him.
Yeah, and this era now could be in either position. Obscure Breads plays now goalie, and Gramella that's one of his picks. That if not his pick, through historically. So this could go really either way. Obviously, like you mentioned before, these are both in service of buffing up this already rampaged X, which means that a lot of things can go Dropletto's way, and he can take over the game. We actually are seeing the Estelle goalie come out here. Flowers is going to be picking up the Amy. NXCD get to reprise his role on the Zentaro, but I'm very curious to see how this pick plays out. The Estelle aerials is something to be worried about. Very, very strong, which means she could also prevent X from denying any space just by kind of jumping over him and ignoring him. That's always something that can happen. We'll see, because this is an X that is having all the resources dumped into him.
Yeah, I do want to say, kind of big shoes here for Flowers to fill. Now we know Flowers being mostly like a vice main and everything like that, but it's it's a different game when you're playing your quote-unquote secondary, at least not your straight main, in this nasl game that everyone has let you play in. You're playing nice, keep that momentum. So it's like, keep your eyes on this Amy to see what they can do. All barriers down, Bouncy House doing bouncy things, and so is NXZD as they grab that first point right on through. Almost found a kill on to this now, onto Gramella there, but not quick enough as we move on to Goo Land.
And this is a team, obviously the X can scale really, really hard. The Era and Now also have the things that they could benefit a lot from. But I'm actually really worried about EKC scaling, because all members of the draft can benefit from things like heavy impacts, like even things like the tempo swing or the IME turret, right? There's a lot of damage awakenings in the game that can make Dropletto's life really hard, especially because if you knock out this X, the game plan for Bozo Bunch is a lot less clear. So if Dropletto is able to be denied, especially in these later sets, that scaling can be nullified from the X. And we even saw a little bit of that last game, right? We saw the set 5 X with all the tools that he needed to really take over the game, and it wasn't enough to lock it out against EKC. So I'm wondering if we're going to see a repeat of what happened in game number 1 here.
Definitely possible. Another thing to bring up, I guess, about denies is even Amy can take creation. Now, obviously, Now and Era would love to have something like Monumentalist, and Era does it quite well with Timeless as well. Anything to increase the size of the Maelstrom there, but Amy also can take some of that creation away too. So there's a slight edge of denial there too. Well, almost gets there in time. Dropletto running at the speed of almost light, but only the speed of sound. It's not going to get you there. A kill though for the side of Bozo Bunch is going to be pretty good. NXCD opening up the orb, making the clear angle more difficult on the bottom side correctly. Dropletto not winning out against Soren there. Going to find a kill though on the opposing side. No, strikes it right on through. Perfect angle is going to get it in. Bozo Bunch first point on that board.
Yeah, big pickup. And when you are playing the X, any early sets means a lot, but the expectation is that you are going to lose. So good to see some showing from Bozo Bunch in these early sets, but it is an uphill battle for him, especially early. Estelle's just really good early with this aerial start as well. Not to mention just Zentaro being piloted by NX has the mobility already to kind of out-navigate this era. So going to be overall a pretty hard game for Bozo Bunch to play through, especially in the early half. But should they get into that second half, it is going to look a lot more up, I think.
Yeah, I feel like it really does depend on how Dropletto ends up performing, how many strikes they get simply on this core, looking to scale as hard as possible. Kind of pseudo-scaling right now, even in his first set with this Rampage. 3 stacks, not bad, like 20% size right now. Even gets another one there. Getting 25% size. NXCD going to spend a flip there, grab an orb. Soren going to help push the ball a little bit far forward. Flowers looking at just about no health and dying to the babiest little baby storm you've ever seen. Possibly a light shower.
Rainstorm Era, just a little bit of drizzle, but hey, it only takes a trickle and all of that. We're quite used to that saying, and Fortunately, it only takes a trickle to get a KO when the enemy is staggered.
Absolutely. Ricardo trying to get it on through. Gramella winning a strike war here against Flowers. Really close spot. Flowers does find, and out there almost gets the rush interception, but not fast enough. Dropletto now has almost all the rain here, though. Goes for the X Maximus. Soren and Flowers do keep the ball away from Dropletto, who ends up stealing the orb from Soren. Now Obscure Breads is going to be able to try to defend this one. Soren also holding the line here with no resources left. A combo almost makes it through. Ball hitting the wall just a little bit too hard. Obscure Breads gets it through the Oni blade. NXDD working on a flip, and that's probably going to be the way they score this.
Yeah, flip's going to be exchanged now, which means that Dropletto one more opportunity maybe to score, but the core is actually not making it over to him, which is a very scary situation. Gramella being a little bit out midfielded here, and Soren a really good attempt, winning a very hard strike war, but the angle's just not there. Dropletto able to pick it up and send it right into the net.
Oh man, X has not died yet. Dropletto keeping themselves on the board, possibly with this vicious fan brace, finding 5 stacks of Rampage now. Going to step all over this Estelle. Most likely going to be easy strike wars for Dropletto. Spends the X Maximus, but can't get close enough to the ball. Slow rolling its way down the board. Soren trying to get it to Flowers, who has been completely eaten by this Maelstrom. Blasted on off the board from Dropletto. Throw there for the Bozo Bunch could result in a couple of barriers here. Dropletto 6 stacks of Rampage now. Is kind of becoming a demon, but the ball is not really making its way on over. Estelle is pretty good at shooting right through X, considering the move is called Piercing Shot. So I'd say that that is one of the better ways to keep the ball away from this X. And now we have a triple goalie situation to try to defend this barrier and get it out. Doesn't work.
Yeah, gonna be an open net, which is a really good situation for Bozo Bunch to be in. Again, if X gets this early train running on the scaling, it actually can be quite advantageous to Bozo Bunch, and how much are going to be supported. And the Maelstrom is perfect. Obscure Reds locks that one in. Air's going to be taking the goal, but the set as a whole going to Bozo Bunch. Unfortunately, no X MVP, but we'll see where he actually ends up on the Awakening list. Ooh, a little bit too far down for my taste, especially in this draft, actually. What is there for the X to pick up? The Built Different, the Super Surge, the Inner Focus?
Hear me out. Inner Focus X, right? They are going to take Built Different 100%, right? Like easy Built Different. Okay, he's going to take Built Different. It's basically what we're going to see. Oh, I should have just stuck to it. I would have lost so much money. I would have lost so much money. I bet. I was so dumb. I'm dumb. I messed it up. I can't believe it. I knew. We all knew. I knew. We all knew. We all knew I was going to switch too. This game stinks. This game's ass.
Which I think is actually, there is like a lot of merit to this. So many stacks are going the way of Dropletto, and Dropletto needs all the stats and help that he could get. I think he needs as much value out of his Awakenings as they let him have. And I think stacking Awakenings just do give you that, right? When they're fully stacked, they're an Awakening, 1.2 Awakenings essentially. And that is exactly what you want in the X, especially because it's going to be up to you to score the game. Gramella is in a very good spot right now. A Haste Awakening on the now on top of Monumentalist is pretty much as strong as she's going to get. But when that damage ramps up, which it hasn't so far, Dropletto really has to come together in order to really send it home, which they're in a very good spot for that, but it still is a little bit of a question mark to see if they'll be able to pull it off.
Okay, Soren's sort of ascending humanity right now, winning every interaction humanly possible against the largest X of all time. X does find a kill there, trying to deal a little bit of damage to NXDD as well. Dropletto looking really scary right now, but Soren, honestly, I feel like Soren is just sitting in his chair like, bro, honestly, this X really just ain't nothing right now. Can't intercept the pass there, but Obscure Reds almost got a flip here, having not too much trouble getting it out, but a flip from NXDD is going to finally take the last barrier. Can't kill her down, of course. We have the drone right in the front. Perfect angle from Soren, almost rewarded immediately with a point. NXDD maybe waiting for a couple of more cooldowns to get it on through. Ooh, okay, doesn't win the strike war against the Slice and Dice. Basically, just about impossible. As Gramella is going to try to force it on in here with this drone. Almost finds it, but actually teleports out of the way of the Maelstrom, which is understandable because that is that's the truth for it. I said force of nature a bunch of times. That is a force of nature.
Yeah, and I even forgot to mention this, but I was wondering why the tornado was so oppressive and able to actually put that pressure. The aerials extends the NATO path so that the Era can actually send it from her home net and have it go all the way to the enemy goalie's net. And that was the value. I didn't even think about that, but that was what Breads was doing in order to get the maximum value out of these Maelstroms. So obviously the haste is like the reason you pick it up, aerials on Era, but that little extra thing is not something played around a lot, and I think really good knowledge of the character from Obscure Breads to show how to pilot that awakening, so to speak.
Yeah, making that range work quite well, especially talk about range. Dropletto, again, just so big, even with just X Maximus. I don't remember how much size it gives you, but like it's enough to make a huge difference here. 3 stacks of Rampage now, and trying to get this ball on out of there, though. Spends the flip, gonna grab the barrier, still holding possession here. Obscure Bread's gonna move up, giving everyone speed, and the ball gets right on through Soren on the bottom side. Damn, Dropletto gifted that credit as well, so really good for the Bozo Bunch right now. Sort of looking unstoppable with this comp here, and we know, I don't even have to say it, X, it will only get more and more deadly.
Yeah, it is looking up and up for the Bozo Bunch, especially if this is a quick set for them. It means that they'll be able to hopefully get a Dropletto MVP coming into a draft that did not have a lot of damage awakenings taken away from it. So this could potentially be a pivotal draft coming up for the Bozo Bunch should the pieces fall in the right place. That being said, even if they don't get something crazy, it's still time for Grimella and Dropletto to scale it. And Grimella already has such a nuclear build that I just can't imagine getting it being better. And all that being said, that loss is never to happen. Dropletto is the thing to sink it in, and things are looking real bad for EKC right now.
Obscure Breads just got the scope on here with this Maelstrom, finding Flowers once again, getting them right on off the map. It's going to be Dropletto. Hey, second pick there. Not too bad for your X. Going to be first pick here, Grimella. Yeah, like you said, nuclear build. Honestly, Aerials and Monumental is so good for now forward. I mean, man, do you have agency over a lot. You're speeding up that X so much. Things are going pretty well. Heavy impact, extra cooldowns too, and X even more cooldown for this Maximus, which we're seeing a lot of value gained, a lot of damage being exchanged. I mean, Cast Last Era, I mean, wow, all of Bozo Bunch is really happy with their awakenings to do exactly what they need. Not too bad here for EKC, though. Hopefully this Glass Cannon gets some value, as Flowers is just in the schmixerizer the entire game.
Yeah, Grimella actually going to be the one to go off. I want to also call attention to that CTL in the way that it is synergizing with Primetime. This means that Obscure Breads has the ability to beam someone and take them out of the game for a significant chunk of a play, which I think makes NXCD's life a lot harder. Zendaro doesn't care about the size too much, but it's still Era beam. You're still going to be slower. You're still going to be weaker. You're still going to have less autonomy over your ability to score, and I think that's something to be really worrisome if you are a fan of EKC. So overall, incredibly good draft for the Bozo Bunch, but whatever draft goes well, it seems like the other team does fantastically, because right now it is a power play for the side of EKC and a goal as well for Soren.
Yeah, nice. Almost getting active there. Soren moving up, getting those piercing shots. I think CD gets the credit for that kill. And even with CTL, like you're saying, man, when Era Bewitching beams you and the core, it's like double the effect. You're double the amount of distance away from the core, because it's also small and you're slow. So it's like triple. You're never getting this core ever again, especially with this Primetime Cast Labs. It's just going to keep that up against NXCD, who's not really going to be able to push in as often as they want. Really might be on Soren to get extra involved, maybe when Obscure Breads is maybe down on some of these Bewitching beams. But Dropletto taking perfect advantage of getting that second barrier. Okay, Soren flipping before Dropletto has the chance to do it. We get the Oni Blade, we get another Maelstrom, flips right on through it. NXCD doing everything that they can to score, but the cooldowns are not... There's simply not enough cooldowns here for NXCD to score by themselves right now, but Flowers does return to the board. Dropletto pushing the ball into the drone, opening the Atlas Orb to block some of these side lanes. Again, double flip here for Bozo Bunch. The Maelstrom comes in. It's catastrophic once again, but man, EKC at least lives this interaction.
Yeah, Dropletto there, able to clean it out, wins the strike war. I mean, look at the size difference between the X and Zendaro. He's got the easiest strike wars in the world to send the core right into the net. And even though NXAD has been playing very well all game, it's just an awakening difference going on right now between these two brawlers, and that's what led to the goal. Grimella having a little bit of a hard time against that damage that is starting to ramp up on EKC, but they actually have to win a set for this damage to really matter, and so far Bozo Bunch are the ones controlling the pace of the game.
are indeed controlling the pace of the game here. I mean, X does that by himself. You're either running on over him or you are being destroyed horribly. It's going to receive the Bewitching Beam buff. Dropletto getting even larger and even stronger than before. Mela can't find an advantage there with proximity drone, but give the ball over to the X. Nice strike shot there from Soren. Actually, that strike shot ends up resulting in the loss of the barrier for Bozo Bunch. I'd say for the most part, Soren is pretty locked into this game right now. Nice angle to keep the ball on away. The Maelstrom is not going to find its mark just yet. NXED gets a little bit of speed there from that Orb Dancer. A flip from Breads might not have been 100% necessary, but at least that angle was good enough to spend the resource. NXED rewarded for their efforts there. Flowers almost dying there, though, but spends the ult, or the flip there, from Dropletto and stays alive. So it's now kind of up to Grimella to help get these final 2 barriers. Maybe a double here with this flip.
Yeah, it is looking pretty hard, actually. It does feel like the momentum from Bozo Bunch is freezing a little bit. The defense is really, really good from EKC right now. Now a 1v1 opportunity, a 2v2 now, as Dropletto does find the off-screen KO against Flowers. NXED, though, wins these 1v1s in so many situations, but it's actually going to be defended away. The flip, though, something that needs to be watched for the rest of this point.
Oh god, spends it there with the passive, but does not find its mark. Grimella not losing control of the ball just yet. Smashes onto the bottom side. Soren still holding both of these barriers through this whole play. And to continue to keep the ball on forward, giving it to NXED as often as possible. Flowers also trying to get involved here. Haven't seen too many kills here from Flowers. No dash punch showing up until we do get the combo. Nicely done, Flowers saying, bro, I'm actually still in this game. Bro, shut up, bro. Joe, shut up. Okay, my bad.
That Flowers, it definitely did feel like that. We didn't see too much from Flowers from that point up until the moment where it really mattered. The cyber swipe perfectly positioned to just catch Obscure Breads off guard, right? That's also an Aerial's Super Surge Aimi, right? This Aimi could show up literally anywhere on the map in the blink of an eye. You just cannot play around that as a goalie, which means that those surprise scenarios can keep coming if Flowers plays correctly. But Bozo Punch able to get a real damn easy goal while I'm talking about it. That means that they are on game point.
Absolutely. Bozo Bunch bringing it back from the last game, which was a true slobber knocker of a damage comp, but now they're actually doing God's work here with this X era now. Lots of X support staying alive. Here we go. Dash punch, finally. Here we go. Flowers getting the kills, as we might have seen Amy do in some of the other games with this extra damage. Yeah, the 2v3 power play situation is going to at least grab them the final barrier. They get the point just yet, as they're going to speed up Dropletto, making such a scary situation here for this Estelle. Not going to find the combos. Actually intercepts the headbutt there, which might have caused the final barrier to drop. Leto is almost going to get that one with the flip. Not going to work out just yet. Wow, handing the ball right over to NXT with that nice glitch pop. Still holding the line here. Doesn't get it with the Firewall Sentry. Grimilla helping second the goalie this one out. They do win out and survive for the time being.
Yeah, crazy defense from Bozo Bunch, but still another opportunity here. It's not quite over yet, but they are able to get a very advantageous barrier. Flowers and NXCD really have to end this, or Dropletto is finally going to find that score, but there it is. The overtime score speed sends it right through. Era, nothing you can do in that situation unless you have a crazy prediction with the Bewitching Beam. Flowers going to be MVP of the set, getting that last goal.
Whoa, nice. Flowers really turned it up for that last little bit and rewarded with this MVP. They get their pick of the litter here. It could be a 1-2 punch to help get these things going here, but it's actually gonna be a bulk up, survive a little bit longer, get some damage too, which is totally fine. Hot Shot is going to even give Bewitching Beam more cooldown, more Bewitching Beam. Hot Shot with Prime Time, so damn good. Speed for Soren, never unhappy to see that. Now he's taking some health, probably feeling a little bit of pressure from the opposing side. 1-2 punch might end up negating some of that Reptile Remedy because it's so much damage. And finally, we see Dropletto getting specialized training, I guess. Dropletto finds specialized training. Insta-kill from Soren. Oh my god, power play frame 1 here from EKC.
Yeah, this is a specialized training, extra special inner focus X. He's going to have that X Maximus as much as humanly possible, and they are going to be destructive like we see right there. which means that the guy that you need to focus damage on is going to have the capacity to just swing back at all times. So we do see that damage that I was talking about earlier is starting to scale up on EKC. They're able to find more consistent kills, especially now against the Grimella, despite the Reptile Remedy. And that is their win condition. But it isn't doing it against the midfielder. It's doing it against Dropletto. And while he is still up, he's going to be the striker to watch in all scenarios.
Yeah, has flipped now, also gets to heal with Van Braced, kind of basically having a Reptile Remedy situation, but not going to have Slick, so a little bit slower around the board. Doesn't have a dash perk either, so kind of a lot slower around the board. But headbutts everyone, including the core, including the barrier, knocks the entire planet on its ass, and gets that barrier nicely. Holding possession here, Bozo Bunch. Looking to keep defending the ball here. Obscure Bread's not going to clear up for NXED, not going to fall for anything. Almost gets a nice glitch pop score from Flowers. Close to making that one happen. Big Drone intercepting some of these passes. Dropletto finds another big kill with this Maximus. The specialized training is a whole lot of extra damage. Goes in with the headbutt. All you can really do is evade and hope you can win another strike. It simply is another strike war when he's right on top of you with that strike cooldown, but Dropletto wins out there.
Yeah, very hard situation for Soren to defend, but we are seeing some really great plays from EKC. I definitely see the capacity to make a comeback in this game from them. And again, if things go well, heck, if Grimella and Dropletto start really playing greedy with their health and getting double KO'd in some of these situations, EKC can absolutely take over the game again, because all of this can go away at a moment's notice should Dropletto get KO'd. He has 2 stack awakenings.
Yeah, but it's a little big right now, and has flipped, took the final barrier. A strike shot ends up getting the ball far enough away from Dropletto to nullify at least that flip. And Grimella spends one of their own. Dropletto goes in, gets a kill, but still Soren holds on. Grimella really low, wins a strike war there, huge against Dropletto. A flip from Obscure Breads, feels like they need it. Soren had a resource, gets the barrier by themselves. MVP of this point for sure, as it's going to continue on here. NXED wins a scenario against Grimella to give possession to their team, relieving pressure from Soren's going to get some cooldowns back. I mean, wild.
Yeah, this is going to be very scary. And
God.
Okay, sure.
It feels so bad.
The red core X Maximus is what just catches Soren off guard. I don't. It's been a while since I've seen X Maximus used like that just to get the red core in overtime to catch the enemy goalie off guard. But really, really, really smart play from Dropletto to understand that that was in his toolkit to catch Soren with his pants down in that situation.
Yeah, well done there. Gonna forget that last barrier with a nice strike there from Flowers. Tries to once again go for the flip passive there. Ends up going right in front of the ball. Bouncy House, gonna be a really rough spot. They end up slaying Obscure Breads. Gonna try to get it through Grimella, who gets a nice angle onto the top side. Dropletto helping double goalie here. X Maximus for defense, but hey, gets a barrier of their own, a rampage stack. Obscure Breads is back, not a terrible situation. Doesn't find the angle for the passive. Bewitching Beam wins out, survives the rush as well. Grimella and Dropletto help it on out of the catastrophic situation. Obscure Breads lives.
Yeah, very good defense again from the Bozo Bunch. We'll see what they could do on offense now that the tempo is being swung in their favor. NXED and Flowers desperately trying to hold the advantage, because if it gets into Soren's face, that's still a Stell against an X. It's not a good situation to be in. Look how many resources are being spent just to make sure that exact situation does not happen. Dropletto cannot find this core, and luckily it doesn't happen. Flowers finally able to get that point in.
Great glitch pop there from Flowers. That point was messed up. That point was kind of insane. Both goalies playing out of their brain hole, and these forwards helping out exactly when they need to. So well done. The next point is going to go on through here, though. EKC taking the first barrier, sends out the turret to at least help it on through. Okay, unfortunately, Soren had to jump out of the way there. More, so they had to jump out of the way, but did jump out of the way, losing both barriers in return. Grimella winning an interaction against Flowers, being able to get the ball closer and closer to Dropletto. Obscure Breads setting up the Maelstrom, letting it go a little bit early, not going to go for any of the hit stun there. Soren once again winning a situation against Dropletto to keep the point up. The passive doesn't go through. The Oni Blade doesn't find it. Dropletto against Soren once again moves forward, moves up actually, to win another interaction here against Dropletto. Flowers can't find control of the ball. Purebreds once again going to set up a tiny little maelstrom to at least push the ball forward. And Apleto has another chance here against Soren, but can't find it, and the barrier, or the point, will hold.
Oh, yeah, now NXTD, an opportunity to clutch it up, has the assistance from the IME Sentry, but it's not going to be enough. Carmella now using the flip defensively as we enter overtime. Flower's going to be KO'd. This is looking bad for EKC.
Yep, rough spot. Atlas Orb is open, making things so rough. But Soren jumping in front of Jopleto is indeed the right play. Ooh, mix up there with the drone. Not going to hit the Atlas Orb, though. Quite Bewitching Beam is going to make things a little awkward for NXTD. Gonna whiff on that one. Bouncer for Mella once again. Atlas Orb is about to be up. Jopleto doesn't find a kill, doesn't find the ball. Soren wins out again, walking in front of Jopleto for the 15th time, winning out once more. How many times could it happen? Misses the headbutt, unfortunately. Now Flowers has a chance to grab the ball here. Open Atlas Orb, makes the side lanes. Maelstrom comes in. NXTD cannot mess with that. Jopleto now has complete control of the orb. Grimella can help onto the top side. Atlas Orb not working out for EKC, and another successful clear from EKC.
No way, man. Soren
No.
is just defending one thing after another, but it's just so difficult. And yet it's still happening point after point. Soren is playing the point of his career right now.
They are continuing to fight this one through another situation. Jopleto actually strikes early, which would win against the beam there, but doesn't find possession. Could shoot the ball on over to Flowers, almost getting it through. Obscurebreds has a flip, gonna hold the line, gonna have to spend it now. Yeah, NXTD with a great angle. Oh my god. Soren winning again against Jopleto, but now the 45th X Maximus gets it on through. Bozo Bunch, who had control the entire time, Wink, actually ends out this game, bringing it to a 1-1 series.
Dude, I mean, Soren did not win that point, but that might have been the best point of his career. Like unironically, like that might have been the best lockdown I've ever seen from any Estella goalie ever. And it's not even close. That point was insane. Like, I mean, Jopleto was in the crib, bro. He was a little baby. And Soren, the proud new father, was just jingling the keychain in front of him the entire time. Like that was crazy. Bozo Bunch won in the end. They take that game. They take us to a game 3, but you got to feel good as Soren coming out of that one. That looked great.
At least for NXTD and Flowers, they are like, yo, my goalie is blasting right now. We have got to get this point. We got to do something. Well, we do have the largest X known to man with literally two supports on his shoulders. So, tough scenario there for EKC. The Bozo Bunch managed to take it here with a Lamau 66. That way, round that up to 60. Oh, no. Round it up to 7,000 damage. Wink, guys. Hilarious. But, yeah. Tough spot. I mean, look at all these kills here from Jopleto. Expected from the size of this X, who managed to get specialized training at the last pick of that last point. I wasn't watching that draft so closely that I would have seen that one coming. But I mean, even EKC doing a whole lot of damage themselves too. As we're gonna move on to the next map here, though. I'm glad that they brought it back. I mean, that first game, they weren't too far away from winning, but it just felt like EKC had the monster damage. But Bozo Bunch is still here. They're so here, guys.
Yeah, and if I recall correctly, our game 3 is gonna be on the penultimate game 3 map, Inky's motherfucking Splash Zone. So we've had 2 very explosive games so far, and I think that is only going to continue. I think that this is a map where I think all of these players can thrive in. Both of these goalies have played ranged goalies and look to play incredibly aggressive to support their team if need be. And I think that is a map that absolutely enables that. So we're going to see who's going to be able to control the zone, be able to control all of those clear angles and passing angles and such like that the open map of Inky's allows. But on top of that, we're going to have that extra layer of fun, sunshine, and rainbows that we've come to know and love about the map.
It's definitely a layer that is laying on the teams. Definitely don't want this barrier to go down, or it gets really fun and interactive out there. You don't want to get yourself caught in the water cannon, which is so sick. It's really funny how the water cannon is just like how it is, but also the barrier is simply undefendable because it's the size of 15 Dubus. So it's a,
Yeah.
it's just an enjoyable map to just think about. But realistically, a lot of the nasl players are so okay with this map. Actually, I pretty much like it. We'll play on it, we'll practice it, and it's just a real counter pick now. So I like to at least see that we are finding a counter pick use for it.
And I want to shout out for anyone who's watching who wants to be an Inky Splash Zone expert. A couple months back, Vaughn did an hour and a half long stream just breaking down how he thinks about the map, and I think that not only showed a lot of people the light on Inky Splash Zone as a competitive map, but it also distributed that strategy to a lot of the players out. So I think that this is a map that before used to be just a disliked map, right, in the pool, but now it's actually a map that a surprising amount of players are just outright comfortable on, know how to play and navigate. So I think that we could see a lot of really interesting upper level stuff coming out into the Splash Zone and this upcoming map. And I mean, sun's out, guns out. We're approaching summer, and it's looking fun.
Absolutely. When you say guns out, you'd be thinking about Super Surge here, and Super
Yeah.
Surge Monumentalist are going to be our awakenings here. Not too unfamiliar to finding things like dash punch kills on this map, especially since once the barrier's gone, you can die on that corner of the map, which just invites another layer of fun, obviously, but it's fine. There's a lot of scenarios where the goalie has to defend the certain sides of the goal, which allows them to get dash punched. So you really have to be extra safe about what you're thinking when you're defending this barrier on this map, as we're going to go in for a Kai ban. Really good at controlling open space. Yankees map, mostly open space. So Kai getting the heck out of there. What shall the next ban be?
Kai is king on Inky Splash Zone, right? Like you mentioned, can control a lot of that open space, has a lot of really good interactions with the Splash Zone cannon to score goals, right? But I'm now that that's taken away, I cannot look at Super Surge Monumentalist without thinking of Aimi Finney. These are going to be the nuclear option picks. I think EKC picking away the Juno, which I think is really interesting, that Gramella has shown such a strong Juno that they're willing to pick the character away from him, even when it's not necessarily the strongest start on Juno. And as a result, I think Gramella going to lock in the now again. And with a Monumentalist pickup, that's going to be incredibly strong. But EKC has the round 2, and I think there's so many good picks to look at here.
Yeah, big Gramella going to be grabbing that now. Once again, Monumentalist is going to make things really easy. Well, really hard for the goalie to defend against. You're going to use that Monumentalist to help push that ball right into that barrier. And we saw Gramella having the most strikes at least on their team in that last game, possibly in the whole game. So really active hitting this ball, especially with the aerial start last time. But now they're going to have the other side of that. Also going to be on the EKC side, we got our Zentaro and our Rasmus showing up here. Most likely our Rasmus goalie, perhaps. Thoughts?
Yeah, it could definitely be. The Super Surge for the added mobility is something not to be undervalued, especially if you are Soren and you want to play a little bit more aggressive. I think this Estelle as well coming in. Obviously, we talked about how good Aerials was on the Estelle. Super Surge is right next to that, right? Promoting the ability for the Estelle to navigate the map. And I think that this is going to go on to Obscura Breads, who will want to use that to help on those corner offenses to make those goalie defenses for Soren nigh impossible, who is, I believe is going to be piloting the Rasmus. I think this Luna means that Katsuna might be in for this map, which is going to be interesting to see.
Katsuna is indeed in for this map now, getting their Luna pick onto this Inky Splash Zone. Once again, I do think Luna is actually a pretty solid pick for this map. Just being able to have the really big play of boosting yourself right on through any angle, actually. Just about any angle. Not really through people, but through angles is really helpful for getting these barriers, which are so much bigger than they feel when you're playing goalie sometimes. But nonetheless, I think we have some pretty good open space controlling teams here, though. Not much more I could imagine that we would see. I mean, having the Estelle, we have the Rasmus on board. We got the now with Monumentalist, some super surging what the heck's her name? Asher. So she's going to have some extra range as well. Same with NXTD, starting with Super Surge on this Zentaro, which kind of, I mean, I would always say this kind of transforms him into like a different character. Just so effective, this Awakening. So we'll see if that becomes overwhelming for the side of Bozo Bunch. But hey, Monumentalist now on goalie, actually. So Grimella is playing the Estelle.
And I cannot help but reminisce about the guy that gets whenever I see Asher with a dash punch Awakening, which we just saw right there, almost took out Katsuna, even though he did get the point. I think that is evil premonitions for dark, sinister things to come out of Dropletto. And 1 point onto the board very, very quick. That is something that Inky Splashstone has maintained throughout its history. These points can be very swingy. They can go very quick, and Inky Splashstone often has lightning fast games. And so we'll see if one team is going to be able to take that momentum on, but I don't think Soren or Obscure Breads will want to give up the map without a fight.
Nice, great move up there from Grimella, making sure that they don't lose any of these strike wars to NXDD. Honestly, making it so they aren't strike wars. Activating the water cannon, and there you go. I mean, Soren doing their best to evade, think, use their brain, maybe hit a button or two, but that, you know, it was just too much pressure, you know, water pressure, perhaps. The water cannon scores one for the Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, and I want to point attention to how Grimella scored that goal, because I think that's the quintessential thing that midfielders need to be aware of in this map, is how recognizing when the core is going to bounce off the water cannon, and in that millisecond, making sure your ability lands so you get like the nastiest possible angle, because it is so hard to defend against the water cannon, right? You, as a goalie, you want to walk upwards to potentially defend for that rebound, but that means you're just susceptible to getting owned when that Kai barrages or that Estelle Crystal Thorns into that little pocket. And EKC able to get another point as I'm talking about the wonders of the splash zone, but that is something to be aware of playing into it. And if you aren't, you could get caught off guard and give up a lot of points.
For sure, there are definitely a lot of surprising ways to be able to score with this water cannon, especially if you're standing in the water cannon with the ball. You basically have a red ball in any 45 degree that you want, which is very, very difficult to defend. As the first barrier is down, water cannon is activated. They get the ball on in there and help keep it in there. But hey, there's that minor counterplay that you have to keep the speed and knock the ball all the way at the top side, or that's from our perspective here. Soren hitting it in that direction. Goes for the hat splitter, not making it happen here. Dropletto. Grimella gonna have to strike war a couple of NXDD and Soren interactions here. They do end up living out. Whoa, Katsuna actually ends up missing that boost, or I lagged or something like that. But regardless, we do have a power play here. EKC might be able to get this one. I mean, this is definitely your best shot to get that barrier.
Yeah, power play does come to an end though. Dropletto walking downwards for a second. Yeah, I mean, it gets all of us. Let's be clear. I don't know why they did that. Like, why did they do that? But it's okay, because we're seeing more splash fun in the sun. A really good scoring attempt from Dropletto, but Soren is able to get there on time to defend.
Yep, this water cannon here for Bozo Bunch just about to come up as Grimella holds it, spending a little bit of EKC's time. Oh. It does show up, but man, a blast there from Grimella is going to get it right on through. Katsuna not going to spend that flip here. Possibly got stunned as well, but now we'll probably have it for this 0.5.
Yeah, and a devastating 0.5 this potentially can be. Grimella almost going to be taken out of the map instantly before he's even able to play. Now this flip is going to be stuffed out from Katsuna, but is going to win the strike war there. Obscure Bed's a little greedy on the core flip here. Might spell disaster for Bozo Bunch in the upcoming few seconds.
Nice strike there from Soren. Is going to keep this barrier up. Here comes the water cannon once again. Not favorable here for EKC. They can't manage to get their hands on that core, but a big blowing up here from Dropletto. Gets the dash punch, even spends the flip. They were dead before that, but, you know, for good measure, making sure that they do what they intend to do. Grimella can't maintain control of that ball. Tries to get a combo there. Katsuna can't find it either. This barrier still holds here for Soren. Setting up the Monumentalist drone, giving you extra speed. Not going to lose out there to just the Oni Blade. Helping it through. Grimella and Dropletto get it on through Katsuna, who's looking low. Oh, that whammy actually ended up hitting the ball. If it hit Grimella, possibly resulting in a death. Working on a flip there as well is Grimella, which they might need to get this barrier.
Yeah, very scary situation. XCD going to be KO'd, though, which means this is a potential opportunity. Grimella able to take that goalie berry, but it's going to be up to Katsuna on the hero. Luna not able to find it, which means that Bozo Bunch an opportunity to take the point.
Yeah, it's like right when the ball touches the water cannon, everything changes. Everything changes. Your play has to change, your eyes, your brain, everything has to be different because you know they're going to put it right in that pocket, like you mentioned a little bit earlier. But at speed's unimaginable. And it's going to be Obscure Breads getting the MVP here with this now. So already has Monumentalist. Nothing left that is so insanely valuable. Possibly Twin Drive. Going to go for Heavy Impact for extra damage and extra cooldown, which is quite good too. Some speed for Soren is great. Twin Drive for this dash punching Dropletto, the guy that gets definitely mentioned. We love that. Quick Strike for NXCD. This is fine. Missile Prop here for a Grimella. Going to help in almost all of her abilities. And Prize Fighter Luna. I feel like I know what Katsuna's thinking. We have to get some kills, guys.
Yeah, you know, that makes sense, right? You know, EKC do kill is something that we have come to expect from the composition. But yeah, that Twin Drive, I think, is going to be very funny. It's going to be very funny from Dropletto. I'm super expecting to see a lot more aggressive plays coming out from this guy. If things go well, we might have a feast of Asher KOs for us coming up.
Oh my god.
Wow.
I mean, that is the Super Surge right there, giving the range of that breakthrough and helping the barrier beam get there. It's exactly what we thought we would see, and man, that's value. You want to talk value? That's value.
Yeah, it's true. No other awakening does that for the Asher, right? And that's not just range, that's damage, that's hit stun, that's knockback. And if you and look at Dropletto, he's kind of looking like a vulture looking for these opportunities, and he's been able to capitalize using this awakening. So it's something to watch out for in this entire game, I think.
Working on a flip here too. 1 strike away, 2 strikes away to getting that flip. Has it now. Actually doesn't spend it there. Could have gotten a lot of damage out of it, but no real guarantee at a kill. Gonna get a flip here from Soren to get everyone away from that. Lots of stuff coming out there from NXDD. Sends out the projectile, sends out the rush, has the flip. Holds the resource though and finds a point of their own. So well played there from EKC. And I mean, that's a lot of value from NXDD to hold on to that flip.
100% agreed. That means that the awakening, the energy economy is going to be a little bit even. NXCD, though, now going to actually put that away. Going to get flipped off the map, but hey, energy economy is still equal when you think about it, so still going to be a win for the Bozo Bunch. We'll see if EKC can defend.
Yep. Obscure Breads might be able to move up here with this flip. Might move back, though, to activate this button. There goes the button. There goes the pad splitter. Just completely redirecting the ball a little bit to the right, just a tiny little bit to the right. No one's got strike up. Boom, scored. Asher doing God's work here with that path splitter. Dropletto well played there, at least aiming it correctly.
I think good catch out, recognizing that Soren's only way out of that one was to pass up to NXCD, so just using the 1 ranged ability on Asher to call that out makes a lot of sense. Good awareness of what the enemy player wants to do, and I mean that's the hashtag nasl difference from Dropletto, who is currently barely alive because of his little breakthrough passive. What a good ability.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the breakthrough passive, reducing damage taken, and I think also reducing knockback taken as well, which is like, well, it doesn't get any more valuable than that. Actually lived, finds a kill of their own, has an evade to get out of some moves, activating the button into the cannon. Soren tries to evade, getting comboed, but it simply doesn't matter. We got 2 strikes, we got Grimella Dropletto punching you in the face. Another set here for Bozo Bunch, and Grimella, the one.
Yeah, and Grimella, a well-earned MVP, has been throughout this entire time so clinical at using the water to score goals, and it's only going to get worse. The core speed from Hot Shot, the cooldown reduction is going to be very, very hard for Soren to deal with, who has already been struggling to deal with a lot of Grimella's antics. On the flip side, though, this Luna has to be denied Deadeye, I think, from Grimella. I think it's going to go through, yeah. And that means that Katsuna actually doesn't have all too much to work with. Omega Infused is okay, but that leaves you susceptible to some of the Dropletto dash punch stuff that we've seen so far. And we've seen a lot of situations where Katsuna has only walked away with, you know, sub 100 stagger, and that's not going to happen anymore. He's gonna die when it happens.
No, that's facts, though. Especially since like the scales have been tipped both directions, right? Katsuna loses a bunch of health, and Obscure Breads gets Deadeye with at least their primary. So a lot of extra damage also being picked up there for Obscure Breads. But hey, look, the speed that Katsuna is getting from OIA is helping them intercept some of these passes, making this 2v3 not feeling too bad until they are instantly vaporized. But wow, NXD instantly gets the ball through. Button is activated. Not going to get into the water cannon. Opposing Button going to have to evade it out. Actually hands the ball right over to NXD. We cannot get their hands on the ball. Spends the path splitter, but a nice pass interception there once again from NXD and cleans it up. I mean, solos that point. NXD, sir. NXD, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, hey, let's be clear. Dropletto walked the wrong direction when he spawned, but NXCD didn't. Now that's a brawler mog when you think about it. One player here has been practicing on the splash zone, and it shows, and NXCD uses that to capitalize and take that point for EKC. So even though it's looking a little bit sketchy yet again for the side of EKC on the defense, we'll see what they can do.
Activating the water cannon once again. Soren goes for the flip with so much threat being shown on the board, but can't get control of the ball even with that flip. Katsuna, again, a lot of the speed. Well, every time I bring it up about the speed, you have just about no stagger. So Dropletto is really just doing such a good job of taking advantage of that. And nice shot there from Grimella is going to get on through that Death's Touch, and I think that beam was probably going to beat the Death Touch regardless.
Yeah, I think that was the way to play out. Things are looking good for Boza Bunch in game number 3. They are going to look to close it out, but I think it'll be up to NXZD to potentially bring it back for EKC. So, very curious to see what it goes. The defense has been very scary, but NXCD has been making a lot of very good 1v1 plays against Breads, and I think if that continues to happen, there is going to be some signs of life.
Yeah, I really think it is on this Katsuna. On this Katsuna stagger right there. We'll get the dash punch of their own, it seems. Ends up ending Dropletto's life there, at least for just a short time. 10 more seconds until they return. I said 10. It's already been like 10, so they're already back. Surprise! Dropletto's already back. Nice Thorns from Grimella is going to collect that final barrier. Both buttons up, one activated. NXCD goes to jump in to grab it. Dropletto takes the super escalator to the other side of the board, actually surviving. Legit. That is like a legitimate thing. I love to see that. It is quite scary, but making it work there. Nice back pass. Whoa! Crazy situation there. Instant kill. So much damage from Grimella and no health shown for Katsuna, but NXCD gets the rush on in there. The stacks are completely stacked, and so with Quick Strike too, honestly. NXCD got a lot of stats on the board.
Yeah, that Omega Infused Accelerator is Omega-ly infusing Katsuna's ability to get shot and killed. But luckily, yeah, NXCD has all these core control and mobility awakenings, which means that he's still a threat in the 1v1. He has just the ability to outstrike Obscure Breads, and if Obscure Breads is caught without any cooldowns, he's going to lose against NXCD, and that's something that Boza Bunch have to respect.
Yeah, dealing damage to NXCD, though, is a great way to at least subdue some of this pressure. As Obscure Breads is going in for trying to get a primary in there. The secondary is not too hard to land, at least keeping them from regenerating. But Dropletto's now the one being targeted. The primary, just gets there in time. As Katsuna is going to try to approach with no stagger. The Crater Maker, Grimella jumps right out of it, actually, and ends up getting the barrier while Dropletto gets the kill. The button is activated. Soren gets so much pressure. Ball self-passes itself through the cannon up to Dropletto, and we are looking at series point for Boza Bunch.
Yeah, and let's be clear, right? All that time Grimella was getting those little pocket shots, that conditioned Soren to miss position because he walked down a little too much committally to deal with what he thought Grimella was going to send out, and all that meant was that he just returned back to the first layer and send it upwards to Dropletto, who's able to get an easy strike in. So big cash out on that playmaking from Grimella, but it's going to be up to EKC now to finally close out the set and keep themselves in the series.
Grimella actually on the knife's edge here, just standing towards the edge, getting hit, but still living. Dropletto gets the barrier on in there with the barrier beam. Now they have a chance to activate the button here, though, losing the barrier in return. The button not going to do all that much. Soren can maintain control of the ball. Katsuna going to go in here with NXCD. Not so much cooldowns there. Katsuna actually ends up stunning Grimella out of the strike on up to the board. Grimella knocks it out of Katsuna's hands. Still at pretty low stagger. They could turn the ball, or turn the damage onto Katsuna whenever they want. Soren's going to at least get Tropletto out of the way, give the team a little bit of advantage. Goes in here with the Oni Blade, but can't find the passive to land it. But they do find Gramella's Grave here. So they're going to find a kill and strikes it in there with that. Actually, I mean, slices and dices it in there. Nice overtime speed.
AKC, a very critical set to win, right? Keeping their series hopes alive. Katsuna going to be the one rewarded with a few things. I'm looking at 1-2 punch. I think Katsuna has a very solid game plan and knows what he wants to go for. We'll see if he does it. I think that all the stacking awakenings, while good, he's just in too precarious of a situation to pick up. I think the bulk up is a good middle ground between that, hedging your bets, just saying that, all right, I'm a little bit, I'm returning back to some of that baseline where I'm a little bit harder to KO, but I still get that extra power to help KO you. I think on the flip side, Dropletto with 1-2 punch. The Super Surge Asher has been building up to it all game. He has Twin Drive, Super Surge, 1-2 punch. The time for the Dropletto dash punch on an Asher show has to be now. It has to be now or it has to be never, because he is just so enabled to do exactly that.
Yeah, this guy might actually get, as NXCD though does get a slice and dice wide. The wide hit of that one is going to land it on through for EKC. Yeah, it's Katsuna getting bulk up is pretty nice for this OIA. Of course, it is still a percentage of your health. The percentage is certainly going to be higher than it was before. Obscurebrez is going to defend that one out, hand it over to Katsuna. Can't maintain control of the ball, but by God, they were like, guys, everyone just kill him instantly. They do. Everyone hits the button, and instantly Gramella is vaporized. They do have their own button there, though, so they're going to be able to hold the line for a little longer. Okay, spends the button, but nothing is going to come of it there, which is, I mean, we've already seen that's an insanely valuable resource. So getting 0 value out of your button is rough. Wow, insane defense there from Obscurebrez. Great strike, too, to get the ball on out. Soren can give the ball once again over to Katsuna. NXCD is probably going to have to spend this flip there, though. Does it? And doesn't get the barrier, man. Obscurebrez is looking nice right now. Why? Every time I say these things. I hate it.
Yeah, I mean, the game is just too fast for a caster curse to not happen. And Dropletto is able to just flip it right in. Gets a twofer with that deal. 2-for-1 cash out with flip. Which means that the energy economy looking a little bit more even than we'd expect after that many flips were expended by the side of Bozo Bunch. We'll see, though, as both teams still going to be dead even in set number 4.
Nice evade there from Soren, detecting that there was some threat nearby. Dropletto holding as long as possible, and super duper Omega wins out against Soren with the assistance of Gramella there. Wow, that hold was... That was it. We needed that hold. And again, series point for Bozo.
Yeah. The breakthrough, kind of the MVP ability, I think, for this Asher is able to just catch Soren off guard again and again and again. We'll see. 1 point away. Good kill from Katsuna, which means that this is going to be a 2v3 for EKC. We'll see if they're going to be able to capitalize it or if Bozo Bunch are able to close out the series.
Nice strike there from Breads to at least waste some of the time. Giving the ball over to Dropletto. Gramella has returned to the pitch. Gets the ball through Katsuna. The pendulum swing almost keeps the barrier alive, but Gramella is on the board there with that Rose Warp. We're now hitting the button. Oh, another button, actually. Nice drone to keep possession there. Obscurebrez going in to heal up. Gramella has a flip, but now doesn't have a teleport to get this flip action going. Soren has to use the pendulum swing. A save there from the Oni Blade. NXCD keeps this point alive, and they find a kill onto Gramella. The big drone there being spent from Obscurebrez. Now they have a little 2v1 spot. They're going to flip here. Obscurebrez, nice angle to really just hold the line here. We're just trying to spend some time for our teammate to come back, and they do exactly that as the Crater Maker is going to come out, whiff onto basically everyone. Gramella helping with a two goalie situation, but my God, Katsuna finds the kill. Soren also holds it with the Death's Touch. NXCD finds it, but the doors open. Katsuna with the whammy gets it through. And KC could actually keep it up, keep it alive.
That point was crazy. So many things could have been 1 millisecond later, and Bozo Bunch would have ended the series right there. Instead, EKC, off the back of some amazing Katsuna picks, is able to find that, and they need to score just as 1 point. Katsuna just kills himself. Oh no.
No shot. Katsuna flies into the wall, into the path splitter. But now the ball is being given to NXDD, though, who has a flip right on the front side, actually uses the slice and dice, but Obscure Breads ends up winning because the ball is held for a little bit too long. Tripletto not going to flip too far away from the barrier here, might have found it there, but still going to hold the line. Grimella has to just be able to give this ball to Dropletto, doesn't really want to flip for it. Wow, finds a kill onto Soren with their combo, spends their flip resource. Grimella gets the ball through NXDD and over to Dropletto, and that is it. Bozo Bunch win the series against EKC.
That's
Wow.
that point just fucking happened. But
Dude killed
that was
himself.
awesome. That was awesome. I mean, I'm sorry, hold on. I need to recollect myself. Katsuna just boosting himself into death just sent me, but then on top of that, the crazy save from Obscure Breads into NXT, almost scoring the goal out of nowhere, but then I think at the last second flubbing it because he tried to slice and dice to mix up the timing when he didn't need to, which, like, by the way, there's no way that you could have predicted that. That's just what you do as Zentaro to add on to the layer. It's too fast to realistically react to that. But then just Dropletto finding the kill onto Soren, and plus finding that barrier with the pass splitter. I mean, everything was so crazy in that last point. I'm almost sad we don't get to see a set number 5 from them.
Oh man, I so agree with that. And I also agree with that, just like for the most part, being the play with Zentaro, like, I don't know, it's so hard to say, right? Because you flipped so close that, like, if you just struck, it's completely unreactable. But like the slice and dice gives you like usually a little extra oomph in there to get like a flick, to get a stun, to get this and that. But yeah, I guess it does give the opponent like a literal half second to strike it out of that slice and dice. And I don't really think that's the right or the wrong play either way. But yeah, wow, it's gonna be Breads who's gonna just win the day in that spot there, grabbing the MVP for the entire game. Bozo Bunch taking it in that was the action set, action-packed gameplay on Inkies. You know what? Maybe I like Inkies. I might like Inkies again, guys.
Inkies
Especially
awesome.
at least casting it is crazy because I get to say things like they hit the button. Look at the water cannon. Isn't that fun, guys? I'm not playing it. Wow, that was sick. But like, yeah. Realistically, amazing play here from the Bozo Bunch and EKC. So close to bringing it back. It really felt like Omega Accelerator was the true double-edged sword. Like, speed, awesome, intercepting passes, death, very terrible. So, like, what are you gonna do?
I like vividly remember a moment where like Katsuna was just like not looking and like walked into a fully formed primary from the now and just lost 2/3 of his health, and I was like, what the fuck? That's so funny. But yeah, I mean, hey, Razor's Edge, that's what EKC likes to do, and I think even though they didn't take it, they gave us a fantastic series here. They looked all really good. I think NXZD as well on Zentaro. I think even though the series didn't go his way, a textbook classic performance from his Zentaro, showing us that why he's one of the fathers of this pick and one of the best people and most exciting people to watch on that pick. So a lot of clips from him this series as well. But turning it over to the victors, I think it's a very fun, like very wholesome win. I think Obscure Breads winning again on the Bozo Bunch with his forwards being from kind of like 2 different eras of his career, and now that he's in the NASA retirement home. I think that I think it was a really good win. I think that he fit in like very well. It felt like he never left, even, right, so to speak. And that was some great play from him. So shout out to all the members of Bozo Bunch. They absolutely deserve this win. I think EKC was a very formidable opponent this week, and it came down to it, in that very last game.
Yeah, well played from both teams, doing amazingly in this week 6 of nasl. We still got a couple more left. We got playoffs. We got so much to do, but we are certainly going to go to a break, get you some new casters, get you some new gamers. When we return, you'll be seeing Polar Cortex against the boys. So don't go anywhere. The action is not stopped. In a few minutes, we'll be back.
Bye-bye.
point of grand finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass, it's wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
Hello, guys. We are back. That's right. It's Pato, and I'm here with Wop, and we're about to come with you guys with week 6, middle week 6. We have Polar versus Boys, and Polar's coming off. They're trying to fight, get into playoffs. They have to beat Boys though. Their Boys are coming off after a loss to Rat Pack that left them third, so they want to regain their crown. They were at the top top of the standings, and that's not a good feeling when you come down from first to third. So they're seeing Polar. We'll see. We'll have to see how it goes. But both teams, I think, are poised and ready to make it a really interesting one. How do you feel about both these teams flop?
Well, I found my way back onto the boys cast. It's not intentional, I swear, but I have said it before. I'm a boys fan. I mean, it's easy to be a fan of the team that's winning typically, but just in general, I'm a big Bells fan, namely. Also, Bon and Kynie were there, but also, I think Polar Cortex is a team that's very likable, and they have players that I've personally connected with. I've teamed with Zoro before. I helped A whenever he was a new player. So there's a lot. I don't really know. I kind of want to see Polar Cortex win as much as I want to say like, yeah, go boys. But like, I just have too much of a connection to Zoro and A to be like, yeah, I can reasonably sit here and root for boys. So I think I want Polar Cortex to find a way to claim what would be a massive win.
Yeah, that would be absolutely massive if Polar Cortex claims a win over boys of all teams. I mean, it would be crazy, but we do see an inner focus start, and it's unclear on Test Chamber, so I don't know how that works out for them, but we do see the boys off to a really strong start because Bells is threatening the barrier here. The goal here, the Full has to use a Thunderstruck, get it out of there, and A is looking really low with the Whiplash available, and Bells has hit level 2 with the hook, and A just went off the field right there.
Yeah, and the inner focus, 6 inner focus means that there's going to be a lot of CDs and a lot more damage for the side of, well, just everybody as the game goes on. So these boys try to get something in the corner. Oh, Bon finding the Giga Blast to put it in, actually. But yeah, as I was saying, it's going to be a long series, I think. I don't think Polar Cortex are one to get ran over. I think they're really, really good at their damage, which I think is something that, like, against boys is actually a pretty viable comp, or a viable, like, thing to try, because damage is damage. I've always said, it doesn't matter what you're doing, you just hit the enemy players, they're stunned, they're bleeding. It's really hard to deal with, and I think damage is a viable way to, like, take a game off a team that could be really, really difficult to take a game off of.
Yeah, I mean, Kaido's in the corner just holding on for dear life to that flip and to his health, but Name Chaotic almost taking it off. But Kaido, yeah, like the flip is really paying off there, gets the second barrier of Polar Cortex and threatening a second goal. And Name Chaotic trying to make stuff work with that tempo swing, but Kaido still has free reign over the field. Bells coming in for the rescue, Kaido swooping down from below, not going to work out. It gets half the health chunked out again. And without an evade, this is looking really dicey. But the nuke comes down and the flip comes in. Name Chaotic does hold with the Kazan open primary. But A is the only one with the core flip into the lobby as they threaten from the top coming in. Sad Boys with the pendulum swing get 2-0 lead over Polar Cortex.
Yeah, and we're kind of seeing... Oh, wait, I just realized Name Chaotic does not have inner focus. He took tempo swing. Sorry, they are same color scheme.
Kind of similar.
Yeah, it's very hard. Oh, wait, Polar Cortex though.
Oh, like, what?
Oh, well, they decided that they were gonna lock in while we were talking about the funny cat awakening, and decide, you know what, we want one, and maybe they can find a second, fight their way, claw their way back to a bit more of a set. Name Chaotic does have a flip to work with, so that is something to note. And Kazan is already scary enough by himself, and throw a flip on top. That's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, A's just beaten down. We talked about damage. Boys has plenty as well. Bells is brought down low, but the Cyber Swipe misses, and A is kind of almost hooked back. Bells has to watch out, though, because it is the Polar Cortex turn to attack, and this Bouncy House variant is very deadly, but A just caught off by that Whiplash from Bells. Bells brought up to more than half health, unstaggered, and the core slips past the full. The nuke comes down, unfortunately doesn't get anything, but the follow-up strike will, and now they are looking to take the first set. Boys do, and oh my goodness, that was such a chaotic series, but I mean, boys come out ahead.
They do, and we'll see what Rasmus is rewarded with. There's a couple things in this draft that could be very scary, and for Rasmus, it's not looking like too much. But for the Luna's got her options, extra special, bulk up, min prop, bulk up taken off the table by Rasmus. That tends to make out. And I mean, yep, this is just a missile. Oh, actually, it's prime time. Doesn't even care about the missile. Oh, that's probably a Kazan deny now that I'm looking at it. And there's a lot of stuff in the draft here, and I like primetime bulk up aerials for the side of Sad Boys. That means you're gonna have a lot more CDs with the inner focus, a lot more range, just a lot more area of influence for this backline, and Bell's bulk up will get value as the Whiplashes come out and hit these very, very squishy members of Polar Vortex, namely the Amy and the Kazan, both, I believe, 1100. You do not have a lot of HP to spare, and you can see the Whiplash there. That's like 20% of A's HP bar.
Yeah, A just narrowly taken off the field. No evade as well, but a nice cyber swipe brings the core back to neutral, and the Fool is just holding on to that Supernova, and Kainu is paying for that. Doesn't get taken off the field though, and Name Chaotic actually is the one beat back by the boys, and they're trying to find a coordinated offense here, but unfortunately with Name Chaotic kind of battered and bruised, they're finding a hard time going in with the nuke coming down as well. A lot of zone control. Name Chaotic almost taken off the field, but does find value with that pop-up. And Bells and Kainu coming up now to the midfield, trying to make some pressure happen. But Polar Cortex are holding on very, very well so far, as Kainu coming in from the Xeno variant at the top vents. Supernova once again, the Fool seemingly has that 24/7, and Fallen has to rush back to save the core once again. Giga Blast does get the core out. Bells in with the Whiplash, wins the Strike War over A and the Fool, and oh my goodness, converts it into a goal instantly.
Yeah, that's the kind of the value of this Rasmus is just he can be really hard to deal with. Like he just like wins, he kind of skips an interaction and says, okay, I'm taking this one, and it's a pretty favorite interaction for him, as like it's pretty hard to beat it whenever the core is coming red speed behind him. He just strikes second. What can you do? But the extraterrestrial Vice is actually getting quite a lot of value, and I suspect that as the cooldowns start coming in, if they can last a little bit longer. Oh, Bells, be careful. Oop, he's dead. As the cooldowns start coming in, as the damage comes through, the Vice and the Amy backline are going to be so scary to deal with.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw just a small example of that as Bells got taken off the field, flip used. Unfortunately, nothing comes of it, and Bells is back. Power play over, but Polar Cortex still have the upper hand in the side of boys, and they get the goal in. So things are looking more on the up here for Polar Cortex.
Yeah, and take a look at I completely blanked on what I was going to say. I'm sorry. Take a look at the middle. Look at the really big Rasmus. That's what we care about. This middle, I'm actually amazed that Rasmus got it with the nuke falling, but I mean, I don't even know if it's going to matter. There's not a lot of value to be had out of it. It's just Polar Cortex managed to keep the ball away from Bells, even with the size bonus. And I mean, yeah, there's damage on A, but A's not under too much threat right now.
Yeah, after dodging that Whiplash, A had free reign to go around, get the orbs. But speaking of orbs, Kainu gets the middle orb, and that's a huge one, immediately using that power to take the Kazan off the field. Name Chaotic gone for another 8 seconds. They have to hold, but do lose the first barrier to that power play. Nice adjustment from A with the Thunderstruck coming down. With the flip, they're going to be able to hold until the Kazan comes back. With Bells looking low, this play has turned on its head here. For Polar Cortex, things are looking good for them. Nice Supernova coming down. Bells is surviving against Name Chaotic the best he can on the other side of the field, but the action is on the bottom side. Name Chaotic rejoins the fight and gets the core past Kainu, but Kainu does adjust now. Doesn't even have to use the flip and the turret coming down, but Bells gets the middle variant, hits Eye out of the field. Once again, power play here for the boys. They get the second barrier this time, and now Kainu has a flip. Luna is going to use it immediately, held by the Fool for the first time, and A comes back, but still, that's just so much damage from the boys.
Yeah, it does really feel like every time Polar Cortex finds a way to something to look at, like some sort of opening, whether it's damage or a Visol, a good Kazan setup, the boys are just there to close the point out before it becomes a real problem. And I don't really know how you deal with the prime time on Luna. I feel like she just has a cooldown for every interaction that she needs. And the ones that she doesn't, well, Vaughn's there.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the secret's to winning Strike Wars, because the Fool just won 2-3 of them. Got both barriers. A's looking down to the bottom. Bouncy House coming in. Vaughn has to eject them back. And now the Fool and Name Chaotic trying to make this tag team work, pushing up the field, but it's the Kazan. Name Chaotic is the one brought down low, not being able to provide offensive help to their teammates quite yet, just being bounced around. Fortunately not off the field, but A pushing core towards Name Chaotic looking low, so unable to help. A has to burn a flip now. The Fool doesn't have a flip quite yet. Oh, unfortunate eject button, unable to get back in time, and now A losing Strike War to Bells. Sad Boys up 2-0 in terms of sets.
Yeah, it's I mean, Bell's is kind of just. It feels like every time he touches the ball, he's just strike warring somebody to put it in, and he's not even got any size or really any speed in the times that he's doing. He's got to just in the right spot, the right time, ready to second strike. I mean, when you do it, you get rewarded pretty heavily. He might not be getting rewarded, but the Luna certainly is with that spec training. Vice and Amy weighing their options, deciding on Deadeye, Amy, and a surprise fighter for Vice. So if the damage comes through, if they can find a KO, just one, I believe that will be a pretty solid way to snowball this set kind of into their favor, which is what they need, because we're running out of sets to to throw away. We gotta figure something out. And but on the as I was saying about that size, Bells did pick up the Rampage, so if he's allowed to get just a couple stacks, he will be much harder to deal with than he already is.
Yeah, so far only one barrier fell for Polar Cortex, and Name Chaotic finds the angle, just pushes it in, and oh my goodness, that's exactly what the Polar Cortex need. They need it about 9 more times, and they can be back in this game.
Oh, they can do it in 8, but yeah, they do need to figure something out. Name Chaotic, I thought he was dead there for sure with the Giga Blast and the Pendulum Swing. Actually going to be completely fine, but there's so much pressure from the side of boys as they just take it up against this wall, and I mean, it's cleared, but there's no real threat. There are no cooldowns to follow it up, it seems.
Yeah, Name Chaotic is looking low. Did get the first barrier, though, for Polar Cortex, but Polar Cortex is dealing with an empty net. Oh, that Supernova was nice. Bells is knocked, is staggered, but not out quite yet. Name Chaotic looking to pull, does get the pull. Kainu has a flip, though, and even gets the center orb. That's scary for, oh my goodness, takes the pull off the field, scores the goal. Sapboys just have tricks, endless amount of tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah, and unfortunately that does mean that the prize fighter, the thing that we were talking about possibly being enough to sway the game, is, well, it's not even a factor until they can find a way to get it back online. But, maybe they do with this. It actually, the Supernova is not going to find any damage at all. It's completely evaded.
Yeah, a great handling from the boys. They do get a barrier off of this, does Polar Cortex, and Vaughn did use the secondary, so they might have some damage. They might have some corner potential here to full handing it over to Bell's strike war from A. Unfortunately, both teams kind of missed the core there. Core is brought through. Kainu takes Name Chaotic off the field on the other side, and Kainu's not even the goalie. Wait a minute, Lewis the midfield. A has a core flip though, is not going to use it, and trying to block the passing angles. Great glitch pop, great Supernova, keeping the core in possession. Unfortunately, Polar Cortex does lose possession at the last second. Name Chaotic's back to strike war. Vaughn just wins with a barrage. Well timed. Nice glitch pop. A doing some magic on the other side of the field as they equalize the barrier counts. Double strike war. 2v1, unfortunately, is won by the boys as they look to close out this set. But not if A has to say anything about it. Brought down low with the nuke, though, and Kainu playing second goalie here very well. And the nice Rasmus redirect misses the shot, I think. But now A is looking low, and the boys are looking strong as they come up the field with a Luna with the flip. And Bells almost has flip as well, not even needed. Puts it past the full, and the boys are at match point now.
Yeah, and it's looking dire. It's looking dire for Polar Cortex. I gotta be honest. They've got to find something. They're just one kill, but they can't. It feels like they can't focus too hard on it, because if they do, they're not gonna have the resources to defend the Luna and the Rasmus, and even this Kai that is just running up in barrage, Giga Blast, and strike. I mean, look how far he's up. Every time he's up, Kai Nuke's back. There's never a weakness. There's just never a weakness on this side. Somebody's in the box and the other is in your net, and then just like that, they immediately swap it back, and it's brutal to deal with. Oh,
yeah, very fluid. I mean, Build is being raised strong by Kainu, but you have to get foraged for your own orbs. Don't go for Luna ones. But Name Chaotic back on the hunt. He was brought down low. He's back. He's back and hungry for Bells here. A glitch pop coming in. Oh, I think gets the kill confirmed there, but nuke coming down means the full and A are both very low. Nice Supernova, but survives the missile from Kai. Oh, that's a double kill now with Kainu taking off the field, and now they're trying to make something happen as Polar Cortex, but Bells is back. Oh, A taken off the field with a core flip in hand. This is looking really, really scary, but nice rotation now from the full, and Name Chaotic, they're looking to get a barrier at least, but power play has ended. Reverse power play from the boys, but now A is back. Nice redirect from the missile, trying to play defenses. Polar Cortex. Nice turret coming up, but the core slips through, and that means they have to deal with a Luna Nuke on the other side. Nice Supernova, though, does get the barrier, and nice dribble from Name Chaotic. They're trying to come down. A is going through the other side now, but that means Kainoob and Bells have free reign. Vaughn reaches the core in time. They get slip the core through once again. A wins the strike war once again, but still, the boys hold strong, even with the net behind their back, and this is looking really dicey. Oh, a one slip up from the Fool, but Name Chaotic makes it happen, and Polar Cortex, they don't want to go down without a fight.
Yeah, and they do have 2 prize fire stacks, and an extra special, you know, Supernova coming up. I'm sure we'll see it very, very soon. There is real potential here, and they just need one. They'll take their first barrier and maybe even a second. Unfortunately, it's not going to be, but like just keep an eye out on the device, because I think it's going to decide one Supernova, and oh my god.
Yeah, Vaughn brought down so low with one Supernova. Has using Giga defensively, just being bounced around, but somehow makes it back with the eject button. Being bounced around once again. I mean, this variant is such a wild one, and nice chain light, unfortunate chain lightning actually, but still, boys have an open net behind their backs, and that's looking really scary in this variant. But Bells wins the strike war once again. Whiplash, not finding that value, but A is actually suddenly brought down so low, and Supernova comes out defensively. You coming down, that's A off the field. Kainoob has a core flip. Bells is going to be so good at getting it to him. Name Chaotic holding on for dear life, trying not to give anyone on the boys core control, because
no way,
the core slips through. That's what I'm talking about, man. The bouncy house variant, just anything can happen on this one. And Polar Cortex, they're back.
They are, and shout out Name Chaotic for kind of, I don't know what we're calling it, long arm. I always refer to it as long arming, but you know, just getting that like the little extra pointy strike just every touch. It's really hard to know what it is, and he's got his options, hovering the size, but ultimately ending up on the 1-2 punch, playing for the win con. You know, the damage game, I can respect that. 1-2 is very, very good on Kazan, but on the flip side, there's no flip side. I'm sorry, I'm lying. I was looking at Vice and thought that was a player, I don't know, maybe that was a Kainoob Vice or something. I don't know why, but the damage game, they managed to get up a 1-2 punch and deny 2 health awakenings. 2 out of 3 denies. That's not bad. You're very, very happy with that. Vaughn and Kainoob not really getting too much. Among Titans might come into play if Bells can make some use out of the size and Kainoob can make some use out of the speed, but I don't know. Like, you kind of just got a big Rasmus this draft. In return, you get, you know, a lot less survivability.
Yeah, Reptile being taken away is going to sting. I'm sure Sap Boys want to end it right here, right now, as Bells is looking huge, though. That Whiplash coming in, just covering so much ground. Luna Nuke coming in. Bells trying to catch the outclear down. Isn't going to find it, though, and the full great angle passes it right through Bells, who is big. And great play from Name Chaotic. Mind games Vaughn a little bit, and Core is stuck on the bottom corner. They want to get it out of that Xeno variant, I think wary of a dash or a missile, and now Vaughn's pushing forward with a eject button. Nice hold by the Thunderstruck, and now the full and I double defense against this huge Bells. Core flip being used from the boys. They really want to get this point secured, but it looks like the Polar Cortex are the ones who are going to take a second barrier. Nice strike from Name Chaotic, but Kainoob is going to block that with the missile. And nice proc. I think that was 1-2 from Name Chaotic, creating a red core, getting it right past the boys.
And Name Chaotic finding a lot of value out of the 1-2, managing to take both the barrier and the goal off of 1-2 proc. That is very, very good use of the Awakening. You know, I think we look at it as like a damage thing, but it's got a ton of value, especially on a character like Kazan, who can red speed quite consistently. Oh, and he's actually found a kill with the primary. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Vaughn just got bounced out of defensive position. Meaning that the Polar Cortex did find their first barrier on this variant. They even get the second one with help from Name Chaotic and the Fool. So now they're kind of like in an equal footing on this variant. Name Chaotic has a core flip as well, and he's going to use it right past Vaughn into the goal, and Polar Cortex are looking in a much dominant position on this fourth set.
They are, and it's not even really because of the damage or like the kills. Like, yes, they find them occasionally, but it feels like 1-2. Like, honestly, not 1-2. Name Chaotic. Name Chaotic's kind of going crazy mode and just winning these interactions that he needs to. And A and Fool buying him just enough time to get those interactions. And you know, now that he's got 1-2, we can actually make those plays solo using that red speed.
Yeah, even getting the middle orb, which traditionally has been Kainoob's favorite, but it's all changing in the set. But Kainoob and Bells, nice teamwork there, pushing it past A and the Fool.
Yeah, and Bells with 3 Rampage stacks and a Demolition is. He's getting quite big. Probably need to get that off of him. Not quite the CDR built up yet, but you know what? He's going to be there soon, I imagine, as Polar Vortex claim their first barrier.
Yeah, great start to chunking down Bells. It's going to be pulled off field from Name Chaotic, who has been playing absolutely phenomenal so far, even surviving that top barrier. And not if Kainu's Missile has anything to say about it, though. They're making a reverse value power play happen, but Bells is back. All members of the boys are back. A has to use a flip and doesn't really get much out of it. And now Bells has a lot of room to work with if they can get the core out to them. Pulling A out of the field is Bells, and now with the Thunderstruck coming in, it's still Polar Vortex offensive, but Kainu slips the core past and a damaged A, trying to desperately get the core out. But unfortunately, it's looking like it's going to be really scary. A to survive though and get the orb, but Name Chaotic being chunked down by the Obscura variant. Hooks the core down, has to use Kainu's flip, and surviving is Name Chaotic, but Vaughn using the right click, and now power play coming out. A is looking low as well, but using the turret, getting the core out, Supernova protecting the Amy, even surviving the nuke. A delivers the core right back, and unfortunately, Bells' Pendulum Swing is the one that's going to win out at the end of the day.
Yeah, and that is a bit of a disappointing a disappointing point to lose, but Polar Vortex still chilling. 2 of their inner focuses fully stacked as they claim their first barrier. It feels like they do that quite often. They'll need to claim the second and then the goal afterwards to really, for that to matter, though.
Yeah, I think a good thing is that A did survive and has 26 cooldown still, but this turret is going to be really strong on the Atlas variant. Even almost gets a kill onto Bells. Supernova coming down. That's a lot of damage. Oh, unfortunate angle. The full couldn't hold in the beat any longer, and A has to use the core flip, but still misses the core, and now things are looking really dire. This is match point for boys on game 1 of the series. The full even using the core flip. Kainu passing it right back, though. And, nice dash dodge by A, though, but the core comes back. This is such a hard variant to clear out of. Name Chaotic trying to use the Atlas variant to their full extent. The Bells is looking low. Glitch Pop coming out, but Bells dodges it and retreats back to the orb. And Luna Nuke coming down. Supernova is coming in clutch, even kicks Bells off the field. And now power play for Polar Vortex, but this is a halfway power point because A is almost out. With that low health, no evade as well. Vaughn's looking super low as well. They're trying to get damage. Vaughn is down. Power play maintained, but no, the variant kills A as well. So 2v2 on Clarion Test Chamber, but the Fool is teleporting in, eject buttoning back, doing everything in their power, even using the Supernova to stall for time. The nuke comes down, waited out. Name Chaotic takes the missile, and now the forwards of the Polar Vortex are trying to pile on some damage onto Bells, trying to get the core controlled away from Kainu. The whip, the Rasmus hook coming in. That's touch blocked by A off the strike. Pendulum swing coming in, redirecting the core back to Bells, and oh my goodness, strong point, but Sad Boys come out ahead.
Yeah, there was an attempt, and it was a good attempt. It really was. That was not even like one kill. That was literally like one ability. Like one ability to take Bells off at the end there. You know, one stray vice primary or something, just anything, and claiming a kill there could have actually taken us to the set 5. And, you know, I think if it would have gotten there, it would have been a very scary point, or a very scary set for them to be on with the vice Amy. I mean, we can see it, the damage here, 34k, 33k. Kazan only having the 18, but, you know, that is your kill confirm. You really want to make sure you have the abilities up. And he didn't really get too many to like scale off on his own. But it unfortunately just felt like, well, anytime you got a kill for the first couple sets, you just like couldn't. Polar Vortex couldn't manage to break through the boys' backline typically, and even whenever they did, it didn't happen enough times to really let them. It happened enough times where like they could like meaningfully progress the game and acquire themselves a point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think one good thing for Polar Vortex, if you're a Polar Vortex fan, is that this was the boys' pick. Clarion Test Chamber, it was the boys' pick. And Polar Vortex held their own, I think, like pretty well once they started getting their Awakenings online. I do want to say that Polar Vortex, despite getting the more, I think, damage-focused Awakenings, the boys did outbrawl them a little bit. They did have more kills at the end of the day, the boys did. But they showed that they weren't willing to go down without a fight. They made fourth set really close. So if we get onto Polar Cortex's map, and this is going to be Demon Days, they're kind of ready for it. I think they're ready to fight. They're kind of here to go brawl it out with the boys. So it makes me really excited. But we're gonna have to see the starting awakenings as well, because I think that inner focus start, I think it proved to be really good here for boys. I think Kainoob just had infinite missiles, just infinite dashes, and it just never stopped coming.
Yeah, no, I agree. Primetime pickup on the Luna. Well, not any Deadeye or any missile prop, or it's not flashy, but it is an extra cooldown. Those awakenings are very impactful, and we'll see what if there's a different sort of vision or
Okay, the awakenings are out. I lied. It's heavy impact and peak performance. So these are two really nice awakenings here.
That is on Demon Days.
On Demon Days, that's right. So
wow, there's that puts a lot of options on the table for character draft. Notably, you have heavy impact, which is a really good awakening. Dare I say, guys? I know, controversial take, but heavy impact does get a lot of value with the CD's damage. Both of those are really, really impactful for any damage team. And the peak performance, that's kind of like a lot of people go to, like, yeah, this is my favorite survival awakening. It's speed, helps you dodge stuff. It's HP, so when you do get hit with stuff, it doesn't feel nearly as bad. So we'll see what the awakenings are looking like. Oh, and we actually have boys banning Feeny, Polar banning X. Both of those characters very, very strong, pretty game warping. And boys will draft the Drakkar, who I imagine will get a lot of value out of the heavy impact. And I'm pretty confident in saying that is probably Bell's Drakkar.
Yeah, I mean, we do see Polar answer back with Vice Aimi, and the Full and I did have an impressive damage number last game. I mean, especially with heavy impact start, I think this could be really scary.
I agree. And there's, it's a map like Demon Days. It's a very, very explosive, very tight knit. A lot of the time you have goalies, midfielders, brawlers. They're stacked up on top of each other. You get a lot of heavy impact value. We will be seeing boys draft the Estelle and the Now. The Now will try to counteract a little bit of this damage, although she herself is quite squishy. So that is something to watch out for. Estelle as well, being able to dish out that damage while covering a lot of the field. And Named Chaotic drafting up their Kazan as they like. I am a little worried. I think Kazan is not in the greatest of spots right now in terms of his rating as a brawler. Named Chaotic has made him work. He does pilot him very well, but in a match like this against Drakkar Estelle, you do have peak performance available to you to kind of help give yourself a little bit of a barrier, but I don't know if Kazan's gonna be able to survive, and even if he does, I don't know how effective he's gonna be at dealing with a Now.
Yeah, I guess they're really relying a lot on peak performance being there. Maybe they'll pick up a Vambrace on him as well to kind of patch up the stagger difference. But yeah, this is looking pretty scary for sure. I will say Polar's comp looks exactly the same as the first game, and I think that's a vote of confidence for them. They're going to second game, they're not questioning themselves too much. I think that's good. They're saying, hey, we weren't wrong, we played it out pretty well, we just got to play a little better on our map. And so if this is definitely Polar's game, Polar's map, they have the best chance here, I would say. And hopefully it works out for them. As we go into the game, we see Named Chaotic and Kainoob with the peak performances, everyone else on heavy impact.
Yeah, and Named Chaotic did not opt into the Vicious Vambrace, so there will be none of that healing thing that we've seen, previously from RTF, Leon, and that team likes to run it a lot. But Named Chaotic, trusting that he'll be able to find a way to live even without the need of the healing. Bells does have the pummelers, so watch for the edge KOs. That is kind of, oh my god, where is A's HP bar?
What just happened? But I mean, oh yeah, okay, so we see Pummeler's value coming out, tries to get it straight to the full as a mind game, I think, but the full does win out with the supernova as well. But this does mean no Vice ult for defense. Power play still has a little bit left. Bells has a core flip as well. Oh my goodness, Name Chaotic and the full both brought down so low. A is back, but the home is kind of devastated behind them. The home base of Polar Cortex, the full running out offensively. Eject buttoning back, that's a very smart choice as well. I think they did a few abilities. Name Chaotic coming in, has a hook available, but the core has to find a way to him. Or back onto the midfield lane. Thunderstruck coming down. Name Chaotic just being beat back. Even has to use their one evade. They have one left, but the strike shot's going to take it off the field before it comes back. Core flip from Kainoob gets it in, and the boys start off that set strong.
Yeah, and we're immediately seeing a bit of, what we expected from Drakkar. Estelle, they're gonna shoot you, and Now's gonna like hit you with their pepper damage. The funny little Now Dorito, the secondary, and while that might work, it's not gonna work this round because she's dead. But watch for the damage game, watch the HP bars, because I believe ultimately, at the end of this point, it's gonna be based off who has the highest HP bar. And right now, boys are struggling.
Yeah, boys are struggling this point for sure. Vaughn is running for their life, pushed and top spun off the map. Power play here for Polar Cortex, and A going in with the core flip, trying to get the core out towards midfield, towards open goal. Name Chaotic, unfortunately, bad coordination there, and A dashing in. Unfortunately, the core is on the other side of the field, and Polar Cortex have to play defense once again. Power play is over, but Name Chaotic is sliding in, and A finds their space. Almost taken off the field by the shotgun, though. Have to play so dangerously. The full finds a nice rotation up. A misses a strike, tries to go for an orb. That means Bells gets an open angle on the barrier. Now coming in, has to use the core flip, does the full, but straight past Vaughn. No, Vaughn does manage to reach it. Dorito holds the core in place while A is flipped off the field. And now power play for Sad Boys with a pummeler's value coming out. Passing to Kainoob. Bells is up there ready to embrace, but Name Chaotic does cut off the pass. Kainoob rotates through the bottom. A is back soon, but Bells just shotguns it in. And what a play from Sad Boys.
A clean little red speed dribble off that corner wall, and that does mean that boys chilling pretty comfortably right now with enough energy to live and a core flip to work with. I believe they're probably going to be able to claim both barriers at least off one good shotgun interaction. Unless Supernova, they might just kill Bells outright. Oh my god, I'm kidding. I'm sorry for suggesting it.
Yeah, I mean, they just, I think you just caster cursed the bull there. But power play for the boys once again. I feel like I've been saying this all series long. Name Chaotic holding on for dear life. No evade though, and a sliver of health means he has a long way to go. And the Dorito hits the core, gets it past Name Chaotic, and things are not looking good for Polar at the moment.
Yeah, it does feel like the damage. I think the main difference we're seeing is how quickly the damage is able to be dumped out onto Polar Cortex. Like, Polar Cortex has similar, if not more, damage. They do with Vice, Amy, Kazan, but it feels like it's so spread out in comparison to boys hit you like a truck. Like they blow up the Amy and they blow up the Kazan, and then eventually they'll kill confirm at some point. And I imagine with the Now picking up Happy Star, she's gonna have more heals to deny that damage that is being already isn't really coming through as effectively as you like. Drakkar, a little explosive entrance, will make his day quite happy, and it feels like a rough draft for Polar Cortex.
It really does, and we are off to... Oh, Bell's not taking the barrier, though, but almost takes A off the field. A is looking really low, even burns the evade. Does get some damage onto Kainoob, but it heals back almost instantly with the orb, and A almost about to get taken off the field. Bell's is on the hunt. Turret coming down. Monumentalist turret is quite huge, and they do make a lot of ground, but they do take one barrier. A looking low, he's trying to stay on the middle of the map, but Vaughn survives Vaughn and Bells, and taken off the field is the Now, but A still kind of beaten back by members of Sad Boys. So this power play not quite as effective as they might be hoping. Taken off the field, power play equalized, and once that Now comes back, the pummelers will be activated. Bell's looking so fast, stunning the full with the Now Dorito, getting the core in, getting the second barrier, and Bell's trying to push the full into using skills, even using the core flip, but unfortunately for not. And momentum kept up by the Sad Boys in the second set as well.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, if you look at Bells and what Bells is doing, it's kind of messed up. He does not care about this ball. Like, he'll touch it if it's near him. Here we might throw a couple touches here and there, but as soon as he's done, like, he's going right back to hunting this Amy. Just stop. Look at him. Look at him. It's so messed up. It's so evil.
Yeah, and it works. It's working out. Both Name Chaotic and A are playing for their lives here. I mean, they can't touch the core if they're dead. You know, that's how Bells is equalizing the levels still. And Name Chaotic is the target this time. Kazan dashing past though, getting the orb. Bells is just gonna opt for the Fool's Orb there, and a nice Crystal Thorn from Bond halfway across the field means that they're gonna get a barrier here. But Sapboy is playing with an open net behind their back. Name Chaotic has to dash into the middle, even using the core flip, gets it through. But Bond is gonna answer back with a core flip, and now Name Chaotic, no evade, no core flip. He has to go back and they get the second barrier. Sapboy's equalizing count, and it opens. The gate opens just in time, and oh my goodness, Bells was right on top of that.
Yeah, and that's a heartbreaking one. That one sucks. You know, it's okay to lose the barrier, but like losing that one, it feels bad. Kaidub and Bells, they're gonna have their flips soon, and I suspect when they do, I suspect somebody's gonna die to like shotgun flip. You know, now Dorito flip. Something.
Oh,
it's
double
god,
flip,
it's
okay.
worse than I thought. It's shotgun flip. Oh, it's a nightmare.
I mean, oh my goodness, Vaughn finds the piercing shot, and I mean, what do you do here, Flop? If you're A or Name Chaotic, or if you're anyone on Polar, I feel like the wall. You know, you're not hugging the wall. You're in midfield, and you're kind of getting bullied out.
You know, it is very, very rough. I'm sure there's a play, but in the meantime, maybe there's something in the draft that can help them out. Although I'm looking at it, it doesn't look too promising. Look up on the now. That's going to be very, very useful with that peak performance. Vice pick up the inner focus, but these points haven't really been going too long. I don't know if you'll be able to stack it up quite like you want. Kazan taking a build different, but oh god, it's so nightmarish. Drakar's picked up a prize fighter, and he's already exceptionally lethal with it. There's so much damage in this draft, and you were asking, what do you do as Amy? What do you do as Kazan? How do you play? And honestly, I don't know. I don't know the solution other than just not going on the wall. But if you don't go on the wall, Kaidub's gonna walk it up, like have all of his cooldowns, and oh dear god, somebody save Polar Vortex from whatever it is Bells is doing to them right now.
Yeah, A was playing pretty conservatively, but somehow just brought the field. Crystal Thorn coming out even takes the full off the field. I don't know where that came from. And Name Chaotic looks so lonely there in the goal arc as Sapboy just kind of get the core past them.
Yeah, and Bell's already 1 point into the set, has 3 prize fighter stacks, and I have a feeling he will be maxing out that belt quite soon on Name Chaotic. My god! Oh my god, that knockback was insane!
Wait, Devon's looking low though. Kainu has to win the strike core. Does have a core flip though. Supernova comes out, unfortunately, defensively, but the full and A doing double defense here, putting a lot of damage on Devon. Coming in, doesn't get the kill though, and Kainu has a flip. Bells has a shotgun. They're gonna get it through though. Name Chaotic gets it through. Vaughn is still looking low. A is looking low as well though. The glitch pop does connect very well. Name Chaotic trying to hook it back. Unfortunately, not gonna happen to full. Has core flip as well. Trying to use it so that they can get a point and save A from death. And a 4th stack of prize fighter from Bells. Oh, there it is. Core flip used. Unfortunately, a little too late, and Vaughn is back as well. Power play coming out. Bells looking for a kill, looking for a play. Not gonna touch the core quite yet though. Nice thunderstruck from the full, perfectly timed. Kainu wins the strike board, which means Name Chaotic has to burn the dash, burn the hook, and now Bell's coming up with a shotgun again. Supernova coming out. Nice defensive use of the Supernova. Unfortunately, no damage onto Bells, who has another shotgun ready, and this time it's going to be the Molten Blast getting the full, getting the point. And here we are at match point. This is looking very dominant for the boys.
It is, and I don't know. I think you have to shut down Bells. You have to like just blow him up, get these prize fighters off the board just so you can have a chance, but all the damage is being pumped into Vaughn, and unfortunately, I don't even think it's going to be a kill. I think he's out, and I don't know. I think it might be over. Very, very
a little scary. That Spurs barrier right off the back of the shotgun. The full and A both looking low. Vaughn finds so much value even when they're low because they're in a stealth. Name Chaotic has a core flip. It's going to use it to A, but great strike shot and just taken off the field somehow. Is A, and this means that Staff Boys have the umpteenth power play. Supernova coming down. They're just waiting to kill after the Supernova ends, and Name Chaotic has to play defense. A is back, and they hold. They hold against the core flip from Kainu, and trying to make something happen with the turret, with Name Chaotic. Great defense so far. That's all they can do, and Bells just strikes it away. And there we go, Staff Boys victory. 2-0 series and looking very strong. Unfortunately, it looks like the boys are trying to regain their lead.
Yeah, and it's a brutal one. You know, Polar Cortex, a good attempt, but I mean, boys, they're a damage team, I guess. I didn't really know them for that, but you know, Bell's locked into her car, and you know, not even really with too much damage in the backline, just an Estelle to assist. They decided that, well, you know what, we're going Demon Days, we're going Clarion, and these tight maps that like force you into uncomfortable positions, and then we're gonna kill you. And if we can't kill you, well, we'll just score while you try to kill us. And it felt, I don't really know what the winning answer was. I don't know if it was a trap error. Maybe now getting through made it too hard for the Vice and the Amy to really like get the damage that was important out. Maybe the damage wasn't fast enough. I don't know what the answer is. But unfortunately, it does mean that boys, well, not unfortunately for them, but unfortunately Polar will be taking another loss while boys end up as a nice comfortable 5-1 for the season.
Yeah, I mean, we're at week 6, guys. We have, I think, 3 games remaining. Every game counts here. Every match is precious. It's gonna sting a little more for Polar. It's gonna be a little more happy win for boys, but that's how it goes, guys. Sometimes it happens, and I mean, we're gonna be back with HMG versus Time, but I think it's gonna be after a short break, though, for sure. So.
Match point of Grand Finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass, it's wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
Guys,
I know
I counted down. I counted down really badly, but like you guys can start now. Okay. Hey, welcome back. I'm joined here with Pato again. I'm Flop. We're here. Heavy Metal Gundam versus Demon Time. We're ironically enough going to Demon Days. Hopefully that's not an omen or anything. Pato, how are you feeling? What are you? You got a team?
No, I'm glad to be back here with you, Flop. I'm glad to be casting Demon Time. I mean, Gumi's been back off his long slumber. They've been absolutely tearing it apart here. And week 6, they're up against HMG, who are no slackers themselves, even though their 2-3 score might suggest otherwise. I gotta say though, Hot Shot, Missile Prop, this is a scary start on Demon Days. How do you feel about that, Flop?
I think it's going to be a bit of a very, very fast game. I think red speeds will be achieved pretty quickly as soon as any amount of power falls in. Missile Prop, for those that have taken it, namely the Luna and the Drakkar, that's a pretty good boon for both of them to have. They will have a little less cooldowns to work with, but those cooldowns will be a little more impactful. And we've seen quite recently, actually, how lethal this Drakkar can be. But it's not Drakkar's story here. Apparently, it's a Luna, as Josh claims the first point.
Yeah, that's scary. I mean, I thought more people would take Missile Prop, but I guess that that cooldown from Hot Shot, that red core from Hot Shot is going to be huge. But so far, Team 2 Missile Prop is winning against Team No Missile Prop, as they have a 1-0 lead. The Milkman, great NATO thwarting the vertical NATO thwarting the offense of Blue Team here. Shianzu though is going to redirect to the Joker, who wins Strike Core over the Josh, but brought down low by Snake's shotgun blasts here. Joker really wants to hit level 2, but it's going to get taken off the field instead. And now Demon Time have some defending to do as a power play happens for HMG here. They do take the first barrier of their own, though. Shianzu brought down low. Snake on the hunt. Casino in with the shotgun ready, but because the secondary was out, they didn't get the kill onto Shianzu. And Josh is back. And Joker is back. They get second, and the Flame Flurry activated is going to get the second barrier, and the gates are open. Unfortunately, misses the kill onto Snake, and the core is rotating back. Snake survives another onslaught, and Shianzu is also brought down low. Josh trying to dash in, get the kill onto the Estelle. Unfortunately, not confirmed. Snake getting a shotgun blast. Shianzu clearing with the primary, but Snake, at the end of the day, is the one who wins out on that trade, and HMG take a nice 2-0 lead over Demon Time.
They do, and this is a very important, these teams have like a lot of possible really, really scary awakenings to fall back on. Drakkar, if he manages to pick up like a heavy impact, or Luna with like an extra special, or like a Deadeye, even an Era, like a Monumentalist Era could be really, really scary. And then on the flip side, 1-2 punch, anything for Estelle really. Vice, same thing as the Luna. There's a lot of volatility, so claiming these early sets and just kind of possibly getting those game warping awakenings early would be very, very nice. Oh, but Joker's, he found both. He's so good.
Yeah, Joker just equalized the barrier count and even starts Demon Time on potentially catching up here on the first set. And like you said, the first set going to be so important here. And that's exactly what they need at Demon Time in order to kind of get into the driver's seat.
Yeah, and driver's seat, they will drive, but unfortunately it is a bit of a hard spot as you look at the energy bars and the resources available, but I don't know if energy actually matters. HMG trying to fight back here, 2 flips to work with. I can't really tell what's happening. A lot of everybody's kind of clubbed up on each other. Oh, Milkman, good little find around, but HP bars aren't looking too good right now for the side of HMG.
Yeah, Josh brought down Cracked again. I mean, it's just so slippery, though, to deal with this Luna. He's going to core flip it past Gumi, and that's going to be first set. I mean, Flop, this is a lot of damage coming out, but Josh got cracked twice in that set and came back in that point and scored a goal. And he's going to get rewarded for this. How does the draft look?
It's looking like Luna's got some options, but also so does Era. There's that Monu, and I don't think Estelle's going to take it. I really don't. Meanwhile, though, Luna is going to pick up the bulk up, as one would expect. That does leave Prize Fighter on the table for somebody later. Explosive on the Estelle gives her a little bit more range and some damage. Prize Fighter picked up by Vice. Demon Time looking like they might actually be the winners of this draft just based off those 2 awakenings alone. Now, HMG does get the Monu Era, as I was saying. And a little aerials for the Drakkar, and we all saw it. I was getting there. Don't worry. The OIA on Joker with no health awakenings to kind of like negate that, that does mean that you know, any amount of damage on him will eventually become a problem. But you know, he's got a couple seconds before he starts, you know, dipping below 4 Mars.
Yeah, I mean, Shianzu and Snake both looking really low. Both teams jockeying for position. Joker trying to punch, Snake trying to shotgun. Snake actually wins out. He's cracked, but no worries. He's going to just find a hunt, and he's going to find the goal. And, oh my goodness, this is looking so good for HMG. They have such momentum going into this.
They do, and with a bulk up missile prop and, you know, the Monu NATOs, you know, that's a lot of damage. And, like, even, like, the NATO threat alone is very, very scary. But it really does feel like HMG just have so much pressure with like the damage, even though they don't have an absurd amount or anything. Like this isn't like the last series where, you know, the car is just going crazy and finding like these kills everywhere. No, like there's not a lot of kills on the board, but the damage game is making it so hard for Demon Time to play.
Yeah, and you can see Josh has energy in the back here with the Luna, the Snake just going up, using the max souls, and almost taking off the field, but no matter. Josh doesn't even go for the kill, just goes for the goal, and I mean that puts HMG in a 2-0 lead once again.
I feel like Josh has scored 3 goals this game with that same top corner shot, either with a flip or no flip. And honestly, I don't know, it might be a Jakar midfield, and Luna here is actually the brawler, or you know, the scorer, if you will. Snake kind of just bullying Gumi out of the play. Supernova trying to fight back, but I don't know. They're in a bad spot with this core flip. Milkman, the NATO.
Oh my lord. I mean, Monumental is NATO just coming into play right there, and this is looking really scary here as Josh gets another pick, another first pick here.
Oh, he has options. He has a lot to choose from. Deadeye looking quite nice if you're a Luna player, but we have seen Lunas. They have a lot of flexibility. They can go Super Surge, Prime Time, or Focus. It is going to be the Deadeye. It will be Gumi picking up Prime Time, probably to deny that from the Era. Era's going to pick up that heavy impact, get a little bit of CDR, a little bit of extra power as well on those beams, but I don't think that's ultimately going to matter too much. Cell with an inner focus, you know, some scaling there if they can get it. They do have a lot of cooldowns now. Demon Time with Prime Time Hot Shot inner focus. There is a lot of CDs on the board there. And really on the flip side, what we're seeing is, you know, it's been the start of the game. HMG opting out of the cooldowns in return for the harder hitting ones, and it seems to be working quite well for them.
Yeah, at least the first 2 sets they've been very dominant, and Demon Time they have to hold on if they want to get to the point where they can potentially shine. The Joker just taken off the field, and Shianzu has to go down because of the Maelstrom. Gumi's coming up though, and is gonna lend a hand to the offense. They get the first barrier, and passing it back to Snake. The Joker has to rest, get an orb. They do take Trevor's Milkman's orb there though, and fortunate angle doesn't get the barrier. Shianzu brought down low. Snake getting double primary, but still lives. Nice dodge from Shianzu, and now Snake is looking low, but Snake has found kills here quite some time before as well. Looking to get another kill potential on the Snake, and Joker just wheedles the core past Josh, and now this is exactly what Demon Time need, and they did get it.
And they did end up getting a prize fighter on Gumi. That is 2 prize fighters for him. Shianzu slowly stacking up that inner focus, so the damage and the CDs will be coming out soon, as long as they can live and these points go long enough. And Gumi, almost finding a kill on Milkman. Not going to be able to, but oh my god.
Oh my god. Shianzu's carefully stacked inner focus gets derailed, and now Josh comes in with a flip, has to use it, but still, it's a goal, and actually Snake steals it, but hey, all good.
It's the problem. It's the brawler's job to score. You know, that's his goal. That's all right, it was a pass. That was not a goal. It was a pass.
All right, great pass from Josh to Snake. He scores the goal.
Anyways, the offense immediately booting back up, and well, I was gonna say for the side of Demon Time, but immediately it's flipped. It's Demon Days. It's gonna go around and around if those outs aren't covered. Joker trying to find something, but the Julie's just not finding what it needs to right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the Omega infused Accelerator. It's looking really hard for Joker to survive. I mean, Josh just sneezed on him, and Snake just sneezed on him, and Joker has to run away from the portal orb. And now Gumi and Shianzu kind of stacked up doing double defense here. Snake is looking quite low, but Shianzu also brought down very, very low. Misses the strike. That means the barriers are gone for Demon Time. Joker finally finding some value, gets that dash punch, but oh, Gumi and Snake 1v1. Not if Josh comes in, 2v1, and HMG Windows. So they're at match point now.
They are, and Demon Time really gotta find something. I don't know what the play is. Maybe a kill, but the inner focus stacks did get reset. So there's not that. And there's, as I said, there's the kill and the first barrier for as an extra prize.
Yeah, they have Flame Flurry. Snake not even gonna bother, just gets out of kill range, and Joker gets it in. And I guess if they can kill the Milkman somehow, I think that was a little bit of a mistake from the Milkman, right? Positioning mistake. But if that keeps happening, Demon Time will be back in this.
Yeah, and they are 3 prize fighters, but not if Gumi's not careful. He is very killable, but it doesn't matter actually. Joker finding somebody, I believe Snake.
Yeah, Snake is off the field, kind of Matadored off, baiting in with the low health Vice, getting the Supernova in, and they get both barriers now. Maelstrom is out as well. Joker looking low, and Snake is on the hunt, dash punching out of there, and just dancing with Trevor and Snake. Unfortunately, is taken off the field. Power play here on the side of HMG. Miss sync here from Gumi and Shianzu. They have to hold this though, and oh, that's just brutal. Goodbye, Gumi. And that's a very quick Demon Days game here.
Demon Days game for the side of HMG, and that is actually quite scarily. That is Demon Time's map, ironic. Demon Times, Demon Days. They're the kill team, but HMG took them. They said, "Okay, we don't care. We'll go your map, and we'll win pretty decisively while we do it."
Yeah, I mean, 10-minute game.
10-minute game, and I mean, it's hard to talk about 10-minute game. I really did feel like HMG just had their what's that thing that the people riding horses use? Reins? Is that what it is?
Yeah, had their took the reins. They drove it. They drove the victory. I mean, I think that was great. I mean, Trevor had to make 18 saves there. It was very. They had a lot of control over the midfield. They, like you said, I mean, it's a 6-kill game in 11 minutes. I mean, a kill was happening every 30 seconds, and it was it kind of showed. I mean, it was a lot of damage piled on, and they got the core in.
Absolutely, and we'll see if Demon Time can figure something out onto the next map. The Inky Splash Zone. We are waiting for the teams to ready up and get the draft going, but we can go ahead and talk about the draft, the Awakenings, notably Twin Drive and Aerials. That's got some potential. What do you think? What do you think you might say?
It has some potential. I mean, I think like Kai Estelle, they're going to be good already. I mean, with Aerials, they're going to be both even better. With Twin Drive Aerials, I mean, they can take either one, and you see Demon Time just lock in Estelle immediately. And HMG, they banned Kai, so they kind of have to make do with what's left. I mean, Juno isn't too bad either, right, of the midfield. I feel like midfield is really important on Inkies.
Yeah, we could see a Juno, a little Twin Drive Juno, or even an Aerials Juno, depending on who's piloting it, who wants to go. We're seeing an Era Hover. It may be, but I don't know if I'm a fan of it. I think I would like to see... I don't know what I'd like to see, but it is going to be the Era for the side of HMG and the Luna to back it up. I think they're just going to run it back. They said, you know what, this worked once. Why not why not do it again? We'll see if Demon Time has a response, something, anything to deal with the Luna, because I feel like the Luna had a lot of pressure. We saw it a lot with just the flying in, and then Josh managed to find the shot, and they really couldn't do anything about it. Demon Time, again, considering their options, maybe the Dooku comes through. The Dooku does come through. Wait, what? Oh, that's a Dooku goalie. It's a Dooku goalie. Okay.
Yeah.
Probably. Maybe. It might be a brawler, but I don't know.
Brawler on English Splash Zone, I think we've definitely reached peak if that happens, but it's an Octavia.
That is... Wait, is that the first Octavia pick of the season? I think it might be.
I think Carbox picked it. Is Carbox in nasl now?
Bro, that guy is in NASA right now.
Okay, my bad. Then it's not the first pick in. It might be the first pick in nasl for sure.
I don't really know what is happening regarding the Octavia picks, but HMG deciding, you know what, we'll just run it back basically. Except this time, instead of Snake on Drakkar, you have Snake on Julie, who might just straight up be an upgrade. I'm not entirely sure. It is a twin drive start, so the extra dashes, the Luna dashes. And I don't know how Time is really going to win this game outside just controlling the core, having this Octavia and Estelle and never losing possession. And if they do, Dubu is going to have probably a cooldown. But, the scoring pressure, I would assume that's Joker Estelle. Can't say for certain, but I mean, Joker's also played Octavia, but I think in the brawler role, he likes the Estelle more.
Yeah, I think it's definitely. I mean, if they can score on a goalie, like how do you like Octavia's chances into Era? I know Era can slow down Octavia, but obviously, like Era doesn't quite have to reach, so they might not be able to like harm her as much. Like, I'm not sure how that matchup goes.
I think it's a matchup that Era kind of struggles with. Maybe not in the primary like wars, like Era strike primary can be efficient, but Octavia can also kind of just walk out of it. Especially if she's got like any haste awakenings. It's actually the Joker Octavia, Shianzu on the Estelle. I was wrong earlier. I think it's going to be a little favored towards Octavia in those little like individual 1v1s. However, it will really just come down to whether or not the enemies can like whether or not HMG can like stop the 1v1s, because Era is quite weak defensively. NATO's not too reliable, Beam's not too reliable, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, we just got some value out of the Beam as the Joker was slowed down. Gumi makes the save on the Dubu goalie, and Shianju just slipping the core past Trevor, Milkman, and Josh. And nice coming out, nice Aqua Jet coming out. Shianzu and Joker working on that open goal net, but they do hold HMG. And nice strike war, but the NATO holds as well. Great plays from the Milkman as they even evade a potential follow-up from Shianzu. Once again, linked into Joker, but Josh this time is on there with the Luna boost. Milkman rotating it down. Shianzu is right there holding the side. Josh not taken off with the beat, but Joker is going to be able to, is going to lose flow state actually. Has a core flip though. Nice Maelstrom to hold it. Passing it down to Shianzu's Beam, who just strikes it in right between Milkman and Josh.
Yeah, and we're kind of seeing this, the Estelle, I'm pulling a blank. Estelle Octavia, like what this comp wants to do, which is really just, they want to win the kickoff, ideally, if they can. It's not the biggest deal if they can. But, forget winning the kickoff, forget whatever I'm talking about. Shianzu deciding that he wants a power play, and he wants it right now.
Yeah, power play is being held beautifully, especially with that Maelstrom. We're going to see Snake come back, but Gumi is there with the log. Joker is there with the flow state coming in. The bases dropped, getting Snake off Octavia's back. Nice stun. Aqua Cannon coming in. Shianzu loses strike war against Snake, though. Snake needs to hit level 2. He wants to hit level 2. There it is. Flame Flurry coming out immediately. Joker waiting it out, but that Luna nuke is going to do so much damage now. Keeping up flow state with a proportionate dash from Gumi means that Snake can push it right in. And now it's all tied up. HMG 1-1.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and go back on my tangent as I was talking about earlier before Shianzu decided it was time for a power play. The Estelle and the Octavia, they want to control this ball, they want to keep it and just make sure that if somebody touches the ball, they ideally probably want it to be Snake touching it, and then like just have Dubu shut him down with Log, Goku Fortress, whatever the deal is. Because Twin Drive, this character gets a little out of hand, and if Gumi can get involved on the offense, that does give them a pretty decent amount of scoring pressure, but it will be kind of dependent on CPs.
Yeah, we're seeing the Joker brought down low, Aqua Cannon coming out. He has to use core flip, but Flame Flurry. The last hit works, and they take the lead, does HMG, but wow, that was a rough point to lose there if you're a Demon Time fan.
Yeah, that one feels bad, and because of that, HMG coming into this possibly set point with a flip to work with. Snake burning it, trying to find this kill, but it's not going to
Oh, Josh, wait! Oh my goodness! If Time loses the series, they're gonna be thinking back to that other point and kicking themselves. Oh my gosh, HMG, they just take the first set. pretty decisively. And now Josh once again is the MVP. Oh,
Yeah,
Josh once again has a deadline.
How does he get away with it?
Dude,
oh
he's
my
just top
god, he
decking
wins one
Great
draft
Awakening.
against Deadeye, Super Surge. It's gonna be the Deadeye. Estelle's probably like trying to pick up something. Maybe Inner Focus. Shianzu did pick it up, and the CDs are quite useful. It's actually gonna be team player. Maybe it gets that Dubu involved in the offense a little more. Inner Focus on Snake. If the Julie can manage to survive long enough, get these and get these specials off, they can really build up a lot of CDR like that. Milkman, a little Super Surge to buff the haste speed. And other than that, I don't really know if there's anything. I mean, Gumi did pick up a siege machine, so maybe some Tofu fortresses can come out and be a little helpful. But the first one forced to be used on defense. And Snake actually doesn't care; he's going to use it for himself.
That was such a rough Tofu Fortress. Yeah, Snake finds like the 90-degree angle right between like the first and the 4 other Tofus, and I mean, I don't know if that was intentional, but HMG I think is on point right now. It's looking really scary for Demon Time.
They are, and it's not a spot where you can really be chilling. You got to find out. Well, HMG can. They're chilling, but Demon Time got to figure something out because right now, Inky's is not looking like it's going to be much different from the previous game. As Josh finds his way.
This is looking so good. Like, what do you do? Yeah, they really got to find something. I mean, they're all lining up on kickoff, and they're trying to get the value out of it. I mean, Joker just kind of brought down low immediately from the nuke. Does maintain flow state, though. Is doing a great job. Even gets a base drop onto Josh. But that does mean he's going to get hit by the Maelstrom, and now Snake is on the hunt. Has to use Elusive, loses flow state, and the core slips past Tofu Fortress. And Joker is back, but no flow state. Octavia is looking pretty slow, and Josh gets the core around them. And unfortunate dash means the core is just going to find its way in. And that's just really unfortunate timing for Demon Time. It's just everything's working well for HMG.
Wait, that's crazy that went around Dubu there. Like, I don't know, maybe it should have, but it didn't look like it was going to. And Josh is going to be able to claim himself another, something. I don't really know what he wants. Could be Peak, could be Hotshot Missile. He's got so many options as Dubu, as Luna. Dubu picking up the peak performance with that Mom Boots is going to start gliding, maybe be able to get involved in that offense. Shianzu, a little hot shot for the Estelle, always nice, and some flow state aerials. But Prize Fighter on Julie, Snake is a person that can, decide that he's just going to start dash punching you. He's going to start killing you. And with Prize Fighter, 1 turns to 2, 2 turns to 3, 3 turns to 4. It's impossible to shut him down. It is something to watch out for. That is certainly a winning awakening there.
There's a possibility for sure. And Shianzu is low on evade. It could be him because he has to play the edge here. Milkman does rotate around to the top side though, and Joker coming in with the flow state. Doesn't find a kill with the dash punch, does Snake, and Joker is able to keep this core into the corner until Snake wins that strike core. Shianzu racing down the midfield. Snake is there. Nice log out from Gumi, and the core goes back to Joker, but they're attacking on the top. Oh, gets it around Milkman though. Flow state is out, but Joker still maintaining control. Aquajet is out. They're trying to get it through, but double defense from Josh and the Milkman is looking very, very strong right now. Snake kind of left to do his own thing up top with the core flip, so it's kind of working out for him. Shianzu not getting the core brought down low. This could be another target for the side of HMG. And Shianzu passing to Joker. Nice thwart from the Maelstrom. Gets the first kill. Prizefighter stacks are up. Joker using the core flip, and that's exactly what they needed to get out of that sticky situation. And they even bait the core flip out of the Milkman.
Yeah, that is a very, very impactful. That's a very important win. Getting the flip out there is quite nice as a little bonus. Snake did manage to pick up a prize fighter in that round, so it's, be a little scary about that. And you might pick up a third if Joker's not careful, unfortunately. The flurry comes out, and you can be as careful as you want. It's hard to dodge it.
Yeah, perfect angle from Gumi. Gets it past Josh. Unfortunately, mistimes it. And wait, Demon Time are so back. They're at 2-0 lead. I mean, things are looking shaky, right? They made that work with 2 people, but hey, 2-0 is 2-0.
Yeah, if they can claim this set, there is, they do have a very high scaling comp. Octavia can dictate a game by herself if she gets just a couple awakenings, like one more, a dash awakening, or an unfortunate bounce means that they might be in the position to do so as well.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha Cannon is out. It's going to be weighed out. Nice Crystal Thorns just means that Demon Time get Octavia to set 4. And, I mean, Yanzu here looking really strong all of a sudden with everything in the inventory.
Wow.
Heavy impact,
Bloody
1-2. Oh my
unfortunate
goodness.
draft. Kind of sucks. No matter what you take, the Julie behind you is a threat. A quick strike, maybe. Julie will just take advantage of the weight, pick up the stacks on stacks. Octavia, a CTL will be quite nice for her, as this flow state is already hard enough to shut down. Era picking up a quick strikes. The Dubu has not much left to work with. Going to be picking up an OIA. That scaling, speed scaling is coming online. Gooby's already hard to kill. And I mean, Snake's got quite a build, but so does the Joker. And also, I mean, let's not forget about Dubu, who can just at any point decide he's going to walk up, roll in the Goldie, and win an interaction.
Yeah, I mean, Joker, the aerials with Castellas means that Octavia's kind of set on the speed department here. Unfortunately, does lose control of the flow state, but has Twin Drive as well. So it's going to be nice, but looking brought down really low. And that was a really dangerous moment, but Gumi does pull out the core. And, oh, that core goes so fast now. Snake finds a kill, getting the Prize Fighter stack back up to 2. Shianzu's there, but Milkman just uses, oh my goodness, the flip into the dash punch. And unfortunately, the missed roll from Dubu means that HMG are up 1-0.
Yeah, and something's gotta happen, because you do have this Octavia, but I mean, she's already chunked out. Snake is hunting, and he's got a prize fighter already. He's looking for 2. That's actually, I thought for sure that was going to be it, but I guess not.
Yeah, Snake had a core flip as well, using it, just threatening to kill Shianzu as well. Joker is left for Josh. Does survive it though, survives it twice. Snake has another dash point. It's a twin drive start. And that means Joker is off the field, and Snake has 3 prize fighters stacked. Shianzu's also looking low and tasty. Gumi's nice dash. Shianzu has to cover with a Rose Warp, though, and Joker is back, immediately starts up the flow state, and this Octavia is so fast, zooming across the field. Shianzu has to leave the orb to get the pass to Joker, who gets it in, and that was some very selfless play from Shianzu, but Demon Time, as a result, is 1-1.
They are, and, this is... There's life, but Snake claiming 3 kills that round. Prize Fighter at 4. It's maxed out, and oh my god.
Oh.
You know what? If there was a 5th one, he'd have it, but unfortunately, there's not. Well, I guess fortunately, depending on who you are.
Yeah, I mean, Gumi's doing the best they can, using their own dash to roll out to counteract dash punch from the Juliet, but just Snake having so much power, everything's gonna go red once he gets his hands on him, and Joker's trying to just procure the core from this dangerous Juliet when the flow state is up, but this means that it leaves him open. Oh, nice trade. Josh does get the kill onto the Joker, but that means Snake is also out, so we have a little 2v2 on Inkies. Josh is coming out a little bit ahead, though. Nice rotate towards the Milkman. Shianzu using the Rose Warp, unfortunately misses the piercing shot. Joker and Snake are back. Shianzu's looking low. Base is dropping. They don't get a kill onto Snake, who has to use the evade, though, and flow state is maintained. This Castellas Octavia is looking like a threat, but Snake is going to dash punch. Doesn't find a kill quite yet. Gumi dashes, saves the core. Piercing shot doesn't make it happen. Joker, nice dodge away from the whammy, the missile, but has to run away to get the orb, and now flow state is at a limited time. Still finds the flow state, gets the orb, gets the barrier somehow. Shianzu, hello. Milkman does have a core flip, but is stun locked out. And 2-1 lead from Demon Time. If they can tip this to set 5, I'm not sure what happens.
I'm not sure either, honestly, and they did reset Snake all the way. He's not out entirely. He's got 2 more prize fighter, but those stacks didn't fall off. And, 2 prize fighters a lot easier to deal with than 4, as Demon Time try to take this barrier, and they will succeed.
Wow, Milkman used flip as well. Josh finding a kill, but that's not a prize fighter stack, so that's something. But this does mean Joker has to relinquish their flow state as well, using the second one here, using the twin drive value. We're going to see Estelle back. Shianzu is back, taking strike 4 with Josh. Oh, finds a kill from Gumi onto Snake, and nice dribble from the Joker. And nice. Yeah, nice flick, using the primary to direct Milkman one way, and then flicking the core down with the strike. I mean, Demon Time are on set 5.
That was nice. It was clean, and I mean, that's the primetime Estelle on Iki's splash zone, if I had to guess. You know, Julie will be able to pick up something afterwards. I'm probably just a bulk up. But Octavia also, it's actually going to be an Orb Dancer. Snake defying my expectations, as he always does. He just decides to draft. I don't know what this guy's going to draft. But extra special on Octavia means that the Basin Drum, or whatever the special is called, will be up. And that's a very impactful ability, especially into the era who has no real way of winning against it. Like, there's no Dubu Roll, there's no Token Fortress, there's no Atlas Expanse, right? That ability is kind of a death sentence for Era, and I think that might actually be enough. There's just going to be so many CDs for HMG, and we can see it now. They've already taken the barrier, and they've got more to work with. I don't know how the Era is going to survive.
Yeah, I mean, it might be through killing the Joker, who does pick up Flow State to dodge, and it's kind of working out. Even dodges Snake's Dash Punch there. And the missile, I mean, Joker is very poised to make a comeback here. Gumi, nice vertical pass to themselves, but this does mean that Flow State has ended. Great Crystal Thorns, and Joker can't touch it quite yet. Snake is doing their best to thwart this offense from Demon Time. Joker trying to get the core off of him so he can go and rest with the orb. Nice missile waited out from Gumi though, and now the Joker once again put in between a rock and a hard place. No evade with the Snake Punch coming in, but there we go. Josh finishes it off, and that's a prize fighter stack for Snake. Even has a core flip. Things are looking dangerous for Demon Time. Nice dribble thwarted by Xianzu. Nice Rose Warp as well. Piercing shot almost taking Milkman off the field. Joker is back, but core flip is used, and that means barriers are open on both sides. Maelstrom coming down. The Joker wins against it, but the Aqua Cannon push. Drum and bass coming down from blue team. Nice right click from Xianzu. Milkman has to clear it, has a core flip now. Joker, no flow state quite yet. With Twin Drive, has to use it though, because Xianzu is off the field. Gumi uses the core flip, and Joker redirects it in right past the Era, and Demon Time take the lead on the fifth set.
Yeah, and we were talking about this Octavia set 5 scaling, and it's true. It is something to be concerned about. CTL, Twin Drive, aerials, there's a lot there, but it's not as close as you'd expect from this build. Snake's still managing to find KOs, and he's about to have his pancakes fully up as they set up his power play, and they might just find something off of it.
Yeah, I think they're looking really scary. He has 3 stacks, gets the barrier off of that, and Trevor, Milkman's barrier still holding strong. The Joker pushed down low, and Snake is going to find the kill with the Flame Flurry. Oh, not if the Joker just primaries him out. Aqua Cannon push coming out. Snake looking to find the dash punch, trying to get it around Gumi, wasn't able to find it. The base drop does not kill Snake though, but the Joker's back at health, and he misses the primary, which means he doesn't have flow state quite yet, has to wait for it to recharge. Snake staggered, but is going to be back soon. Tofu Fortress has to come out, and it's lasting a long time. Josh trying to find something onto Xianzu, and nice dash punch, but thwarted, and Xianzu almost threatening a barrier with the Rose Warp means that Josh and Snake have to work their top corner to their heart's content. Oh my god, that Octavia just died just across the field, and things are looking scary for Demon Time once again, but HMG needs to find, there we go, that's exactly what they need to find. They need to find a Shark or win against Gumi, and they do.
Yeah, wait, that's a crazy kill, and also Snake has kind of been dealing with the Dubu exceptionally well. That is a matchup that is notoriously nightmarish for the Juliet. It's so hard to beat Roll, it's so hard to beat Log, but it feels like every time Snake is in a spot where he has to beat it, he's finding out how to.
Oh no, Luna didn't have a dash already because it used to kill Octavia, and now we have another 2v2 and the Corplet wins. Oh my goodness. I mean, Snake's been putting on a masterclass, but Joker is scaled, and Xianzu is looking really, really on point in this entire game.
Yeah, it is anybody's game. I know it's 2-1, but it is not it's not like a comfortable 2-1.
Oh my god,
as
Xianzu
HMG. Oh.
That velocity in which Xianzu went off the field was crazy, and Joker, nice run on the defense with Snake. Gumi, great angle finds, and even dashes on top of the Julie. Xianzu is back though, and things are looking really scary on Ikis as Snake just using that 4-stack prize fighter to full extent. Gumi is half health. Joker, great dodging, but still he's staggered, which means that he has to respect the flip from the era. Gumi's brought down low. He has no evade. Snake's just going to punch him off the field. That's the power of 4 stacks Prize Fighter. And Joker wants to find the perfect angle he can do without relinquishing control. And Demon Time are so close, but they have to deal with this 3v1 before they can make it out of the woods completely. Gumi is back as a 3v2 now. More members of Demon Time are coming up as we speak. Joker is going to come back, but not needed. Shianzu is going to seal the deal with the Crystal Thorns. And oh my goodness, Demon Time catch a break, and we're going to a game 3.
I mean, that was what a crazy game from both teams. We had some crazy builds, both of them. You know, Joker, the Octavia CTL, the stacking Juliet. Like, I have no other name for it. He had 3 stacking Awakenings. Shianzu was building up quite a build himself with Prime Time Hot. I think he had Hotshot. There were so many like good builds in that game for E Splash. So.
Oh yeah,
and honestly, could have gone either way. I think, which is very, very good, especially considering how the Demon Days game went. It does seem like Demon Time is here for the running for the game 3, but also as they do, like, you know, it's not like HMG just like came in and like completely outdrafted them or something. No, game 1 might have been just a fluke.
Yeah, I mean that's what Demon Time wants HMG to believe, and if you're HMG side, you know they gotta realize that it's okay. It's okay that they lost game 1. You know, it's okay that they lost game 2. You know, because they won on Demon Time's map, and they're going to Clarion Test Chamber where anything can happen. And I mean, Josh and Snake and the Milkman have been playing phenomenally. Snake was just building up stacks, and I think he was having a lot of fun that game. Honestly, he was just finding kills from inconceivable angles, especially once he got those stacks up. And he can make it happen again if they can keep, I think, in that game, Shianzu in check, because that was an amazing set of plays from Shianzu, and I want to give full props to Estelle there.
Yeah, no, I agree. It was a hard game, very, very hard game to deal with, especially, I mean, we didn't see it too often, but there were times whenever Snake would just go hit their special on a player. And it's a Juliet, so like you have to respect it, right?
Yeah.
But you know, they evade it, and then boom, heavy impact spec training, bulk up, Luna ult on your forehead. You're dead from what feels like global.
Yeah.
You know, we'll see what happens. I don't know for sure. It could legitimately be back. Whoa, stroke. Could be anybody's series. I don't think either team is super favored, especially on a map like Clarion, which is, I believe, where we're going.
Yeah, we're going to Clarion. We have a Berserker bulk up start. So I think we're going to see six Berserkers because you always hype it up. And it's gonna be great.
Yeah, and we're waiting for this draft to start up. It is a Clarion test chamber, and we have Berserker bulk up.
That's right,
guys. Oh, I hate Berserker starts. Okay, I don't even hate the Awakening. Okay, but nobody picks it. Nobody picks it. Like, it's gonna probably be 6 bulk ups. Okay, you know what? Hang on, I gotta off screen for a second.
Okay, yeah, you can calm down. I mean, hey, I think bulk up is just a great awakening period, so a lot of people will take it anyway.
Yeah, it will probably be 6 bulk ups if I had to guess.
Yeah.
I'm curious what brawlers will be let through. Because I think
all the brawlers are let through actually.
Really? Oh,
yeah, we have an Aimi ban from HMG and we have a Luna ban from Demon Time. So I like that. I like the Luna ban because it puts a lot of respect on Josh, and Josh has been playing out of his mind today.
Yeah, he has, and this X pick is looking quite big for Heavy Metal Gundam. That is Snake X, a pick he's probably not probably, he's very comfortable on it. I had to guess, maybe not Julie levels of comfortability, but this is a multi S tier winner brawler on what some would say, not me, what some would say is one of the most impactful brawlers right now. Even if he's not winning games, he is very, very hard to deal with, especially whenever on a pick like bulk up where the damage is there. Time responding with the Era and Estelle, maybe the game plan is just shrink X, don't ever let him do the thing. Xianzu Estelle is Xianzu Estelle. You know, I'm curious.
If
It could
Xianzu
be
plays Estelle, right? Just don't fix what's not broken.
that is true. It did work. It is
It worked
consistent.
once.
It is Estelle. She's always fine, always good. Destined to be the poster child of competitive OS. I think that character always has the highest pick rate. Even whenever she's weak, she has a good pick rate. Regardless, HMG, okay. HMG, Kai and Vice, probably Gumi on the Kai, right?
It's HMG, so I don't think it's.
I have no idea. Okay, well, you might be right, guys. It's not my fault. Both teams have a demon time or a previous Demon Rawls player. It's just which one and where they're playing. I don't know who's playing what on HMG then. But I do know that is probably Drakkar on Snake, as we've seen again. And we've seen how Drakkar gets a lot of value today. I think we've seen a lot of Drakkar today, and he's done a lot of work, notably on Demon Days. But I think he will be able to apply that to a map like Clarion, where it's very, very similar in how they play out.
Okay. So hypothetically, if Drakkar was Demon Time, who would be playing the Drakkar? Would it be the Joker or Xianzu here? Because I know Joker does have like that Estelle, right? I feel like it's kind of his like surprise. I'm not just a traditional brawler pick.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I also got to worry, like, because Time has Era, Estelle, Drakkar. I feel like they're all kind of squishy. And what do you do against X Vice here? That's also another like very scary position.
I don't really know. Honestly, I can't figure out off the top of my head who Time has. I want to say it's probably Gumi on the Era. Right?
Gumi on the Era makes sense. Yeah, I think so.
That is a pick that like I feel like he kind of like maybe not pioneered, but was a very fan of early. It also is a character we've seen him play it. I think it is probably that if I had to guess. I'm pulling down a major blank. Like I don't know what happened. I just got brain wiped. I was thinking too much about the Drakkar, and then like he came in, whoosh, like just wiped everything from me.
The Berserker start just broke you, Flop. I think that's what happened.
I guess I haven't been the same since Berserker, man. Anyways, as we load in, we'll see. Shocker, nobody took. I just knocked everything over. Shocker, nobody took Berserker. It's all book up. There are no Berserker fans in this game, and nothing really too notable to talk about else awakening wise as we hit this first map being the Era variant.
Yeah, this is a quick start to the map, actually. 10 seconds in, and both barriers are down for HMG. Gumi is the Era as expected. X gets the orb, but is shrunk by Era, but that's only temporary, though, and that orb lasts seemingly forever, as I see that Snake does grow smaller. Oh, but still finds a kill onto Xianzu. That bulk up isn't saving him off of the edge. X Maximus activated, finding so much value, but the Chain Lightning seals the deal. And a strong start once again from HMG. They just got to hold on to that lead if they want to win.
Yeah, and it is. We were talking about it, trying to figure out who was who. You were right, it was Gumi. Notably, though, I think Josh is known for, well, maybe not known for, but he definitely does have this Kai in his pocket that he likes. But I'm not actually familiar with Milkman Vice. I don't know if he's played it, and maybe I've just missed it, or maybe I just like forgot about it. I don't know, but it's not a pick that I like think about whenever I think Milkman. I think like, the Era, maybe even the Atlas, like the very, like, kind of want to lock it down. Maybe they get involved, but it'll be interesting to see him on a pick like the Eject that can get a lot of value if played properly. But
yeah, I mean, Milkman is showing a lot of strength with these picks, and so far it's working out for HMG. They have Gumi on the back foot, but Snake is also looking really low. The Joker is trying to find a core as it rotates downward. As Snake trying to find some kind of orb value, but the Joker is going to put a stop to that as he finds that up top corner flip. If Josh can do it, I can do it too.
Absolutely, and it was we load onto the bouncy house, fun variant all sorts of fun stuff. No flips on the board. Xianzu will be the first to achieve his. Josh, a little chunked down. Might need to be careful there, but right now everybody seems pretty safe.
Yeah, Josh is looking well poised to become the second core of the map as the Joker putting a piercing shot and a Rosewar on top. Not to be outdone, Snake is putting a lot of damage onto Xianzu. Crystal Thorns finds their mark. Trevor, Milkman losing both barriers, and now the Maelstrom push is looking deadly. Josh getting bounced around. Here we go. And nice angle from Snake is going to find a barrier, potentially a second one. Oh, not if the Thunderstruck hits like that, though. Unfortunate situation, but blue team still pushing in, and Gumi misses the strike, which means Xianzu has to pull it out, pull something out of the back pocket. It's going to be the shotgun core back into midfield. Joker using Crystal Thorns once again to full effect, and there's just not a lot of room to clear in this variant.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is kind of what this variant does. Removes your traditional bumpers. You have to get a bit further up before you access them. In Xeno variant, I know, people think about like, oh, like the lane maps tend to be like pretty long, but I swear this is the longest map out of all 5 Clarion variants. It feels like every time this one's in rotation or being played, it goes the distance, and I'm hoping, hoping it doesn't. Me personally, I don't like this variant that much, but it's looking like it might.
Yeah, it's looking really scary, but Gumi's putting on a show on his side of the field. That goal net is his area. Snake looks to kill Xianzu, though. Has to be satisfied with a flip, but unfortunately, the flip does not get a barrier. Gumi has to use it. Maelstrom coming down, wrong direction, but it's okay because they still hold somehow. Xianzu is going to get taken off the field by the Bell Ringer, though, and Josh trying to get the core back to Snake, who is ex-Maximus. They're going to take Joker potentially off the field. Joker has an evade, but not if Milkman snipes him from downtown. We see the Drakkar coming up soon, though, so they have to change the angle, and they're going to make it. But Xianzu is holding. Oh, unfortunately, they lose the barrier because I cursed them, and they lose the goal because I cursed them, and that's my fault. But Snake, what a great find.
Yeah, that was really nice. Also, I'll go ahead and shout out the Kai player as a fellow Kai player. Maybe not so much anymore. It was like a little shot on the bottom of the barrier to Giga Blast his second hit. And then also, a really clean pass to Snake to put it away. And we'll see who can. I'm having a stroke. We'll see who can end this set out, and it's looking like it may just be Demon Time on a map that is notoriously violent.
Yeah, this is a point that matters, and Xianzu just hiding with the secondary. Joker brought down low, though, and this point is the one point that matters in this set. And the Joker heals back with the orb. Xianzu does not have that luxury yet, but stunned out of the bull rush was Snake, and the Joker finds a shotgun into the Crystal Thorns, into the Maelstrom. I mean, just so many abilities. Demon Time just stayed to time it perfectly well, and we're going to see them go victorious on this first set, take the lead, and Joker is going to be rewarded with some awakenings.
Absolutely, and probably Hot Shot if I had to guess. I don't know, there's a lot of options here. Peak Performance is play, Heavy Impact wants to play damage. This could be Heavy Impact. That also works as a deny for Vice. However, Vice and Kai have a lot of options. Kai going to be able to control this midfield a lot better, a lot easy. I'm struggling. Way better, as he has that speed to work with, and the X with quick strikes, a Vice with Stinger behind him. There's a lot of core control there on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. Another return. I mean, you did get a Heavy Impact on Joker, so those cooldowns in that damage will be quite nice. Xianzu, a little built different to help with those shotguns, but I don't really know. I think I am just pretty confident saying that, like, Heavy Metal Gundam won this draft pretty hard.
Yeah, they're looking really strong right now. Does lose their first barrier, though, and Snake's looking pretty low on the bottom side. Xianzu has a shotgun nice and loaded, but that Bell Ringer and dodge on the shotgun means that Snake's kind of back, and Giga taking Xianzu off the field, though, for Heavy Metal Gundam. But Snake is dying. I mean, there's a bloodbath in these chambers as Joker and Gumi have to make a double defense. Xianzu comes back, though, and that Drakkar is coming up, covering that bottom angle that Milkman wants to clear, and that shotgun is gonna push the core so strong, but still enough time for Snake for come back. And Gumi just caught by a straight punch from X Maximus means that HMG, they make it happen.
Yeah, they do, and large part to Josh Gigablast finding Gumi, a little too far up, and to kill him with no real power. I mean, he's got bulk gun, but like, traditionally when you think of like Giga kills, you're thinking like Spectring, right? Like missile drop. But not just the bulk up little bit of extra power to help. But regardless, it's a great kick-up blast, and it will mean that they claim themselves a point.
Absolutely. Joker's 191 power because of that orb. Gets the value out of it, getting both barriers with that play. Piercing shot narrowly misses, and that means Joker is going to get bounced around like the core. And Josh makes the save as Joker is looking to get finished off by the X Maximus Snake. Nice shrink, though, actually saves the Joker and might even kill Snake. Shianzu is there to deal with the core. Gumi is there with the beam to shrink Snake. Joker is there ready as well. And Gumi kind of wins out onto that era variant, taking the orb for themselves. They're going to rotate it up, but Joker loses the strike core against Snake. Means that they also lose their first barrier. Does Demon Time, but Shianzu's coming out with the shotgun. Rotates it to Joker. Josh is on top of it. Oh, but the power cord misses. And now they are tied up 1-1.
Yeah, and it really does feel like these points are coming down to just like whatever brawler can kind of survive the damage. I know Snake has a lot more to work with in terms of just having a higher HP bar. It's sometimes it might be Joker who ends up eating it. I honestly forget. I think Joker is the brawler. I don't really know. Regardless, somebody on each team's going to take some damage. While I'm yapping about damage, Joker's going to go ahead and do what Joker does, which is find a way to score by himself.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it doesn't matter who's the brawler if they're all scoring. I think it's been working out pretty well. So, yeah, I mean, Gumi just unfortunate Beam means that they do lose the first barrier, but the Maelstrom is going to hold the core in place for Shianzu and the Joker setup, and they're going to answer with the barrier. Unfortunate angle though, just a slight miss on that flick means that, oh my goodness, we're back to a 0.5 on the second set.
Wait, that's so unfortunate. I'm like just barely like. Wow. That duality of man or something, I guess.
Yeah, we see the cleanest points in the game, and then we see some of the dirtiest points in the game. But hey, points are points.
Points are points, and Heavy Metal Gundam working with almost 2 flips. They'll have it. Oh, 3. Snake is printing energy somehow. I think that's illegal in most countries.
Yeah, I mean, we're somehow back on the bouncy house, which should be made illegal in most countries as well. But it's okay. It's not here. The Joker is brought down low, but the Maelstrom's protecting him and is able to get the orb. Oh my gosh, there's so much damage. Joker has to get out, emergency Rose Warp out, just hover the middle of the map. Nowhere is safe here if you're the Joker. And that Bull Rush Bell Ringer combo doesn't take him off the field because Joker's positioned so well. But unfortunately, this Estelle needs a little bit more time to get back into the thick of things. Might be right now, but the Rose Warp into the X Maximus, unfortunately, is going to take the Joker off the field. Double defense from Shianzu, working out so well on this bouncy house variant, and all of a sudden Joker's going to come back soon in 2 seconds. Nice rotation, but Shianzu wins even that, but unfortunately misses the bouncy house, and that means that they're going to lose both barriers. But Gumi is rotating up to Shianzu, who loses the strike core against Snake, and now this time HFG, they get the point when it matters.
Yeah, a really nice sequence using that supernova to manage to get the ball over to Snake. And speaking of, we didn't really mention it last draft, but Snake puts in so much work with his quick strikes. Like he did it, I don't know, I feel like he did it like 2 weeks ago as well on the Julie. I was there. I don't remember when it was, but every time he picks up this quick strikes, it feels like he just like has so much control of the ball and he finds everything that he needs to do. But Josh picking up an aerials, already kind of dominating the midfield, managed to just find and catch everything. He'll do that even better while having some extra range to work with. Drakkar managed to pick up spec training, so the dash or the Molten Bolt shotgun is a little more lethal. Gumi does pick up team player. That could be quite good if Gumi can find one of his forwards to work with and get that red speed available. But Snakes immediately just off the rip dumping damage out with his quick strike value.
Yeah, Gumi's not going to be able to find one of his forwards because they're gone, but the Joker, the other forward, is making it happen on the other side of the field. Nice find on the clear, but Snake is on top of that. The only option that Gumi could have taken, Snake is covering it. Nice Maelstrom. Unfortunately, Snake does live, though, and Shianzu pushing up with the shotgun. Crystal Thorns coming down, but Milkman is on top of things as well. Wonderful clears from both goalies as Snake and Josh rotate to the top side, trying to get that barrier, but still the core is saved from Demon Time. And now is the Joker and Shianzu unafraid to step in that Obscura variant if it helps them get the barrier. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Joker rotating down, Supernova thwarting the orb while Snake is there to potentially pick up a kill. But Joker's still living through that sequence, even dodges out of that Bull Rush. X Maximus waited out and Gumi and Shianzu make the plays happen. Joker is still getting pressured, is going to get pushed out by that barrage from Kai. Giga Blast is weighted out though, and Josh has a core flip, but needs to get into core flip position. Shianzu waiting in the desk with the Xeno Cloak, but this flip might be the one that opens the barrier. It does, and now it's unprotected. Demon Time is going to get core flipped by the Milkman.
Yeah, and it feels like Demon Time has really stepped up. They found their footing, you know. What am I saying?
HMG.
I mean, they did. Yeah, HMG. Sorry. Yeah. They found their footing again. Back to the like these points are close, but it does feel like they're certainly in a lot more control this game, similar to like game 1 where they just couldn't ever get it through this backline of Josh Milkman.
Yeah, Milkman's looking very, very stable. Josh is looking amazing as well. Shianzu's looking very, very low, and Snake's just standing on top of the Drakkar. Loses the position, and Shianzu is able to get away, regain some healing. But that orb is back up again, and last time Snake got it, it was a disaster. But the Joker's going to put an end to that as he flips and scores. So Demon Time, they're making things competitive here, unlike game 1, where it was a little more HMG dominant.
Yeah, and as we see, kickoff's going to happen. Gumi has a flip to work with, and if they're lucky, maybe even a flip to score with. As we can see, he's walking up. He wants to do it. Unfortunately, Gumi, you have barriers to defend, and you know those are kind of really, really high prio thing to do.
Yeah, Xeno, unfortunately, is going to lose out to Josh, which means both barriers are open, and Gumi, I don't think he has the time to be bored right now, because one mistake of his is going to mean they lose that point and potentially the set. Great double piercing shot from the Joker. He needs a little bit more, though, to get the goal, and we see Shianzu rotating it out through with Gumi, and Josh almost dying. Oh, nice X Maximus redirect, but Shianzu was on top of it, but this is crisis here for Red Team as Josh finds that goal with the core flip. I mean, they held a lot and even made Josh spend his flip, but at the end of the day, HMG, they're pretty happy with that as they take a 2-1 lead.
They are, and with 2 more flips in the bag to work with to close it out on Bouncy Castle of all maps, a map that is notoriously hard for goalies to defend. I believe it's going to take 1 flip from Snake, and it will probably be the first barrier, and Milkman's got a second to work with as well, on top of just anything else that might happen, because it is a volatile variant.
Yeah, so far that's been really good, and Milkman had to use that core flip defensively. We're seeing the Joker trying to get a core flip, get a little cheeky little angle, but blue team, HMG is on top of things, and there we go. We see Snake take that barrier and get X Maximus, and this is emergency if you're, oh my goodness, emergency, and unfortunately they weren't able to get it past HMG. They're taking the set lead now, 2-1.
Yeah, and Josh managing to pick up yet another awakening. It feels like he's just winning all these drafts, and he's probably going to be able to win this one too, notably with the stacks on stacks if he wants. It is just going to be stacks on stacks. Joker going to have some options on this Estelle. The extra special to take that away from Vice makes sense, but Vice is very happy with Deadeye as well. And now Era's put in a spot. Do you deny 1-2? You do not. You go for the size because X is already quite big, and you want to be able to match him a little bit, but that does mean
Berserker pick.
Berserker! It may be last, but it got picked. But HMG, Deadeye 1-2 punch is going to be incredibly hard to deal with, as we see Snake just walk around punching people.
Oh my gosh.
He's not even stop him. Like,
oh my gosh, the Cast the Last just gives him so many more punches, and he just has so many of them with the quick strikes, and he's just gonna quick strike it past Gumi. And HMG, I think they've scaled out of control. This is looking really, really scary if you're Demon Time.
Yeah, I don't really know what the play is. The Snake's just got too much HP to kill. I mean, maybe you just have to core control better, but like this Kai is so unbelievably fast in the midfield. And even if you do get it around him, you still have to have Vice to worry about. And it's just like, these guys will find it forward to Snake somehow, or if they can't, well, Snake will beat you to death while they try to find it. As the Snake goes exactly what I was saying. He's just beating people to death.
Yeah, I mean, Shianzu was beating Snake up at first, and it was going well, and then Snake kind of just turns around and starts X Maximusing on everybody, and this feels very X, I guess, if you're Here's Snake, and Crystal Thorns getting it through past Milkman, actually almost losing that barrier. And Xianzu's been doing a great job. Demon Time have been doing a great job of that middle orb control, and now they're going to get that second barrier with the power of Empowered Xianzu. And Joker's looking really low, though, so they have to watch out. Snake is looking so deadly, but Gumi is already down there, and Xianzu is going to cover the rotation. X Maxima is just coming up so often. What's going on? What's this cooldown? But they find the rotation. Snake is there. Gumi has a core flip out of it, and a great dodge past the supernova of the Milkman. And now the orb's getting lower and lower, but once again, it's the Joker, and he piercing shots it in and gets the kill on the Milkman. I mean, no stacks to worry about, but I mean, it feels good.
It does feel good indeed. It always feels nice to claim the Goldie as you score. It's like you reset the energy, get yourself some XP, which doesn't really matter here. But Snake managing to find one as the core flip comes out, shut down, and Snake actually ends up dead on the other side of that play somehow.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, but Xianzu, Joker, Gumi just turn on that big X, and then they just kind of kill the Goliath here, and now Xianzu has a core flip on the bouncy house variant, shotguns it, but Snake is back just in time to X Maximus. That Xeno Cloak is for running high Drakkar, but he can't because that Castellas gives him like 3 extra strikes, especially a quick strike 1-2. The Joker, great place onto the bouncy house, using the variant to full effect, and Gumi finding the angle as well with the Giga, but that Supernova is so lethal, so deadly. But we do have the power play. It's over. Xianzu is back with the Xeno. He has full health. And you're trying to get it through with the piercing shot, with the Maelstrom, nice dribble through with the shotgun, and the Joker is lining up on the top side, covering the edge, and they are keeping it there for dear life. Here is Demon Time, and they get it past Josh and the Milkman. Giga coming out as well. Xianzu's brought down low once again, and Snake almost has that X Maximus ready to go, using it immediately on the Joker. And Gumi, oh, the Chain Lightning, unfortunately hitting, and that means HMG is at match point.
They are, and they have almost 3 flips to work with to Demon Time's, but 1, if you can even count Joker, who isn't fully there yet. I don't know. It feels like it's just a ticking time bomb. How long till Snake finds something?
Yeah, Supernova coming out. That's going to be 1. Snake has a core flip. That could be 2, or it could be a kill onto the Joker. As this core flip used to try and take the barrier actually works out, but Josh and Milkman both have core flips now, and this is looking so dangerous for Demon Time. They really want this win, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get it. But Milkman does have the core flip, and there's an open net behind Demon Time Force. They almost take the Milkman off the field. That would have been huge, but unfortunately that did not happen. We see the Xeno variant. The lanes are working tirelessly to keep these sealed, but oh my goodness, Snake just nails it to the top corner, and that's going to be an HMG victory over Demon Time.
Yeah, and that's honestly, that's a pretty big upset, I think. That's I mean, HMG is 2-3, so like they are negative. Well, they're positive, they're neutral now. But like, Time was 4-1, chilling pretty comfortably, looking like a pretty dominant team. But HMG feels like they just, whenever they're feeling it, when they're feeling themselves, Snake is Snake. He's going to make he's going to find a way through, whether it's like he's just beating you to death, or he's quick striking, or he's going to find his way. And Josh and Milkman being really, really strong on the defense and in the midfield. The Gigas are clean. They're consistent. They're just gliding. They're like permanently holding the core. It feels like. Yeah, you can find a way through them occasionally, but it did feel like today they showed up and they just decided that they wanted to win. They said, okay, it's getting a little close. We got to lock in, start getting some wins under our belt so that we can really chill and guarantee our top 6. Because right now it is it is a pretty, not nobody's doomed yet, but the 6th place spot is going to be probably pretty contested this season, just based off how it's going. We have a lot of teams in the middle, the 2-4, 3-2 range. I believe 5.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. Because with Demon Time's loss, they're at the 4-2. And I think if Bombardiers win, because they were 3-2, Bombardiers could be in 4-2 as well. So that's like another chunk kind of getting siloed off from 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we have 5, 6, and that's going to be a bloodbath because Bozo's at 3-3, HMG's now at 3-3. And so if Polar and Return to Form, they want to make stuff happen, they're going to have to drag those teams down. It's looking really scary. And HMG just winning Demon Time just I think put like the whole playoff contention into some murky depths here. And like Demon Time wasn't, they got 4-1 because they took some heavy names. They took games off. They won against Rat Pack off the top of my head. I think they beat Bozo. So I think it's a very very exciting time that we're seeing where the lead in the middle 4 teams, it's very very minuscule. It's all going to be down to the wire, to the head-to-heads. And as we go into the other weeks, into the later weeks, it's going to be something we need to focus on. But yeah, I mean, congratulations HMG. That was a huge win, and we're going to be back, I think, with our final game. I think it's going to be Dog Slayers 3 versus is it Dog Slayers 3 versus Vomiteers? I think so. But
It is.
we're going to be back with that, but we're going to have some new casters. So that's it for us. But we'll be on break. We'll be right back.
Point of grand finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass, it's wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
Hello, everybody. Let me turn my light on. Welcome back to nasl, and it's a beautiful week as always because we have an amazing game, and I'm joined, of course, by Yoshi64. How you doing today, and are you excited for this one?
I'm doing well. I'm looking forward to this. I think this is a pretty interesting matchup. We've had some great games so far. I was out painting eggs. Happy Easter if you partake or something. And I watched that last series though, and I glued to my screen as I was getting glue all over my fingers and stuff. So I'm looking forward to this one as well. I'm expecting some good games. We are seeing these teams that I think people were not expecting as much from to really start punching up. And I think if I'm Bombardiers in this matchup, I'm a little nervous. You know, it's your time to face the dogs, and the dogs have been barking.
They have been barking. We actually casted them last week. They did not quite take the dub last week, but they did have a fairly decent showing, I would say so myself, and we'll see if they can actually get the dub this time around as we're getting started on Demon Deus. Luke, Breezy, and Stealth Rock, formerly known as Shapeshifting. I'm still going to call him Shape. I do not care. And Nikki, Twisty versus Weston. Interesting comps here. We have the Juno Juliet on Demon Deus with a Finny. I mean, I guess they're just looking to push it in.
Yeah, definitely. Just all core control. No, they've got a lot of damage coming out of the Finny, and I do expect to see some dash punch KOs here and there. So a lot of the core control pressure is going to be on Shape this game, and Juno is a good pick to do it. And boom, they just funneled that guy right into the wall. 1 KO. And again, I expect to see a whole lot of those out of this team, but I think that there's a very obvious damage pressure coming out from dogs, and if they're able to get it online, able to get it going, it's another one of those games where nothing matters until set 3. Set 3 is when the game's going to be decided, and we'll see what happens until then.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's just going to be which players can individually, show off and show out. And honestly, I feel like this early game, I can't help but think that the Juno with the Juliet has a little bit more of an edge since the Estelle hasn't quite scaled up yet. You get caught without a couple abilities, longer cooldowns, it's easier to score on them, especially if you're Threezy Breeze. You're looking for the dash punch, but no, a great flip from Weston, going to be denying that one. But there it is, no energy and little cooldowns on the Estelle. If they get another push here, I think that they can get the point at the very least. But no, there's Twisty getting near the barrier. It is going to be a close first point. In this one, we might be in for the long haul, Yoshi, because this is, I have a feeling, going to go long on every single point. But we have to see here because the goals are finally coming in here. Twisty finds the top corner.
Yeah, not what I would expect out of that point, but a nice find from Twisty there. And I think that what we're looking at, this Estelle goalie obviously puts up a lot of forward pressure. It has a lot of presence in the midfield, and I think Weston's #1 goal is to keep the ball away from Threezy Breezy, because if he gets the ball, it's kind of curtains for him. Like, you're Juliet. You're going to be putting the ball in through the Estelle, no questions asked. So it almost feels like Weston's going up against Shape here in the player matchups, and been doing a really good job so far. The barriers went down early that last point, but Weston was able to hold the open net long enough for the dogs to get that goal. And 2 barriers right away, a big goal, a great combo move coming out from the dogs forward pair. And I don't know, I was with you. I thought the Juno Juliet looked phenomenal in these early sets, but obviously the dogs have a little bit to say about that.
I mean, the weakness of early Finny, I guess, is starting to show when you don't have a lot of those awakenings to help, kind of make your defense a little bit better. You can just get punished like that. That was just one big play that ended the entire point by itself in very, very short amount of time. So we'll have to see if Bomba can, kind of give it right back to him. But failing the kill on Nikki is not the greatest start. Dash punch going through, not going to be really amounting to much. But a great shot from Luke, going to be denied by Weston. But Threezy Breezy's on the line, puts it in right past him. A great stop from Weston initially, but just couldn't quite get it out of the net.
Yeah, very well played. A phenomenal save right there. But again, it's Threezy on the Julie, just exerting so much pressure on the line, able to just be in the right spot, hold his strike, and wait. And boom! Twisty has been big finished off the field right away. Big Finny plays, and I think dogs. If you look at all their games, oh my god, they run very explosive comps, very burst heavy. They're going to be jumping in and making very flashy big plays. We're seeing Bombardiers with a much more stable comp, but I think so far it's been coming back to bite them because Dogs have been getting their big plays. You know, 1 goal away from getting the whole set. They're going to need a little bit of consistency if they want to bring it back, bring us to a 0.5.
I mean, you know, got to warm up a little bit too, right? Breezy, you know, after playing with him for, you know, a season, I definitely know, me included, definitely some players that need a set to warm up a little bit, but Breezy looking possibly for the kill here on the Nikki. We'll have to see when the dash punch is back up. Punches not quite there. The ultimate is not enough to finish the kill. Nikki getting tossed around everywhere. Breezy pops the energy burst, and it looks like the core got lost in all of that because it just floats into the bottom corner. That's going to be a dog first set of the game.
Quite literally lost in the sauce. And Weston, the Prophet, here on the Estelle getting first pick. And I'm looking at inner focus, I think. Estelle's one of those characters where there's like things like dash range or heavy impact CDR are always going to be nice, but there's not a whole lot of like, this is a great Estelle awakening. I do think inner focus though is just so much value on every character. Going to be going first pick. Timeless Creator though. Uh-oh. That's the exact Finny scaling that you want to see. Today, every 25 seconds, I'm going to drop a big circle on your big circle barriers, and you're going to have to suck it up. And I think the Estelle is not the right character to be sucking it up, so we'll have to see how much value it's able to get. So far, it did get some barriers at that last point, but obviously didn't win them the set, so we'll have to see how much they're able to get off this Timeless Creator and everything else they have going for them.
You know, the two caveats to that, right, is Timeless Creator's probably, you know, it's not Monu, right? It's not quite as bad. It's definitely not fun. It's still very good, but I think it's not quite as difficult to hit it through. And Estelle does just barely have the tools to get rid of it, but she needs 2 abilities for it, right? It's not like an Amy or a Vice where they just can't deal with it at all, right? So there definitely are tools for it, but we're already seeing the barriers go down here, so it's not going to matter on this point quite yet. Nikki does have that energy burst. We'll have to see if she can actually make, you know, take advantage of it. But no, trying to look for the KO. Shape's going to be living for now. Gets the orb. It's going to be back in business. The triple defense from Dog just trying to stabilize the map right now. But Breezy just picks it right in between them. I mean, I don't even know how the core got to him, but he puts it in the bottom corner all the same. That's going to be first point over to Bomba. I'm not quite sure what happened there with Dogs.
Yeah, Bomba just able to squeeze it, you know, right between the legs kind of thing. And I'm looking at the rest of the draft. We saw both brawlers pick up size. Obviously, Kazan going to be appreciating that a lot. I think if I'm Bomba, I'd be kind of worried about that because the barriers have been going down pretty easily. I say that Luke's holding this second barrier like a hero, so what do I know? But I think in the open net, this extra size Kazan is going to be even more threatening than it was before. Big KO coming out from Twisty right there. The barrier held, and I don't know. Bomba was able to seal out that last point, but I'm really favoring the Dogs here in kind of everything that they have. Their whole game plan, it seems to be going really well.
I think it's definitely harder to deal with in terms of execution, but if you can deal with it, there's a lot more, I guess, checkmates, I feel like, that Bomba has, right? I feel, you know, if Estelle is losing a couple abilities or if they can get some good chip damage and keep the defense up, there's not really an easy way for Dogs to get that barrier or even to score on this Finny, right? But we'll have to see because not every game is perfect. Not everybody plays perfect, and there's a lot of explosive play making opportunities for Dogs to have. It looks like the power play is going to be gone, but not before Breezy puts a beautiful shot on the top side there after the pass from Shape. STK, he put it on just for me. I love that one as he, you know, gets it right past Weston. That's going to be 2-0. I mean, a much better start to the set.
Yeah, I think you might have been onto something about warming up because Bomba is just looking incredibly clean here, getting everything done. C3Z taking a lot of damage, and I think both brawlers are pretty vulnerable to the damage here. And as I say that, hey, Nikki Minolin taken down, not quite the brawler, but still a power play for Bomba. And I'm talking earlier about how Dogs have a lot of scaling potential. They're the team to watch on set 3, but I don't know. It's looking like Bomba is coming into their own as a threat. They'll definitely be having a lot of, or be looking for a lot of these KOs, and I think it'll be really valuable. I think Dogs, if they don't have all 3 members of their team, it's going to be really hard to get anything done as we see big KO. Great shot from Luke right there. Just an immaculate play from the box. Going to be winning Bomba that set right there. Boom.
Unfortunate strike shot from Weston there. We're going to glaze right past it and go on to the good play there that we saw from Luke. Takes the early strike, gets the primary onto Nikki, and then doesn't even care about losing the strike war because Luke has the flip not only to get the save, but to kill Nikki and then shoot it on the top side. It happened to go in. Unfortunate play there, but beautiful job from Luke. And taking a look at the draft here, getting rewarded with that extra special is beautiful.
Yeah, extra special is exactly what Luke was looking for. That's going to be this is the reason you pick Finny on the map. You get a ton of ults onto the barrier, boom, just start taking them down. I am seeing heavy impact on Weston here. I think that's going to be a lot of value. I don't know if it's going to be enough to weather all of these Finny ults really, but I think that's going to be a very, very nice pickup. And prime time on Shape here is that much more control, more potential for trying to knock people out with all the knockback that Julie primary has, or Juno primary. But so far, Breezy Breezy taken down. A lot of damage onto Weston and Twisty, but we'll have to see if they're able to capitalize on it.
We'll see if they can capitalize on this play here. They get the barrier as dogs are primed and ready to look for this goal, but Breezy Breezy almost gets the kill onto Twisty. No, the twin drive actually allows him to secure the kill. Flip onto Luke, going to be putting it topside again, and it seems like Weston just cannot keep that topside safe. That flip onto the top corner there, I mean, really just seems to be the weakness so far, as there's no abilities on the Estelle left.
Yeah, it feels like they have enough to break through the Estelle now. And so even with Inner Focus, even with Heavy Impact, and obviously Inner Focus is going to take a little bit to stack. It's probably not quite up. We'll have more CDR in the future, but it's just not looking like enough. Bomba is just overwhelming the dogs here with their comp, and that's Inner Focus gone.
Inner Focus is gone. We'll see if the dogs can save this predicament. No shots in hell as Luke puts that big finish on the ground, keeps it right in the goal, and Breezy Breezy, all he has to do is tap it in. It's going to be 2-0, and it seems like Bomba are just storming through this game now after that little bit of a rocky first set, but it's just all gas, no brakes at this current moment. Shape puts it on the top corner with the flip. Breezy Breezy has that flip available as well, can look for a kill. Just goes for the stun there, gets a little bit of damage as well. Definitely nothing too bad as they get the barrier out of it. A Shape on the Juno keeps putting these cores right to the Juliet, exactly where Breezy Breezy wants them. The big finish, almost getting a kill, but not quite as Twisty gets low, but it's still going to be staying on the map for now. A great hook, great strike to get the first barrier, but dogs are going to have a lot to do on this point in order to come back so far, but the core is just staying forward. Breezy Breezy with the, oh no, the strike shot. Actually going to be saving it for now. Great job from Weston to just keeping this goal open for as long as humanly possible. But I don't know if he can keep it there. And oh my goodness, the switch up, the slow mode on the core, going to be going right past Weston, who struck a little early on that one.
Yeah, unfortunate slow roller for the dogs, but we're just seeing Bomba steamroll right now.
Yeah.
They hopped in their big construction machine and are leveling the playing field. That's going to be a bulk of Julie. I think we're really just seeing a ton of damage come out from Luke. He's got all of these big finishes. The triple takes are debuffing. That whole last point, I don't think there was a single member on dogs who had a full health bar for more than 2 or 3 seconds. Everyone was chipped. Everyone was half health. It was agony.
And that's the cool part about Finny, is that you don't really need any other damage characters. I mean, Juno does a little bit of damage passively. Juliet can finish kills, but Finny's all the damage you need for the most part, as long as she's not just getting sat on by an X or something, right? And when these health bars are just disappearing like that, at Breezy Breezy getting bulk up as well now means that he can basically just one-shot somebody by himself. So the damage, explosive comp that dogs have is starting to backfire because they just don't have the stability to stay alive for as long as these points they need to, right? And they don't have the way to kill either. So I don't really know their game plan to win this. They're going to need a miracle, I think, in order to break through this one. And it all starts with the first barrier. Let's see if they can get the second one on this attack. But a great job from Breezy Breezy and all of Bomba's defensive squad. No, Nikki just barely misses that last barrier, maybe in a little bit of a panic on that bottom side. And that's all Breezy Breezy needs to put it in the top side. Weston was everything out of abilities there. I mean, just absolutely nothing you can do. I feel like they've just gotten outscaled at this point.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like. It feels like they just have the Dogs defense cracked, and with no way to really hold on long enough to get the offenses that they need, they, like you said, they're gonna need a miracle. They're gonna need some big plays if they want to get things going. Until then, it's another open net situation, and I think the Estelle favors this here. But again, like, your midfielder is dying. The Juliet is encroaching. I don't know what you do.
Shout out to Shape this game, by the way. Stealth Rock is really, putting the core, putting the rock in Threezy Breezy's hands. I mean, I would love to be the Juliet in this game. It just feels so easy, just standing on the midfielder, on the goalie, wherever really you want to, and just finding a dash punch. The core is always going to come to you. This feels great if you are the brawler for Bomba, and Luke doing a great job as well, keeping that core away from the barrier, even with the limited tools that he has on this defensive Finny character. We'll have to see if he can keep it away for now. Loses one barrier, but gets a kill in turn. Threezy Breezy with the dash punch manages to secure it. Now they have the bit of a power play. They start with, dash punch not quite going to be able to kill there, but they still are on the power play. Twisty has to flip it to get it out. The power play is now over, but the barrier is gone, and it looks like Dogs get the KO of their own. Finally, a bit of a break for them as they can play a bit of offense instead of sitting all on defense this whole game long, with Threezy Breezy trying to possess the core in the middle for as long as possible. And no, gets a kill, and it looks like the power play's going on the other side. Threezy Breezy open net, but no, he misses the strike on the core flip and does not find a corner. He doesn't find anything there, but the core is still in Bomba's hands. They have time to do something with it, but Nikki Minowin is back on the pitch. We'll see if she can make an impact here on this Amy, but Luke is so calm, so in control of his own net. We'll see if he can keep that going, or is Twisty going to win this 1v1? No, it's not. The primary from Luke is just completely destroying this game, but Twisty finds the slam, puts Luke in the back of his own net, and finds the goal. That's something for Dogs. They found one.
They found one. They got one big boom right there. I feel like they got a lot of offensive chances, more so than they have up to this point, and so Luke just had an ability for everything Twisty was throwing out. Eventually, Twisty got tired. He said, "I'm putting this one in," and one big KO later. I do think that, like, Luke is just doing so much right now, so much damage, and is, like you said, so in control here. Is just not flinching, not breaking for even a second, and it's really making the Dog's life just complete hell. Now Twisty down, and like, this could be it. Although counter KO, one barrier down, traded. Nikki has a flip, could be able to get something really big in this power play, but so far just kind of waiting for Twisty to come back.
Twisty already back, but there is another KO onto Nikki here. Threezy Breezy finding these dash punches very effectively in these last couple sets. A lot of power plays for Bomba, but this time we'll see if they can confirm it, as Twisty 1v2ing a little bit on the front, finds a bit of an evade, avoiding the dash punch and getting that barrier as well. Well played to Twisty on the Kazan, as Threezy Breezy finding the last barrier. Weston needs to lock in here as Threezy Breezy looking for the kill, finds it in the back of the net. It's going to be another power play. The goalie is gone. Weston is gone. Can they defend forwards in the net, or will they be heroes of the game? Because this is match point here, or rather game point for the first one. But Threezy Breezy, all it takes is a strike on the bottom side to take it to the top corner, and that's going to be first game going to Bomba.
Yeah, some great defense coming out from Nikki and Twisty there, holding on while Weston was coming back, but just not quite enough. There's only so much you can do in that situation. So it's going to be Bomba slam dunk in game one. I mean, it's like you said, they outscaled. The Finny just got everything, literally everything. And yeah, I feel like Threezy was in brawler heaven. He had Juno funneling him the ball all the time, and Finny just cranking the damage numbers, so everyone was a free dash punch. Like, it's 8 goals, 8 KOs, 23 orbs, living the dream.
Like I said, I would love to be Threezy Breezy right now. That sounds like almost makes me want to come back playing the game, because when you get a good brawler game, ooh, there's not a better game feeling, like competitive multiplayer video game feeling than that I have found since I've retired from this game. So miss it a little bit, but I love to relive it watching Bomba play right here. Let's take a look at the redirects. Luke putting in a shift today, as he was just one-on-one with Twisty the whole game, and for the most part, I mean, was winning it over and over again. Twisty, wasn't necessarily even playing bad or anything. A lot of hook strikes, putting in a lot of, wrenches in Luke's plan, but Luke just read every single one of them for the most part. So, I mean, really all across the board, well played for Bomba and Dogs. They started to come around towards the end. They found a couple plays. They were finding some KOs, getting the barriers, but it was just too little too late. They couldn't figure it out after that second set.
Yeah, they had a really strong opening showing, but could not grasp what they needed to finish out the game. And Bomba had the exact opposite. They were able to just take a quick set to figure themselves out, kind of vibe it out, and then just start crushing it. And like you said, Luke just rolling up the sleeves, getting to work. It was vicious. But we should be starting draft soon, going to Clarion Test Chamber, and I think that's going to be very interesting. I feel like Bomba saw a lot of success on Demon Deus because of the Finny and just being able to have all these tight corners to force difficult situations with the secondary, with the ult, etc. And Clarion is kind of the same story. So I wonder what Dogs are going to be doing to try and react to this. Bring a little bit of a change so that they don't just get stomped out like this.
Well, they have a different map to do it. They have the Clarion Test Chamber, which they did fairly good on last week. So, I mean, I think that's a good start, right? Quick Strike Siege Machine, that's an interesting one. I'm not a big fan of the Quick Strike start. I'm looking here in the match chat too. I'll do a little leaking for the audience. I mean, not happy campers in here, but hey, you got to play with what you're given in Bestie in slot North American Strikers League. So we'll have to see where this leads. I mean, some cool little things you can do with the strike shot. Maybe we'll see creation characters. Ooh, very cool, right? So maybe some things we can do here. I mean, it's almost a best start for Debut Forward if you think about it. It's not the best map for Debut Forward, but I would make it work. So let's see if one of them does that. I don't think they will. But I'm just praying for something entertaining here because that last game, while entertaining and a bit of a clinic they were putting on, I mean, we love seeing close games here, right, Yoshi?
Oh, absolutely. Show me the set 5. Let's make it interesting. I would love to see a Debut Forward. Like you're saying, hey, I'm looking at the quick strike. I'm looking at a big X band coming through from Dogs. That makes sense. Well, I think that makes sense. I don't think Twisty wants to play the X, which means that they're just getting rid of it on blue side. Otherwise, like, obviously it's a good first pick, but if your team's not comfortable with that, just get that guy out of here. Quick strike start, not wanting to mess with all that. But in the meantime, it looks like a first pick Estelle is coming through. Probably just going to be the Estelle goalie again, if I had to guess.
Yeah, the Estelle getting picked up by a Dog, and the Atlas and the Juno getting picked up for Bomba. Interesting picks there. The Juno worked very well last time, so it makes sense. And Luke definitely has an Atlas. I haven't seen it in a bit, but also I haven't watched in a bit, so I'm excited to see that yet again. But saving the Brawler for last, it looks like, I'm assuming they're probably going to go, Dog at least is probably going to go similar to they did last game. It's a bit better on Clarion than it is on Demon Deus with the Kazan Amy, but they haven't picked it yet, so we'll have to see. There's the Kazan actually getting picked up now, and we'll have to see what their last pick is. But what are your thoughts? Besides maybe Amy, what other thoughts do you think they'll go? Oh, never mind. Don't even have to think long. It's a Kai.
Hello, Kai. I really like Kazan and Kai on Quick Strike Start. I think those are both great picks. I'm expecting some immaculate gliding from the Nicki Menelin Kai.
Yeah.
I think it'll be exciting. And again, like Kazan, Quick Strike, I think it sounds better than it actually is, but being able to get more of those disgusting closed form strikes, just poke through some people, is always going to be valuable. I think Bomba's comp is being rounded out with an Asher, and I think Estelle Asher is such a strong forward duo. I really love it. Estelle has so much presence on the map, and Asher, well, doesn't. But you get to sit on the enemy goalie as Asher and get to work. Let your Estelle control the midfield, and I think they have a lot of synergy together. They really cover each other's weaknesses. So if I'm Dogs, I'm worried about the Estelle goalie into Asher Brawler matchup. That's looking a little It's looking a little stinky.
Yeah, I had to shake my head when that Asher got locked in. I mean, I understand why. You gotta go for the win. You gotta do all that. I would never do that to you guys in the audience. I mean, I would never play this comp, just so you guys know. But it's all right. It's all cool. We get to see if maybe dogs will punish them. Maybe dogs will punish the cringe Atlas Asher Juno. I mean, in all fairness, let's be real here. It's not their fault. They're playing the Awakenings. These Awakenings aren't really, like 3Z Breezy in the chat is saying, let me clarт. There's no clarting to be had with a quick strikes on a quick strike start. That's just not happening, right? So we'll have to see what can happen as a bit of a more, I guess, core controlly, less explosive in terms of, well, maybe not less explosive. Kai can be quite explosive with that explosive pace, right, at the secondary. But first barrier going over already to Bomba as they're starting off this game.
Yeah, I mean, off rip, we're seeing the Asher get grimy, and we're seeing Twisty, unfortunately, has to play level 1 Kazan for a little bit, and is just getting rocked. I mean, this variant with the goo zones is one team's guaranteed to just always be struggling to stay alive, and 3Z going to be winning a big strike war. It is just Asher by default bigger than the average character. It's going to be a lot easier to be winning those, and putting that in one quick point for the Bombardiers. I do think that map favors them a lot. I think they're going to be, their characters have bigger health bars, plain and simple, and so it's going to be a lot easier to manage.
Honestly, without Awakenings, I think they kind of are better on all these maps at the current moment. Their comp just seems to be a bit better right now in the current state of the game. Doesn't mean that dogs can't get better with a couple Awakenings, a couple wins here and there, right? As we've seen, both barriers go down. It's a great start as the Kazan is starting to game a bit on this Atlas. I think Kazan into Atlas is a very good matchup on its own, but the problem is that the Juno is never going to let that happen, right? The Juno is just going to stand there and make your life miserable, and 3Z Breezy has no problem on this Asher, just putting it right to him on against Weston on this Estelle as 3Z Breezy wins the flip over on that top side, but not going to be doing too much with it. As the evasives are coming through, the bounce house, the barn is starting to take its toll on these players as Nikki does not quite have the strike back up in time, and 3Z Breezy puts it in on the bottom side. This first set might be over a little quickly.
Yeah, that was some good awareness from 3Z, able to put it in after seeing Nikki strike early, and even on quick strike start, not able to catch it fast enough. That's going to be a barrier down, unfortunately, and yeah, I'm right there with you. I think the Bombardiers comp is just, it's very fries in the bag, but sometimes you got to go.
Oh yeah,
you're ready to eat your order. And I think what I really want to see, I think the big value of Kai midfield is that that's a character that can really 1v9. You get fast enough and you're just everywhere at once. You are a constant threat, and the only real way to deal with it is to kill that guy. And so if we've been seeing a lot of the damage being focused on Twisty, then having a little bit of trouble the past 2 points staying alive, which means that in theory Nikki should have a lot of space to work with. And so it'll take a little bit, set one, we're revving up, but I think there's potential there. I think that's their out, is just some really, really efficient Kai gameplay to get them out. Because otherwise, like I don't know, man, it's Kazan, his health bar is so small. He's just like 2 hits and he's limping his way to the barrier. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think Kazan, great goal, by the way, on that bottom side, flipping the bottom. Just, a little bit of a clinical shot there, but this game's going to rely heavily on Nikki. 100%, as you were saying, I can agree. The Kai is going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting and has a decent matchup against the Juno for it, in my opinion. The Asher's not really going to be contesting Nikki all too much, I think, compared to at least like a Zentaro or Juliet or something like that who can kill. But oh my goodness, 3Z Breezy finds the kill anyway, but this time it's going to be on to Twisty, the Kazan, like you said, the small health bar, and I don't even think it mattered that time, just the closeness to the wall there. You got a little bit too close to the sun, and 3Z Breezy has completely punished it, but Weston doing a great job on defense, just keeping it down for now. But because of all that pressure, Nikki had to take so much damage in order to keep the core safe, and now goes down. So it's going to be Twisty and Weston all alone in the net. We'll have to see if they can do anything, but oh my goodness, a beautiful slime play. Pass onto the bottom side. That's going to be the first set going over to Bomba.
Yeah, just some beautiful ball movement coming out of Bomba. What you'd expect from these players who have been playing for as long as they have. And get into this draft. I mean, I peeled on bulk up. If anyone on dogs, I guess Weston, it'd be fine, be mid. But like bulk up right there. I didn't even see peak. Peak also a big deny. Also going to be great for a reptile. There are so many Stagger Awakenings, and I'm just not paying that much attention, I guess. But that's going to be Reptile Remedy on Nikki. Super valuable. I would have loved to see a bulk up on Kazan. You know, might I be brave and say that sounds pretty good, but left with the aerials instead, which is pretty risky.
Giga Chad. It's a Giga Chad, but there's nothing else you can play. But look at that dash range. Come on now. I loved playing a little bit of Super Surge. A little bit of Super Surge Kazan back in the day. The extra range is pretty fun. So we'll have to see if Twisty can make some plays with it. It's a little bit difficult, but we'll have to see. 3Z Breezy also actually got range with that Super Surge, so got the dash training. Yeah, sure, it's not quite as far forward, but there you go. It actually shows a little bit right there. Twisty getting that barrier because of the dash awakening, I'm fairly certain, and then finds a shot on the bottom side. That's a lot better of a start for Dog.
Yeah, beast mode and crazy aerials value. I really love the dash awakening on the open secondary. You just have so much control. Your area of influence really explodes. I feel like that's a lot of value for repositioning, which might not need to come into play super often if Nikki is able to, now again, just get a lot of coverage. But right now it's an Asher point. Sorry, 16 seconds of Asher. We're gonna be, I don't want to talk about that. We're gonna be going next.
I mean, that was actually kind of a good goal. Plays it upwards and then blocks the core so the strike shot can't even hit the core. Weston really had pretty much no options there other than walking forward and just winning that strike ward to begin with. So definitely well done from 3Z. Knowing how to play the character, you know, as boring as I might think it is, till near perfection, I would say, as the dash punch, not quite near perfection, almost going away, but great dodge from Nikki there, barely avoiding it, but it doesn't even matter as the pressure from the Juno and just the keeping the core forward. I mean, the pressure from the Atlas and the Juno, the core is staying forward permanently, and 3Z, it doesn't matter if he misses an ability or two. He's just always going to be able to be there when it counts as Luke finds a flip on the top side. Twisty, almost, you know, a little bit of a dangerous area there for Bomba, but it's going to be saved for now as 3Z Breezy is putting that core flip right on the net, but no, it's going to be stopped away by Nikki, I believe, on that one, as Weston is able to stay healthy. No energy, though, as, oh my god, it's just, there's so much talking I can do, Yoshi, but it's only a matter of time when you're keeping the core up that far for Weston to not have an ability. And there you go, caught without an ability. 3Z Breezy just puts it in with a secondary. I mean, it's just, the comp is just so much better, in my opinion.
Yeah, we're seeing a pretty textbook game. It's just the ball is always on the dog side, so eventually the Estelle is just going to run out of abilities, getting suffocated. We're seeing a lot of many good strike shots coming out from Luke, helping to keep the ball up, but it really is Shape just controlling the midfield on the Juno, able to always keep the ball up, never a big threat, is now dead, has now been put away. So this is looking like a big dog's opportunity. That's going to be one barrier, and it's looking like a second. They might be able to get something here.
May be able to get a goal here. They need this point, I mean, for obvious reasons, as if it goes over to Bomba, going up 2 or 0-2, I guess, for Dogs in sets is not really a good move on Clarion Corp, especially since the stagger is all gone. So there's not too much more scaling you want them to have, but oh no, they have absolutely no choice but to let it happen as they just have a beautiful passing spree there. 3Z Breezy and Shapeshifting just between each other over and over again until the Asher had the abilities to put it in and just finds the KO as well, gets that extra XP, and now gets first pick in the draft. Well played.
Yeah, and here I'm looking at Heavy Impact. We could see an Inner Focus, but I think Heavy Impact is going to be a nice deny. See Twisty hovering in, actually going to be getting it. That's a lot of CDR. It's going to be a lot of damage. And I think that picking the Kazan, there's always the option to just give up and start hitting people. And no shame in that.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, sometimes you got to get your hands dirty, and I think really the intention of the character. That does mean that, uh-oh, that's a hotshot Juno right there. And I think that was Bombadil's gambit, is not denying anything from Twisty, baiting her into picking the Heavy Impact to let the hotshot go through. Because like you don't want to pick hotshot on Kazan, but sometimes you got to deny it. Sometimes you got to suck it up and deny it. But you give exactly what they want, and it worked out really well. Not that point. We're actually seeing a dog's masterclass that point. So
yeah,
not the draft part.
Worked out great for dogs, right? At that point, as we see a little bit of a tee up, that hook into the piercing shot. As dogs, they have a little bit more life into them. The extra special, a bit more cooldown for Weston's not going to hurt. And the Among Titans for the Kai, you know, a little extra speed and giving a little extra size to Kazan. It's not nothing. I think they definitely got something there. It's still not going to fix their issues in terms of the comp, but I think it might give them maybe a little bit more power just to find these good plays a little bit easier. But oh my goodness, the good plays are coming out from the wrong side as it looks like Shapeshifting finds the cut on that pass, puts it in the top side. Nikki Minolin just got played.
Yeah, a risky pass, unfortunately, just getting punished right there, and that's going to be that. I do agree with what you're saying, though. I think the dogs got a lot of stats that draft, and that's really what they want, because I feel like they're kind of behind in numbers generally based on comp. Like Asher is a numbers character. I don't know if Juno is, but Juno's an annoying character, so you know what
Juno's an everything character.
That is, Juno has a lot going on, but that is one barrier at the cost of Twisty's life, unfortunately. It's going to be tough to defend, but if they're able to get any semblance of offense, this might be a good point for the dogs. Hold.
We'll have to see as the pass is being cut, but no, it cannot get put in the back of the net. Dogs do indeed defend, but Twisty at the cost of her entire health bar nearly. Has time to heal and an orb is spawning, so the Kazan should be good for now, but no, Twisty going right back into the fray at 1 HP and 0 energy. Needs to be a bit careful, but the KO is not being hunted quite yet as Threezy Breezy wants this goal as the Asher rolled into the slimes, and then the Atlas is walking up on the other side. They're hunting for this one, Yoshi, as Threezy Breezy finds the middle bounce, and that's textbook right there for the Clarion Court map, puts it in that top side, and this is now series point.
Yeah, just a beautiful shot. One of those ones that you just love to remember. Like you see it, this is my moment kind of thing, and we're just seeing these. They're almost both getting smoked in an instant. This could be a quick final point right here.
It could be, as Threezy Breezy wants to put it away on the barn as Luke finds the core flip, trying to get it forward, and Juno has another core flip as well, starting to put it in towards the back of the net. There's the core flip, there's the kill, but no, it gets denied from Nikki Middle in a heroic save, but is it going to matter? No, because the pass to Threezy Breezy is all that it takes to close it on the top side. It's going to be Bomba taking a convincing 2-0.
Yep, very, very clean coming out from Bomba. Just get in, get out, get what they want. They had a very, very comfortable comp for the Awakening start, and it's just an out-of-the-box great comp.
Yeah.
One of those, like, you're just going to be firing off on all cylinders frame one. Any Awakenings you pick up are just bonus kind of thing, and that's what we saw.
Yeah, I mean, bit of a textbook there. I mean, just a well-done draft. Like I said, I complained a little bit about it early, but it wasn't because it was bad. It's because it was boring. And in boring, they don't care because they found the plays they needed. The Juno put in the work on both games there. Well done to Shapeshifting, just keeping that core controlled 100% of the time, and Threezy Breezy putting it in. And we didn't really talk about Luke all that much, but it really was because there wasn't a whole lot for Luke to do in these games. Twisty was putting in a bit of pressure, but was getting taken off the map on this low-health Kazan so often in both of these games that Luke didn't really have to do all that much. The heavy lifting was just kind of done by the forwards.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the Juno both games is really interesting. Not a character that's considered abundantly phenomenal, but here we've been seeing the pick rate tick up more and more as the season's gone on, and I know the Shape has been picking it a lot, and obviously for good reason. It performed really well. So I wonder if there's more to explore there, but in the meantime, I believe that's everything we have here. All the games done and dusted. Should be a post show. But with that being said, Borg, anything you want to leave the people with?
Hey, quick in and out there. Love casting with Yoshi. I love Cass coming in for the last game. You know, for the second week in a row. This is the most I've casted OS in about a year. So this feels great so far, and it's only been 2 series, so hoping to keep coming back every week. Loving to see these teams playing over and over, and thank you everyone for watching, but stick around for the post show. Yoshi, you have anything else to say as well?
Nope, I'm good. I'm leaning back. I'm gonna watch the post show.
There you go.
Get in the chat, etc. I look forward to it. Bye.
All right, see you guys.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North American Strikers League. We just finished season 6, which means we're officially 2/3 of the way done with our 7th season. We're coming up on the 3rd anniversary of nasl, which is crazy to think about. I'm joined today by the various winners that we had. We have Milkman, we have 3Z, we have Grumella, and we have Carmine Uniclear. Let's start with Mr. Carmine. Carmine, you guys are flying high. Only dropped 1 series the entire season. One of the 2 teams remaining that is 5-1. Tell me about why you've had such a strong start as a fresh new team in the league.
Low key. Let's see. High key, we were playing like Inkies and Gates. No teams are good at that map. You know what I mean? Type shit.
I do.
So like we
I
just
do.
win those games.
Yeah.
Easy peasy. You know.
No, I get it. I really get it, actually. I really get how you guys play those maps. That was our strategy. We just do the same thing, and then you guys just squeaked it out from us.
You offhand bastards, man! Like what
Dude,
we've been through. Holy
one
shit.
day we'll get there.
I have to thank the vibes as well. Vibes are a huge part. I think after Demon Time we were feeling a little low after the loss, but Appabug gave me and Fresh and Tempo some advice on that, and I think we've been very consistent. You know, I'm
Shout
looking
out
forward
Appabug,
to
man.
the rest of the season.
AP Buggy, lol. What a beast. Helping out his opponents. Let's talk about someone who lives in the same area as the Bugster, which is Grumella, #Westies. How did it
Yes.
feel to be playing with obscure breads and nasl after years?
It was fun. The vibes were pretty good today, win or lose. I mean, I died 40,000 times.
This is
So
true.
all I could do was laugh about it. It's also, I'm having a bit of a flu game today. I've been sick the past couple days. So I'm happy that we're able to win and that my week doesn't just completely suck. But yeah, Breads
Nah.
is as good as always. When he went to Bozo Bunch, he kind of, I think, discovered himself a little more than when I was holding him back. And then now we've reunited and he's able to fly and I'm able to
He's
fly a little
discovered
bit, and
himself.
so we had a good
You've won an
time.
S tier. A little bit of this and that.
Yeah,
The
over that
reunition.
guy.
Yeah, that's facts. And obviously you were never losing day after your banger warm-up that you had, so
No, we
it was
did.
never gonna lose.
The VOD of that warm up is still up if anybody wants to watch it.
Yeah, you can watch Josh do some terrorist things, so it's really cool. All right. Speaking of the third member of the soon to be strikers, 3Z Breezy kind of put it in the dogs day a little bit. 3Z Breezy Juliet style. So going into the last third of the season, Bombardier is sitting at a 3-3 record right now? Question mark. You can correct me if I'm wrong. 4-2. Okay, 4-2 with honestly one of those losses being a double sub week. How do you feel about your chances for being a title contender going into the last part of the season?
Go ahead, Ryan.
That's awesome.
Oh, I'm taking it.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, my
All right,
bad.
Ryan.
I guess
my
it's
bad
me.
too.
I missed the cue on 3Z Breezy.
No, I
Let me
said
take
3Z.
it.
Yeah, that's our fault if we're being honest. All good. Go for it.
I don't remember the question. Oh, how do you feel about our championship? Something about championship. Something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys look like contenders.
Yeah.
No, I mean I feel really good. I feel like I'm playing really good. I feel like every week we show up and we take care of business. And I feel like right now, I feel like I'm the best midfielder that isn't Mexican. So it's feeling real good.
That's true. And your only loss is to Rats as a starting trio, which is no bad loss at all. That's the number one team in the league right now by standings.
Yeah,
so
and we took them set 5.5, I think, both of those games. So they were pretty close
They were
series.
close.
That was
That's
a
true.
close series. So
That was a close series. Last but not least, we have Mr. Milkman himself on HMG. HMG, bring up the receipts. I'm going to say it every week. I've been the number one HMG believer since before the season even started. Now with Snake, the team looks really scary. What's it been like adding him into the fold, Mr. Trevor, and how has that affected how you're playing goalie this season?
It's been really fun. I'm not gonna lie. The vibes are immaculate with Snake. At first, he was kind of in his shell, but now that he's been playing with us for a few weeks, oh boy, it's so fun with him. It's really pushed me to get out of my net. I'm no longer a lock it down goalie. as you saw today, I played Vice.
It's
And I'm
beautiful.
pretty sure nobody expected that. But I got in there. They really encouraged me to do that. And it's always fun playing with these guys.
Love that. And I love the Vice. I mean, everyone knows Vice near and dear to my heart, even though I haven't picked it yet this season. Always be my Pookie Sunshine pick. Love that character. So before we end today, I want everyone to go around and I want them to pick one person in their role that they think should win an all-pro nomination this season. So I should hear at least one midfield goalie and brawler pick. And I want you to pick someone that you may not think everyone would agree with. I would like that to be like, if, for example, your midfield, like, I don't want to really hear someone say Kaine, for example. So let's just start with Trevor. Who would you nominate as one of your 3 pro goalie votes? Because that vote's coming up shortly.
I would say Zoro, because he's been playing like a beast lately.
True. That's facts. The standings be damned. That guy is putting in major work every week, so I'm glad you said that. How about you, Threezy?
That's tough. I love all my brawlers. I mean, Tempo Melon should definitely. I mean, tied for first place. I mean, that's kind of an obvious one. I originally going into the season, I was like, Tempo Melon's going to be all pro, and then we're living up to
Dark Horse
expectations.
now turned
exactly.
Ogre cap. They're no longer a Dark Horse, that's for sure. So I need another pick.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many weeks Snake is gonna play, but I would say Snake. I'm so glad he's back. It's so fun to watch him.
That's facts.
Low key and XED is playing like a beast. Every week.
All right.
Despite the record. So there you go.
And that's that. Well done. I have to cut you off because you understand. Okay, Ryan, how about you? Shapeshifting. Give me a midfielder.
Low key, it's really hard. There's 2 specific guys. I'll say one though. I'll say Josh from HMG has been super impressive. Like him picking up Luna has been so big. I mean, that's a backshot boy. So like obviously big shouts to the backshot boys.
Really, really good season. I think he's a big catalyst for HMG's success. I was talking about it earlier today. I've been very, very impressed with his gameplay. How about you, Josh? Other Josh, Grimella.
Yeah, I was also gonna say HMG Josh and then go on about him. I don't know if I should give someone else now because that was taken, but
you can do
if
whatever you want.
I'll say this Stealth Rock guy then. I don't know if he's an obvious pick or not for people. I mean, for me going into the season, he kind of already was. But maybe for other people because he's role swapped, it's a bit more of a surprise. But I'll say that guy. He's the only guy that makes Juno look playable. And I know he's the engine of that team, and then Threezy's the spark lighter, and the 2 of them are doing amazing things in tandem. So I'll say Stealth Rock.
All right, last but not least, Carmine.
Yeah, for me, it's got to be like a toss up between Josh or HMG Josh and Mr. Stealth Rockington. I think Josh has been playing really fast paced. Like I'm gonna win every interaction and just score. Like midfielding, it's really cool to see. Shape is like very solid defensive, like looking powerhouse. Love to see it. I think I'm gonna have to give it to HMG Josh. I think he's been playing exceptional like this entire season. So yeah, I'm gonna pull him up there.
Let's go. And lots of HMG stocks are up, and no reason they shouldn't be after coming off of a big Demon Time win. It's a big win for rookie team HMG. Really happy to see a lot of the rookie teams having really solid plays. That's going to be it for us today on the nasl Post Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. Shout out to our staff. Shout out to also Streak, who just went out of his way to make a drafter website that just got used today. And thank you to our refs who've been putting in a lot of work. So that's it from us. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you next week. Adios.
Thanks for watching, Mom. Love you.
Bye.
悔しくないのか寂れて舞台を前にうろたえるのか抗って切り開いて見返す番だ目を離すな歴史を塗り替えてやるさダンダンダンダンダンだって完成巻き起こせ時ダンダンダンダンダン待ってあと少しせめぎ合うしっぱし挑みたい掴みたい刻みたい革命の火ぶた切って伝説の花掲げてゆこうさあレジェンジャンジャンロックに飛び込んで熱狂を起こす当事者になれレジェンジャンジャンファイターに行こうぜ本能を覚ませ感動を起こせ伝説刻んで大地蹴って蹴って蹴ってブレイク
Match point of Grand Finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass, it's wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!